Maybe that the FBI is involved and they're offering now a big reward.
Yeah,
for
$50,000 for the information, the recovery, or the arrest of people in this case.
That's something big.
Yeah.
And the reason that they're doing it now is because they're involved and there's a lot more information that came out. What did we learn from this press conference?
Yeah, and I think that's some of the stuff I want to go over. But the fact that the FBI gave some information about a deadline, that there's a deadline was given in the original note of 5 p.m. today, and then later on in the press conference, they clarified that the new deadline is next Monday.
That's correct.
So, and the lack of communication with the family, but they're still treating this as if Nancy Guthrie is still alive.
Correct, because we have not gotten any proof otherwise, or we have not gotten any proof that she is still alive.
Yeah, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to go over the information. If you didn't hear the press conference, we're going to talk a little bit about what we've learned. We are trying to reach Heidi Hummel to get her on with us. Patricia and I will be here, get a quick headline update, and when we get back, we're going to go over the details of this press conference. Stick around.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR Breaking News Alert.
We believe Nancy is still out there. We want her home.
As you heard live moments ago right here on KTAR News, the Pima County Sheriff's Office today confirming blood found on the porch outside of Nancy Guthrie's home in Tucson has tested positive for her DNA. There are still no suspects or persons of interest identified in the kidnapping. Sheriff Chris Nanos explaining reports that a camera outside of the home was removed.
Doorbell camera. It was removed, we know that, but we're not confirming that any cameras were smashed or destroyed around the house.
Now, one person has been arrested related to an imposter ransom, as they're calling it. As for the ransom notes previously sent to media outlets, authorities say they are still investigating that. The FBI now offering a $50,000 reward for information in this case. The 84-year-old mother of Today's Show host Savannah Guthrie was reported missing on Sunday afternoon. She was last seen the night before that. Keep it here on KTAR as we continue to bring you the very latest on this investigation. Now, of course, this all happened hours after her daughter, Today's Show host Savannah Guthrie, urged the safe return of her mother as reports of that kidnapping continue to persist.
Speaking alongside sister Annie and brother Cameron, Savannah Guthrie says they have heard reports of a ransom letter and want to confirm their mother is alive.
Our mom is our heart and our home. She is 84 years old. She is without any medicine. She needs it to survive.
Speaking directly to her mother, Savannah says everyone is looking for you everywhere, saying the three siblings won't rest until they're reunited with their mother. Police have yet to narrow down any suspects in Nancy's disappearance. Brandon King, KTAR News.
All right, let's get to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center now for a look at the roads this afternoon. Here's John Roller.
All right, thank you very much, Bill. Right now, Valley main lines are looking very good if you are just headed out the door. Surface streets are quiet as well, only working one crash right now, Central Avenue and Southern in Phoenix. Traffic is brought to you by the Window and Door Store. After a brutal summer, your home deserves an upgrade. Schedule your free in-home consultation online at thewindowdoorstore.com. John Roller, KTAR News.
Mostly sunny skies is what we're going to see this afternoon, a high of 81 degrees today. Clear tonight, will drop back down to 56 by morning. Mostly sunny again tomorrow with a high of 82 degrees. Much of the same right on through the weekend. 81 on Saturday and 83 degrees on Sunday. Bright and sunny skies out there right now, 76 degrees in Phoenix. Conditions are perfect if you are planning on a move with Homes 2X. Sell fast. Stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at Homes2X.com. I'm Bill O'Neill. We continue to follow what's happening with the Nancy Guthrie case. Let's go back now to the Mike Broomhead Show.
Hey, thank you, Bill. So let's, I've got Patricia here with me. I want to go over a little bit of what we heard.
Yes, what did we learn,
go through some of the highlights.
Points.
All right, so one of the things that the sheriff talked about, he opened the press conference, Sheriff Nanos from Pima County. He talked about the video. He believes Nancy is still out there. They followed up with a question about that later on, and he said, well, you're going along with the idea that she is still out there and alive. He brought in what's called the PCRIT team, which is the Regional Crime Interdiction Team. They said they're waiting for more analysis, but they did rush that blood on the what he called the front porch, and that turned out to be Nancy Guthrie's blood. I think that's significant.
It is.
You know, I mean, obviously it could have been from some other time, but the fact that they found blood evidence, but it was hers. They don't have a suspect or a person of interest. He reiterated that 3 or 4 times. They talked with an Uber driver because she was using Uber, and so I'm sure they wanted to see if he saw anything was there.
Or anything, yeah.
The camera that was removed They didn't know who took it, but they don't have it in their possession. That timeline as well. When she got home, the garage door opening, closing, they assume that's when she was in the house. That was around shortly before 10 p.m.
That's right.
1:24 in the morning, the Ring camera is removed.
Disconnected.
Disconnected. Then they had notification that somebody was on the property.
Yeah, there was a person at the door.
At the door. So that was close to 2 o'clock in the morning. So this is the weird, I don't know how those coincide. What I mean is if the camera was removed at 1:24 and there didn't register that somebody was at the property until after 2 in the morning, that's a weird.
That big gap.
That big gap in the time.
You know, sometimes though, those Ring cameras, they have a weird.
Yeah, but that's a long time.
That is a big time though.
$50,000 reward was announced. They've got a full team. The FBI then, the SAC from the special agent in charge from Arizona got up to speak about this and said that he's got a full team here doing digital review, cell phone data, and everything digital. They're looking into all of it. So that is going to be a big piece of this. And he reiterated that the family decides on the ransom. They can advise, and they give advice when asked. But ultimately, dealing with a ransom and dealing with these people, it is the decision of
the
family. So he was asked later on about the video that the family did, and they did acknowledge that they were there. We talked about that this morning on the show, that the family wants to do the best they can for a recovery. The experts at the FBI are the ones that understand what to say, what not to say.
Yeah, and that's why they brought in these resources.
Right. And it was wise for the family to listen. And they said they were there when the video was made. So you're asking for proof of life, and you ask and reiterate that, you know, with AI and everything else that's available, we want authentic, definite proof of life.
Without a doubt.
Right. And then both of the sisters talked about their mom in a human way, humanizing her.
Oh gosh!
And you know that's part of the
without crying.
It's part of the direction has to be that, right? That you want to make sure that if they have her, that they see her as a human being.
She's a grandma. She's a mom.
Right.
She's just a person, and we want her back.
They didn't go into what medications that she takes, but that she needs her meds. They don't know if she's taken her meds. The other part of that timeline, and I don't have the exact times in front of me, but 1:24. A matter of fact, let me see. I may have it. I think I have it. I think I took a picture of it with my phone of all things.
I think I saw you taking a picture while it was happening.
So at 1:47, the doorbell camera disconnects. At 2:12, software detects a person on camera.
So that's at least what.
But it could be another camera.
I didn't even think about
Could
that.
be another
It could
camera.
Be another camera.
2:28. So that would be 16 minutes later. Pacemaker app shows the disconnect from the phone. Did that mean that the pacemaker was too far away from the
range of the monitor?
Yes. Family checks on Nancy. It happens the next day at 11:56, and then at 12:03 they call the sheriff's department. That timeline for me is very telling. It looks like she gets home before 10, goes to bed, and all of this begins to happen at almost 2 in the morning, quarter to 2 in the morning.
And, you know, for somebody that is looking on the outside perspective, did this person know she got home after 10 p.m.? Because in my mind, I think an 84-year-old is probably home by 8.
Well, she actually, I think, was it like 9:47 is when she got there in the garage door, so just before 10, you're right. But how many different, this is why the net gets cast so wide. Did she get followed? Was it somebody that knew her comings and goings? Right. Is it someone familiar with her?
Or somebody in the neighborhood?
Right. That's the other part of it. Going through the timeline some more. There has not been proof of life that was requested yet. They said that this is the FBI talking about this. The ransom note had facts about an Apple Watch and some other thing, a floodlight, that they made it believe this was legitimate. That this was a legitimate note because there were some facts that were attached. The other thing that got me was that they had those 3 notes. It was TMZ, K-Gun, KOLD that got notes. There's been one person arrested early this morning as an imposter. They've already verified that this is someone that was trying to profit from this, as dirty as that is.
Do you think that maybe that note that they gave more details on was the imposter note? Because they're not giving many details on
No,
the other ones.
I think the imposter note, I think that I don't know if there was a note from the how this person reached out, but there was somebody trying to pretend to be the kidnappers, and they verified very quickly that this person had and that person was arrested. And they said, we'll be giving you more information on the person that was arrested. So the FBI is going to charge this guy with, or we assume it's a guy, with federal crimes. I also thought it was interesting that the FBI said that the DNA evidence is being handled by the Pima County Sheriff's Office. That it sounds to me, at least, all the digital footprint, all of that electronic communication information is being analyzed by the FBI. But DNA is being handled by Pima County. I don't know why that's strange to me. I'm sure they've got a great facility in Pima County, but you would think.
Well, maybe they can do both.
Yeah, I guess.
Maybe this is just the initial, the protocol that they go through.
Yeah, and they are looking for verified proof of life. There was a note deadline. I'm just going through my notes. And this is where he said in the press conference, the FBI gives advice when asked. And then later on with a follow-up question, verified we were there when the video was filmed, which was interesting to me.
Yeah.
Then I thought, I don't want to be critical. I'm just curious. When the sheriff was asked, has the son-in-law been eliminated as a suspect?
He gets so defensive.
Very defensive about, and didn't really answer the question. Nobody's been eliminated. Well, that's one thing. Okay, everybody's still a suspect. Okay. But they specifically asked you about the son-in-law because he was mentioned as a suspect. The answer of whether or not he is someone we are still looking at, or there's people you haven't eliminated, but you're not really looking at them anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was a very weird response.
Yes. I thought that was...
he's under a lot of stress, like he said.
Right.
So I don't know.
No contact after the notes. So when they asked for proof of life, it hasn't been provided. There hasn't been any contact since then. And then the weird thing about the deadline, 5 p.m. today was the original deadline.
Changed.
And then they said a week from Monday. Or next Monday. I'm sorry, not a week from Monday, this Monday.
So this coming up Monday.
Right. So
that's such a random, I don't know, why would they change the timeline or change the deadline?
The questions in my mind, and I want to be very clear, I am certainly in no way, shape, or form trying to insult local law enforcement. But the FBI has a lot more money than any local agency has. They have people specifically trained in these areas: hostage negotiation, kidnapping negotiators. The tools they have at their disposal are state of the art that other jurisdictions can't afford. Are they given the freedom to play a bigger role? Because it's the sheriff's case to give up or not give up and not give it over completely. But are they giving the FBI free rein to investigate where they believe they can be most effective?
And, I saw a lot of people say that Kash Patel is here, but wasn't already planned to be here for something else.
Which is a good fact because, just to be honest, I have no axe to grind with Kash Patel. I like the guy as the director of the FBI, but the director of the FBI is a political position. You're a political appointee, and all the good FBI directors know their job is to keep the politics out of the field offices, and any good boss knows you let your employees do their job. Let the special agent in charge from Phoenix and the Tucson office, let them handle the investigation and don't be a distraction. So I'm glad they clarified that he was coming to Arizona anyway.
Right.
As we look at this moving forward, and we're going to be here until 1 o'clock, we're trying to reach Heidi Hommel, who was our reporter that was on the ground there in the room for that. If not, we may be joined by Ballon Overstoles and talk a little bit more from a journalist point of view, because I'm always curious. I'm listening in a different way than they are. It's not always how a question was answered, but sometimes how it wasn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I always see that little hint of what's going on, really.
And there was a few times in there that I think, again, not to be overly critical, that I thought the sheriff seemed a little defensive and didn't really answer the question that was asked. And I don't know if that was an intentional thing or, listen, your first time, you're a county sheriff in Pima County, Arizona, and all of a sudden the entire world is watching you. Yeah, so that
It's
to me is a big deal.
nerve-wracking, I'd say.
All right, so here's what we do. For those of you that are anticipating listening to the Ramsey Show, what we have happening is coverage of a press conference where our reporter, Heidi Hommel, was down there. We are going to keep talking about the case that involves Nancy Guthrie, her capturing, they think, but disappearance of her. We're going to talk more about that here in a few moments. We're going to keep it here for quite a while and get some more questions answered here in a few seconds. Stick around.
Seeking top-notch quality vitamins and supplements at always affordable prices? Look no further than Natural Grocers brand supplements. Amidst the online haze of quality, Natural Grocers shines through with potent ingredients and the best manufacturing standards. Their name stands for trust, proven through time and generations. So enjoy your food and supplements the rest with Natural Grocers brand vitamins and supplements. Visit naturalgrocers.com to find a store near you.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
There's no championship league for small business owners. But if there was, you'd be at the top of the standings. Because going pro with Lenovo Pro means you've got the winning formation. One-on-one advice, IT solutions, and customized hardware powered by Intel Core Ultra processors help you stay ahead of the competition. Business goes pro with Lenovo Pro. Sign up for free at lenovo.com/pro.
Lenovo. Hey folks, Dave Ramsey here. For a kitchen that looks great and works perfectly for your family's needs, go with Trevec Remodeling. Trevec transforms kitchens into beautiful, functional spaces, and whether you want a complete overhaul or just a few updates, their team of experts will work with you every step of the way. From custom cabinetry and countertops to modern appliances and lighting, Trevec uses only the highest quality materials and craftsmanship. Your home is the biggest investment you'll ever make, and with Trevec, you can stay on budget and still get the kitchen of your dreams. So, if you're ready to turn your kitchen into the heart of your home, call 480-367-1171. 480-367-1171. Call 480-367-1171 or visit Trevec.com, Travek.com. Trevec Remodeling. Together, building dreams for more than 20 years.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app is presented by America Roofing.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dave Ramsey here for the Valley's best value in replacement windows, patio doors, and entry doors. My friends at Window World will install 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, and they'll do it for one low price of $59.89, tax included. Listen, you can pay 3 or 4 times that price at other window companies, or one low upfront price with Window World. Plus, take $100 off any new patio or entry door. Window World provides the same guaranteed lowest price up front for everyone. No gimmicks and never any zip code pricing. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Get the details at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Is your better half moving on to greener pastures? Is brown just not your favorite color? Then join us Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. for the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show. Good tips, great smiles, and fun colors. Yes, that's you. Hi, this is Brian from Whitfield Nursery. That's me. Join me Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. We'll green up your garden, save your trees, chase off those pests, and save some water, and just have fun. That's the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show, Sundays from 7 to 9 a.m. on KTAR.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
Blood on the porch, it came back to Nancy.
As you heard right here on KTAR News just moments ago, Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos did confirm the blood found on the front porch of that home in Pima County was Nancy Guthrie's. No suspect or person of interest has been identified at this point as the search for her continues. Several media outlets reporting getting ransom notes which were turned over to authorities, one of which apparently was an imposter, according to Special Agent in charge of the Phoenix FBI office, Heath Yonke.
To those imposters who are trying to take advantage and profit from this situation, we will investigate and ensure you are held accountable for your actions.
Nancy Guthrie is the daughter of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie. She's been missing since January 31st. Sheriff Chris Nanos says he believes she is still alive. KTAR will continue to bring you the latest on the investigation. We're going to have much more on this throughout the afternoon. Keep it right here. We're learning more today about what led up to a deadly helicopter crash last night in Flagstaff that took the lives of a Department of Public Safety pilot and a DPS paramedic. At a news conference this morning, Flagstaff Police Chief Sean Connolly says DPS Chopper Ranger 56 was called out of Kingman to assist Flagstaff Police and Coconino County deputies in a running gun battle with a career criminal.
Just after 8:30 till almost 10:20, our officers were involved in numerous gun battles with this individual, with dozens and dozens of rounds being fired.
Connolly says the suspect's currently in a Flagstaff hospital. No Flagstaff officers were hurt. The NTSB and the FAA are investigating the chopper crash. Colonel Jeffrey Glover with the DPS says at this time, the identities of the pilot and paramedic not being released while the investigation does continue there. President Donald Trump speaking at the annual National Prayer Breakfast in Washington this morning, defending National Intelligence Director Tulsi Gabbard's participation in last week's FBI seizure of 2020 election materials in Fulton County, Georgia.
President Trump said Thursday that Attorney General Pam Bondi insisted Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard be present during an FBI search of a Georgia election office last week.
They say, why is she doing it? Right, Pam? Why is she doing it? Because Pam wanted her to do it.
But Gabbard sent a letter on Monday to top Democrats saying, quote, my presence was requested by the president. The president today also suggested the raid of the Fulton County, Georgia election office took place to investigate foreign election interference, but he didn't give any evidence. Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
Arizona votes.
Will she run for the Congressional District 1 seat, or will she jump to the race for Arizona Secretary of State? Gina Swoboda says it's up to President Trump.
I support President Trump. I have the endorsement. I don't always agree with every one of their policies. I'm an independent thinker within the Republican Party, right?
The former state GOP chair tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gato she can win either race, but needed to file a statement of interest for Secretary of State in order to have enough time to gather signatures if she runs there.
When it's so readily available, it's just an easy thing to fall into.
The opioid epidemic trending in the right direction almost everywhere else in the country, except for here in Arizona.
As the operations director of Crossroads Substance Abuse Treatment, Greg Halverson sees firsthand the number of lives torn apart by drugs. He believes in Arizona specifically, they're just too easy to access.
We're part of the pipeline. Being in the proximity that we are to Mexico, and where a lot of this, the majority of these drugs are coming from, then it's just kind of stating the obvious.
There were nearly 6,000 people who overdosed in Phoenix last year, according to the city. Statewide, the CDC reports about 2,500 died from drugs. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
Arizona U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego calling on Congress to lower prescription prices, arguing right now the system just isn't working for most Americans.
That system is broken. And this is what we're all here about. Big pharma execs are sitting in their fancy corner offices, profiting off the sick, working class Americans right now that are just trying to make it.
Goals for Senate Democrats announced this week include lowering prices charged by drug makers, expansion of Medicare drug price negotiations, and reducing costs at the counter by going after pharmacy benefit managers. Let's get to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center now with John Roller.
All right, thank you very much, Bill. Right now, the Valley main line's looking very good. Only light slowing coming out of the Deck Park Tunnel on the eastbound I-10 over to the mini stack. That is it. Valley main line's looking good. And one crash in the clearing stages, Central Avenue and Southern in South Phoenix. Traffic is brought to you by Southwest Blinds and Shutters. If you're still yanking on a cord to open your shades, smarten up, Arizona. Connect your window shades to your phone or smart device with motorized shades from Southwest Blinds. Go to southwestblinds.com. John Roller, KTAR News.
Sunny skies, 76 right now in Glendale. Conditions are perfect if you are planning on a move with Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Bill O'Neill at Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Mike Broomhead Show, KTAR News 92.3, and the KTAR News app.
All right, continuing coverage of the press conference this afternoon that happened down in Pima County with the Pima County Sheriff's Office and the FBI, and an update, as much as they could update us, on the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. To get a little perspective, by the way, coming up in about 10 minutes or so, Heidi Hamel will join us. She was at the press conference, our reporter from KTAR News. But joining me to give us a little more journalistic perspective of Ballon Overstolz, it's good to have you in. It's good to talk with you.
Thanks for having me.
Are you? I don't know if his mic's on. There it goes. All right, try it again.
Thanks for having me.
There you are.
It. There
okay. I want to get a little perspective from you and how we both were taking notes on this. Is there anything that jumped out at you that you heard, or did it jump out at you that you didn't hear a lot?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be the second option there in general, not the most concrete updates. However, there are a few things in here that did jump out, mainly the timeline, right? There's some of this we knew. Around 9:48, Nancy Guthrie was dropped off at her home, but Sheriff Nanos did sort of show this window from 1:47 a.m., that's when her doorbell camera was disconnected, he says, to about 2:28 a.m., the pacemaker she uses disconnected from the phone app. He did indicate in the press conference today that these timelines show somebody could have been on the property in about that 45-minute window. So that's what jumped out to me.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is the time difference between the camera being disconnected and then a camera detecting somebody on the property, which happened before the disconnection of the Apple Watch from the pacemaker.
Yeah.
And there was a little bit of a discrepancy there. It's oddly enough, while we were in commercial break, there was somebody at my front door. My phone notifies me right away. So I don't know why there's a timeline difference between camera disconnected, which we're assuming is the Ring camera, and then a camera detecting somebody on the property. It could have been a different camera, I guess.
Yes. He did say, well, he didn't say it could be a different camera. He said they don't know which camera it was, which, yes, it could be a different camera. But yeah, they don't know which camera it was. They said something about maybe Nancy Guthrie didn't have a subscription to these live services, so it may have not been containing that information and saving it.
So I would love to know what you didn't hear asked that you would have asked as a journalist. Like, is there a question you would have liked to have asked that you didn't hear somebody ask?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. I mean, honestly, they did set aside a long time for questions, and there was a lot that I think we're all wondering that was touched on. So sitting here now after the fact, there wasn't really anything that that people didn't ask that I would have. There was to many of the questions, of course, we can't share that, we don't know, those kinds of things. So I think the right questions are being asked. It seems like law enforcement is just still in the deep of this investigation.
Yeah, and it wasn't about necessarily throwing your colleagues under the bus. I was just curious, as someone that, you're watching this or listening to this and thinking, I wish I had the chance to ask this. I would like to know, after what we heard, are there defined roles for all of these partners? Because the Pima County Sheriff said first they called in their partners in the region, and then the FBI offered help and they came in. And it sounded to me, although it wasn't clearly defined, we know that Pima County is handling the DNA evidence.
Yes.
But it seems like everything digital, cell phone data and all the other things seem to be handled by the FBI. I wonder if there are clearly defined roles in this.
Little hard to tell. Somebody did ask, who's in charge? Has that workflow been established? And it sounded like really hasn't been. It sounded like there is a lot of coordination, but everyone is. He was asked who's taking the lead on this, and he said something along the lines of, "That's not how we do it here. We're all just working together." So,
which makes sense. Except I would like to know, I guess, just out of curiosity, are you assigning the FBI? You're going to handle everything digital. Can you guys handle this? Because that second trip into the house where they put the tape back up seemed to be motivated after the FBI said, do you mind if we go and take a look? And then other evidence was gathered. So I'm wondering, which they wouldn't, that's one of the questions they couldn't tell us about, is why did you take more stuff? Was there something that sent you back there, or did you find more stuff that you missed the first time? But it seems to me the FBI wanted to look at different things than what Pima County thought was relevant. At least that's the perception I had.
Yeah, no, that is fair. And I think it's worth pointing out, too, Sheriff Nanos did say sort of Monday night quarterbacking that he probably wouldn't have lowered that crime scene tape as quickly as it did come down because clearly, like you said, FBI did need to go back and maybe process some of the scene themselves.
Out of curiosity for me as well, it was, with the enormity of this situation, it was not lost, but it certainly wasn't the big headline that came out of the press conference. But there's got to be a lot of curiosity about this imposter that was arrested.
Yes. That was the other thing that did jump out at me. So we've heard since Monday these reports of ransom notes here, Arizona media down in Tucson getting some of those, TMZ. And we do know FBI they confirmed they're looking into the note that Tucson media and TMZ outlets received. But yes, there is apparently this other note that they made an arrest in relation toward for being, an imposter ransomer or ransom note. We don't know exactly what that entailed, but yeah, that was confirmed.
And when the FBI, I believe it was a special agent in charge that was questioned, but when they were talking to the agent from the FBI, he clarified that the information sent to TMZ, KOLD, and K-Gun were all the same information. I don't know if it was the exact same note, but it was the same information.
Yeah.
Then you had a fourth person, and I'm anxious to see about this because, first of all, there's going to be a lot of negative publicity. Whoever this person is that tried to profit from this is an imposter, because not only are you trying to profit off a horrible situation, but you're taking valuable investigative time on this non-lead.
Yeah.
So I wonder what the charges will be and how quickly we'll learn this person's identity.
Yeah, me too. I mean, that was a total just out of left field for me, is that there's somebody who, that they've tracked down doing these imposter ransoms. I don't know exactly what charges would come with that, but I mean, it's startling to think that resources had to go towards that in this overall investigation.
Yeah. Well, Ballin, listen, I'm glad you stuck around. I appreciate you spending some time on the air with me. What we're going to do here in a moment is Heidi Hommel is going to join us in a few moments. She was at the press conference. We'll find out what information she may have gleaned once the cameras and the microphones went off, what the day holds, and what they expect to happen next. All that's coming up here in a few moments. Stick around.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service, or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet, with a completely redesigned interior and exterior. Adventure? How about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 12:43, I'm Bill O'Neill, and this is what you need to know right now.
We just want her home and get and find a way to get to the bottom of all of this, just as you do.
As you heard here live on KTAR News, investigators in Tucson, they are now revealing some new details in the search for 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie. The FBI also now offering a $50,000 reward in this case. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos confirms the blood on the porch tested positive for her DNA. There is still no suspect or a person of interest in this case at this time. We are going to have much more on this throughout the day. Keep it right here on KTAR News. All of our top stories are coming up at 1 o'clock. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's go back now to Mike Broomhead with more on the search for Nancy Guthrie.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. As always, this is extended coverage, this all-important press conference where it has now become an international story, the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Savannah Guthrie, the anchor from the Today Show. A lot of information kind of drinking out of a fire hose in a situation like that. Reporters given an opportunity to ask questions. They were then told they could only ask one follow-up question. So I don't know what might have happened once all that went off, but our own Heidi Hommel has been down in the Tucson area covering this and doing a great job of it. You were in the room, Heidi. What did you learn? Was there something that jumped out at you that you learned in this press conference?
Hi, Mike. Yeah, some of the biggest details to come out of this press conference is that there's now a $50,000 reward leading for information that brings Nancy home or leading to the arrest of whoever took her. The other thing, Special Agent Yankee, he kind of buried the lead a little bit. We didn't think he was going to give us details about these ransom notes. There was a 5 p.m. deadline of today on one of those ransom notes. Now, the Guthrie family has still not received a response back after they put out that video last night, which it was coordinated with the FBI. He said it was up to the family if they wanted to put something out kind of addressing those ransom notes. But if you notice that 3-minute video the Guthries put out last night, they start by humanizing their mom, talking about her, how wonderful she is, how much they need her and love her. That's, I think, was kind of directed by the FBI to do that. And then they address whoever could have sent those notes that, we need proof that she's alive. They haven't received a response. They haven't received any proof that their mom is still alive since this investigation started, since she was taken from her home. Oh, and then the blood that we saw out the front door, Sheriff Chris Nanos, he did confirm today that is a DNA testing came back and that is indeed Nancy's blood. One
of the other areas that I think is going to be a huge point of curiosity for people in your business, the journalists, was kind of the almost lost in this was the fact that they've arrested an imposter, that there is already somebody that's trying to profit from this. They've identified that this is an imposter. They didn't give any information on this person, but do you anticipate that's coming soon? Because I would imagine a lot of you have to be asking them who this person is.
There will be more details later today from the U.S. District Attorney here in Tucson on that imposter. And Mike, we don't know that the other ransom notes are legit either. One of the reporters brought up in the questions the specific details in the ransom notes was the floodlights. So there were floodlights in the backyard and something about an Apple Watch. And so those details were actually in the media before this ransom note came in. So the other ransom notes could be fake as well. We just don't know.
When they talked about the blood evidence being Nancy's, I don't think that there's going to be much of a surprise there. But when they were asked about finding blood in other places, there really wasn't much of an answer from the sheriff. The sheriff talked about how they prioritized what they sent to the labs, but there wasn't any specific answer as to whether or not they found blood anywhere else inside the home.
Yeah, certain details he's not saying yes, he's not saying no to. So that is, was there more blood found in the home? He won't say yes or no. Was there forced entry? He won't say yes or no. We got a better timeline today of when Nancy was dropped off at home and when that garage door closed. One of the other details, the front door camera is missing and there's no footage. They contacted the manufacturer and tried to get that footage and she didn't have a subscription for it. So it just kind of loops. So there's no way to have that footage. And law enforcement doesn't have the camera. It wasn't destroyed. So that leads us to believe that whoever took Nancy took that camera down before they broke into the house and took it. Very scary.
Yeah, and see, I'm not an expert on the technology, but you have at 1:47 the doorbell camera disconnects, and at 2:12 a person's detected on a camera, and that was a different camera.
Yeah, exactly. And just such a bummer and so frustrating that there's no way to get that footage at all. And then her pacemaker, like right after those cameras are disconnected, her pacemaker gets connected. So that means that it was connected via Bluetooth. So that means she was out of range from her cell phone, which was connected to Bluetooth. I was like, okay, the pacemaker got disconnected. Does this mean her heart stopped? Not necessarily. It just means that's when, I believe that's when she was removed from the house. So
yeah, it would be
like it happened kind of quick.
How far she got from the watch that's doing the detection.
Exactly.
So the other part of that, with her disappearance, is that when they were talking about the Uber driver and the neighborhood searches, are you going to have an opportunity, even though there's no scheduled press conference, will you have an opportunity to follow up with with some other questions. Are they answering questions in the media if it's not the sheriff, or are you kind of in a wait-and-see mode?
No, it's wait and see. Sheriff Nano says he's not going to schedule any more press conferences until they have a development in the case. They're working on all possible leads. Another thing that came out of today's update is that he is getting even more local law enforcement involved. Like every law enforcement agency from Pima Community College, like all over southern Arizona, the focus is on Pima County searching for Nancy, but they're searching statewide. They're searching even in neighboring states. He did say they have not been in contact with Mexican authorities. We're very close to the border. You know, there's a possibility she could have been taken across state lines, country lines, but they don't know that yet, and they haven't talked to Mexican authorities. So it'll be interesting to see. You know, it's kind of an all hands on deck situation. He even said the FBI is putting up billboards with Nancy, with her name, age, and, you know, information outside of the state, all over Arizona and even in neighboring states. And Mike, I got an answer to your question, who's the lead on the investigation. Sheriff Nano said, this isn't about egos. You know, it doesn't matter who's in the lead. From the vibe of that press conference, it is very much the Pima County Sheriff's Department that is still the lead, but it is the FBI that is the lead on the whole ransom notes and any details or information coming in with that. So the FBI has taken the lead as far as the ransom notes go.
And I know it wasn't directly answered, but the perception of what I heard was because the agent from the FBI said all of the DNA evidence is being handled by Pima County. But they also talked about his team of technology experts that are looking at all the cell phone data, everything digital, everything technical, and everything to do with the ransom note. So like you said, it sounds like, I don't know that they have clearly defined roles, but they certainly are collaborating in different areas of expertise.
Exactly, yeah. And I don't know if we talked about this earlier, but the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force is even involved. And even though Nancy's not a child, they're trying to figure out. And one of my questions my question got skipped at the press conference, but what would a response look like? We know the Guthries haven't gotten a response yet since they made that video, but is it going to come via encrypted email to the media, like the ransom notes? Are they going to try and reach out to the family directly? How do you communicate back and forth without getting caught?
And the other part, and it's sad, it's hard to think about or talk about. They were given a deadline, which then was extended. But the other part of this,
well, it's two different deadlines. There's a 5 p.m. deadline today, and there's another deadline, a later deadline, which he wouldn't tell us when.
But then, later on, I think he said it was extended to Monday or something. But the other part of this that they did talk specifically about is her need for medication at her age. And that they know that there's still that window, but they don't know if she's getting her medication. And now you're talking about an elderly woman in need of medication, and if she doesn't get it, that is a tough position to put somebody in.
Yeah, we're on what now, day 4, 5, 6, because we're not really sure when she was taken, and they said she needs her medication every day. Even in the video last night, Savannah said that their mom she's in pain. She's in daily pain, and she needs her medication. And so that alone, you know, even if whoever took her didn't mean to kill her, that alone could have killed her.
I'm just curious as to, I know that you are down there working on this the entire time you're there. Do the reporters have an opportunity to speak with neighbors and people in the community? Is the community volunteering to talk with people, or are they not talking either?
Oh, yeah, door knocking's not a crime. That's a very traditional way to go around. These homes are very spread out, and the neighbors weren't necessarily thrilled that the media is staked out in their neighborhood. And even at the vigil last night, not a lot of people wanted to talk to the media or go on the record. But law enforcement, the FBI, they are door knocking. They are talking to neighbors. They are asking them for their home security footage so they can go through it themselves and see if that, you know, brings up any new leads.
Yeah, and one of the things that was mentioned, and I thought it was a great point that was made by the agent from the FBI, is if you think you saw something as small or insignificant as you think it might be, reach out to us. It's when he gave that number to the tips line, because it was right at the beginning of his comments, because we as civilians may think of something as completely insignificant that could turn out to be something very significant from someone that's an expert in evidence.
Exactly. Yeah. And so it was the Pima County Sheriff's Office. They're the ones who originally processed the crime scene. And now that the FBI is involved, that's who was at the house last night. That's why they put the crime scene tape back up. Went in there. The FBI took out their own evidence to process. So maybe that in and of itself will bring us some new leads in this case.
And the potential to have to go back again. They left the door open that if they need to, they'll go back into the house. So they are not, I guess they're not closing the door on the idea that they have everything and there could be more.
Yeah. Nanos mentioned that they're going to go back and forth as they need to. He said that he kind of explained himself. I've heard other law enforcement experts say that Pima County just should have left that crime scene tape up since she was taken and just have kept it off limits to anyone except law enforcement. And he said, was that a good idea? He didn't say he regretted it, but he was like, I don't know now. But he said any law enforcement agency that wants to go into the house to look for evidence and process it themselves, he's going to let them do it. If not, he believes the family deserves to have that house turned over to them.
When the other part of it is the DNA evidence, as he said, that they prioritized the evidence and they rushed some of it, but there's some of it they don't have back yet. Is it just do they normally, if it's released when the new information comes out, do they tell the media about it, or is that something they can hold back?
If it's something small, Mike, I don't imagine they'd tell us. Maybe they'd schedule a press conference. If it's something big, I imagine they'd hold a press conference right away. And, as Sheriff Nano said, he doesn't plan on holding any more press conferences until they have some sort of break or lead in this case. They're just going to keep working as hard as they can, all the law enforcement working this case.
Well, listen, I hope you get some rest, because we have been dragging you from morning, noon, and night on all these shows and all your coverage. You have been doing a fantastic job, and we really appreciate it, because your eyes and your ears are the lifeline to this thing for us. So thanks so much, Heidi.
Thanks, Mike. Happy to do it.
All right, that's Heidi Hommel. She is on the ground. She was at the press conference today. Just a quick wrap up. Just a quick wrap up of things. The press conference started with Sheriff Nanos. The first thing he did, and I don't want to overlook this, was condolences to DPS. They lost two of their members last night in a helicopter crash in Flagstaff. I thought that was very kind to the sheriff in the midst of the chaos of what they're dealing with, to at least pass along the thoughts to DPS. Talked about the family video, the belief that Nancy is still out there, and they are working on that premise until they are proven otherwise. Talked about analysis. The blood on the porch was that of Nancy Guthrie's. There was a camera that was removed, and in the timeline, it was fascinating that she got home a little before 10 p.m. There was a garage door open and closed. They believe that's when she was in the home. It was about 1:27 in the morning when the camera was removed, and that was the front door camera. And then a detection of her on a camera, or that somebody was someone on camera a little bit after 2. And then there was the disconnect of her pacemaker to the Apple Watch. That doesn't mean she wasn't alive. It means that it was outside of range. Those are some of the significant things that happened. The other thing to be looking for tomorrow is the arrest of an imposter. I imagine that person's identity will come out, and any charges to follow of somebody trying to profit on this that they now have proven had nothing to do with any of this. Thank you for listening to the extended coverage. There's going to be more extended coverage happening here in just a few moments. I'm going to be out, but others are going to be stepping in. Thanks for listening. God bless.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I love Moving Team 6. Let's talk with JT about the mission of Moving Team 6. In your mind, when your family sits down, what mission do you tell your employees that they're going on?
The mission is to take care of the customer. I want to be nice to people. I want to take care of people. And that's the big thing I look at. We get people calling us all the time. Hey, can you help us? No problem. I never say no. Whatever we got to do, because I feel like that's our duty.
You hire veterans specifically to make sure that they know that they're loved and that they have a job if they want one. Can you talk about your dedication first to hiring veterans and what your mindset is behind it?
At the end of the day, it's not about moving. It's not about anything else. It's about taking care of our military and our veterans and just giving back. And that's the biggest key.
What message do you send your teams when they go out into the field and they represent your company?
The number one thing I tell my guys when they go out is care. That is the number one thing.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking
Nothing
news,
like a day in the job
podcasts,
to
in-depth
remind you
coverage of
how
the stories
quickly
that are important
life
to
can
you.
change.
Download the KTAR News
Get
app,
out of
and
there.
you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app, presented by America Roofing.
Hey, y'all. It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. I spent years on the mound giving everything I had, and now I
This
feel
morning,
every inning
an
in my
emotional
knees,
plea from
back,
Savannah
and shoulders. But I didn't want surgery, and I sure didn't want to be sidelined. That's why I turned to QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics Medical Director Dr. Christie and his team use regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No surgery, no meds, and no downtime.
Whether you're teeing off at the club or chasing the grandkids around, QC Kinetics helps you get back to doing what you love.
Call QC Kinetics now and schedule your free consultation. Natural joint pain relief with real results.
Don't let the pain slow you down. I didn't, and neither should you. My friends at QC Kinetics, they'll take care of you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation. QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 1 o'clock. I'm Bill O'Neill.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
And you heard the news conference here a little about an hour or so ago. It came to an end. The search continues for the mother of Today's Show host Savannah Guthrie, Nancy Guthrie, now in its fifth day. The FBI now jointly investigating the case, says it has also made an arrest in what they're calling an imposter ransom demand. Guthrie may have been abducted in her sleep from her home in Pima County on early Sunday morning. No suspects or persons of interest have been identified in the case at this time, according to Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos. He gave that announcement, as you heard, during a news conference earlier today. The sheriff says, though, they are operating from a position that Nancy Guthrie is still alive and that they're going to continue thinking that way until they find her. The FBI has also announced a $50,000 reward for information leading to the recovery of Nancy Guthrie and or the arrest and conviction of anyone who may have been involved in the disappearance of the 84-year-old. We are continuing to follow this. We'll have much more on this throughout the afternoon. You want to keep it right here at KTAR News and KTAR.com. Let's take a look at what's happening on those roads now from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Do have a crash working in Glendale at 91st Avenue and Glendale Avenue. How about one in Scottsdale as well at Osborne Road and Scottsdale Road? Otherwise, things are moving around pretty nicely around the valley right now if you do need to get out and about. Traffic is brought to you by Sweet James. When an injury from a car, truck, or motorcycle accident changes your life, call the attorneys at Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-00-0000 and sweetjames.com. Looking at your forecast right now, mostly sunny skies is what we'll see this afternoon, a high of 81 degrees today. Clear tonight, dropping back down to 56 by morning. Mostly sunny tomorrow, a high of 82. Then more of the same for the weekend, mainly clear skies on Saturday and Sunday. 81 for a high on Saturday and 83 degrees for a high on Sunday afternoon. Right now, we have sunshine and 76 degrees in Tempe. Conditions are perfect if you are planning on a move. With Homes2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at Homes2X.com. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga. It's the Chris and Joe Show. KTAR News.
Well, thanks for being with us. Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, special edition. KTAR News is popping today. It is breaking fast, especially with everything going on. With the press conference this morning from the Nancy Guthrie abduction case, which, honest to God, the more they talk about it, the more it feels like there are questions without answers. And it is, look, as frustrating as it is for us in the public, I can't even imagine being one of the family members. That absolutely must be, I don't even know what the words are to describe it.
A gut punch.
I mean, that doesn't even feel like it comes close. A gut punch is
heart-wrenching.
All of those.
Yeah.
Take all of them together.
A worst nightmare. How about that?
Yeah. Yeah, and I think oftentimes that phrase gets overused and should be reserved for a day like this with the family. Yeah. So here's what we know. Nancy Guthrie, still missing. Been missing since Sunday morning. Family learned that she was missing because she didn't show up for church. And somebody went and checked on her just before noon on Sunday. She wasn't there. And it was, 6 minutes later, I think, for whatever reason. And this is where, again, we have a lot of questions in the public. They called 911. Now, Joe, I don't know how you feel about this. If something were to happen to if I went home and my parents were not there, my first inclination would not be to call 911. And so the fact that it was only 6 minutes between the time that the family arrived and the time that they called authorities leads me to believe that there may have been something at the scene that the family saw that was so out of place that it caused them alarm. And again, we know that there was blood on the door when they arrived.
That for sure. But I think, you said if you show up at home and your parents aren't there, that it wouldn't be your first impulse to...
Unless I saw signs.
Sure. But,
right.
But I think also what we know is what we've been told is phone was there, wallet was there, car was still there, and she's not there. If you walked into your parents' house and that was the case, sure, okay, maybe they went for a walk. But then you add the blood or the house is just completely turned upside down.
Really good point.
Then calling 911 in 6 minutes does not seem like anything out of the ordinary.
Now, I would probably make a few other phone calls first or try to rack my brain as to how this is possibly, how we could possibly explain it. But to your point, if the phone is still there, the wallet is still there, the car is still there, and I see blood.
And in this case, too, with Nancy Guthrie, we're told she can't walk more than 50 yards without having a tremendous amount of difficulty. So unlike your parents or mine, we know that they didn't go out, that Nancy didn't go out on a 2 or 3 mile walk here.
Yeah.
So hey, she should be home.
Yeah. And then I would start trying to figure out at the time, trying to piece it together. And I would think, okay, did mom fall? And so maybe another family member took her to the hospital and that's why the things are here. But obviously, I don't know we don't know from the timeline. They didn't tell us if there were other phone calls made to say other family members, but whatever it was, only 6 minutes later, they called 911. So that we learned that from the press conference today. Our own Heidi Hommel was there earlier and she'll be filing a full report a little bit later on. Our continuing coverage of the press conference and the latest information on the missing of Nancy Guthrie. The story has, I would say, united the country. So many other headlines tend to divide the country. This is one where the entire country has come together because I feel like we are somewhat emotionally invested in the outcome of this case. In the same way that if you have, for instance, you remember the Titan submarine, and we were looking for that for a week. And we were all very invested in, my God, I hope that they get them and how much air is left and can they come back, right? The whole world in that case came together. And I think we're seeing certainly the national community and probably members of the international community doing the same thing here.
I think a few years back, even before that, MH370.
Sure.
That plane that just disappeared.
Sure.
And the stories ran wild.
Right. Russian subs, Chilean coal miners, all of these things. This tends to fall into that bucket that unites us as we all try to hang on to hope. The FBI and the Pima County Sheriff, Chris Nanos, who's been a guest of ours on the program in the past, they continue to press for some of that hope today, I would say that, where Nanos said that he still believes, that he believes Nancy is still out there. And I think the more that they push that, the better it is. It's sort of a double-edged sword that there's so much media attention on this. Because if there weren't, they could operate. They're going to do everything that they normally do, but they would be able to operate with a little bit of breathing room. They'd be able to operate in a way that said, okay, we're not going to share all these details so that if we have a suspect, we can try to nail them down. Whereas now they've got media attention that wants all those details, and they have to come back and say no comment or can't talk about that right now, whatever it might be. But the media scrutiny is also where you're likely to get more tips. You're likely to have more eyes who now we all know what Nancy looks like. And if we see some, kind-looking elderly woman who's being ushered away by somebody who doesn't look so kindly, we might look closely and say, is that Nancy, right? So now you've got more eyes in the street looking for her, and then they're offering the tip line.
But I think with that as well, like you said, it's kind of a double-edged sword, too, of if you're talking about exposing this to the public and inviting tips, and this is a nationwide, international story here, too, that is thousands of tips now that you're having to look at as well. You're not just keeping it with the FBI saying, hey, we're going to track down this, dozen or so leads. Once you open up phone lines, you're talking thousands of people calling in with bizarre ideas at times, I'm sure.
And you have to weed through all of those things, which can be a real hassle, to say the very least. So a little bit of the timeline here. We know that she went to her daughter's house. This is Savannah Guthrie's sister. Is it Annie?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So Nancy took an Uber to Annie's house.
About 5:40 Saturday evening.
And then a family member, and they didn't say exactly which family member, but
presume Annie and her husband.
We think it was Annie, but they asked specifically at the press conference about that, and Sheriff Nanos was kind of like, well, let's just say family member.
Say 9:30 or 9:40, take her back to her house.
And then nothing until...
Things start to get strange. 1:47 in the morning, her doorbell camera disconnects.
Okay. So then the question is why?
Yeah.
Right.
I can tell you, I have an alarm on my house. Sometimes it just disconnects. Power can go out. Battery could have died. So maybe they're running a software update and it disconnected. It doesn't mean somebody broke into my house and they're trying to hack the camera. It could be nothing or it could be everything there.
Well, if it's nothing, that's very coincidental.
Because at 2:12, software detected a person or animal on some sort of camera that she had.
Right, which makes me wonder if, and I've got these doorbell cams where if they're battery powered, they'll still operate and they could still detect motion, even if they've been thrown in somebody's pocket.
Yeah.
But like you said, it could have been anything. It just said motion.
Yeah.
Now, where's the video? They don't have any video.
No.
It's a camera.
How do you believe they don't have the video, or do you think they are not telling us, what's on the video? Or maybe they're still trying to somehow analyze whatever this object is, because at one point they said it's a person, but it could be an animal too.
This is where the two sides of my brain start fighting with each other. So one side of my brain says, oh no, they've got video footage. They're just playing it close to the vest. They're saying that they don't because they don't want to tip off somebody that they could be caught on camera, right?
I hope that's
one
the
side.
case.
I do too. Then there's the other side of my brain that is so cynical and mistrusting that I think, well, of course they don't have video. They didn't pay for.
Everybody is wired that way, too.
Yeah.
So 16 minutes after that, we go from 2:12, software detected a person or animal on the camera. 2:28 in the morning, her pacemaker app shows a disconnect from her phone, which tells me that I don't know exactly how the technology worked here, but that at that point, she's now out of the house, far enough away from it. I'm guessing it has something to do with distance. You can probably get maybe 50 feet away from the phone, but the app probably disconnects if you get a certain distance away from your phone.
Yeah, so my understanding is that the pacemaker has a connection to the watch.
Yep.
The watch is Bluetooth connected to the phone.
So she's wearing her watch.
And as soon as they get too far away. So as you said, at 2:28, the pacemaker app showed that it was disconnected from the phone. So briefly, doorbell camera disconnected 1:47.
Yep.
Software detected somebody moved at 2:12.
Yep.
And then the app shows the disconnect at 2:28. But Joe, we're talking about a 41-minute difference between the time that the doorbell camera was disconnected and the time that the pacemaker app separated. Mm-hmm. So does that mean that there was something happening in that house for half an hour?
Or maybe it means somebody's trying to get into that house for half an hour and, cutting power,
well, that's true.
disconnect. Not, I shouldn't say cutting power, but disconnecting a Ring doorbell or something like that, doing some things to try to gain access to the house. Or is it kind of split the baby here and maybe 20 minutes for them to get inside and then 20 minutes inside the house?
20 minutes seems like a long time when your plan is to abduct someone, which makes me wonder, was that the plan?
I was just going to say, maybe the plan was to get in and just steal some stuff, break in and take something.
So we're talking maybe robbery gone wrong. And at this point, we're just irresponsibly speculating, no doubt about it. But I think this is what the entire nation is doing right now.
Right. But it gives me questions too, because we heard earlier in the week that Nancy Guthrie, one of the lines that was said at one point was taken out of bed. And that image to me suggests somebody came in and took her from her bed. But was that just a fleeting mention? Was that simply, hey, she was in bed sleeping, she was woken up by somebody who breaks into her house and they do something?
You know, you make a really good point about was it a fleeting report? Because I think we've gotten a lot of fleeting reports along the way. We'll try to separate some of the fact from fiction here in just a few moments. Our special coverage of the abduction of Nancy Guthrie continues. I'm Chris Merrill. He's Joe Huizinga, KTAR News.
KTAR News Flash.
At 1:14, I'm Bill O'Neill. This is what you need to know right now. The urgent search for 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie, now in its fifth day. The FBI now jointly investigating the case. They say they have made an arrest in what they are calling an imposter ransom demand there. You heard it all at a news conference in Pima County about an hour and a half ago. They are working under the assumption that Nancy Guthrie is still alive, according to Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanios. The FBI also announcing that it is offering a $50,000 reward for information leading to the recovery of Nancy Guthrie and or the arrest and conviction of anyone who may be involved in her disappearance. We will have much more on this throughout the day. Keep it here at KTAR News and KTAR.com for the very latest. All of our top stories are coming up at 1:30 for breaking news anytime. Go to KTAR News or the KTAR News app. Right now we have sunshine out there and 77 degrees in Goodyear. Weather is brought to you. In fact, conditions are perfect if you are planning on a move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at Homes2X.com.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
Special coverage of the abduction. Special coverage of the abduction of Nancy Guthrie. KTAR News.
You just heard Bill O'Neill mention, Chris, how did he term it? An
imposter ransom note arrest.
So that tells me then that, so the FBI spent a lot of time, as Mike Broomhead was wrapping up this morning as well, talking about a ransom note. So at least two different ransom notes here now. We've got a ransom note that the FBI says may be legit.
They're taking it seriously.
Yes, and now we've got an arrest in one that's being deemed an imposter ransom note.
And then the FBI sending a message that if you're going to jack around with this, you're going to get arrested.
Yeah, which should just be understood. I mean, shouldn't it? I mean, you don't.
I would
why
think
are
so.
you tampering with an investigation or wasting investigators' time? I mean, gosh.
See, you and I come to this with the mindset that we want to try to rescue this person, but it's like so many scammers out there. You can't go anywhere without someone trying to steal your money. And in this case, it sounds like someone else doesn't care about the pain that another family is experiencing. They just want to try to capitalize in some way, shape, or form.
Sounds like they'll now experience some pain of their own from the FBI.
I hope they do.
Yeah.
I hope they do.
So we were talking right before we went to break about the video that came out last night as well.
Yeah.
Savannah Guthrie, her sister, her brother film a 4-minute video. I saw it on Instagram, and there's a lot in that 4 minutes.
Yeah.
You've got. I asked you as we were back in rehearsal talking about it this morning. I said, "What did you take away from it?" And you said.
Wide range of things.
I've got a lot of different thoughts specific to the video and, kind of, more.
Family reaction. I mean, everything. Yeah.
Yeah, just the quality of it. Obviously, it's not Hollywood quality. It's them, sitting in front of a white brick wall, sort of. It's got a lot going on with it as you start to dissect it.
Yeah.
But again, gut-wrenching, heartbreaking that you hear Savannah Guthrie making an appeal for her mom. Her sister speaks briefly. I told you, I'm not a profiler here, but when her sister spoke, it just felt odd to me. But I didn't just have my mom abducted, but it felt hollow to me.
Stilted.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whereas Savannah Guthrie is very comfortable in front of the camera, and it didn't. To me, that didn't send off any. Mm-hmm. That didn't put up any flags to me because I thought, okay, here's someone who doesn't spend their time in front of the camera. It'd be like if you took my brother and put him in the microphone.
Maybe she's in shock.
She could be in shock. And it could be stage fright, right? I mean, a lot of people freeze up, but the FBI said we have to have the kids, the Guthrie kids, out here to make this plea. And much of, I kind of divided that into a couple of different segments. The plea, the video that the family put out. The first was, they opened right up by trying to humanize their mother. They talked about how she was a good person, a kind person. They used her name. These are all things that we've seen. Look, we've watched enough Hollywood movies. We know that the FBI is going to say, get out there and humanize it. So
it's also Savannah Guthrie, too, who's doing it, who, like you've pointed out, does this for a living.
So the first part of that video, to me, looked like they were speaking to the abductor, right? They were saying... we want to talk about our mom. Here's who she is. She's human. They even said she's human. She's a human being.
Yeah, if you've got her, don't hurt her.
Basically. Right. And then it sort of transitioned to a family statement to the public. And sort of we love our mom. Thank you for your prayers. Your kindness and your generosity mean a great deal to us. And then it almost turned into a message specifically to Nancy. We love you. Hang in there.
And also talking about, AI too, and the message of, hey, if you have her, we need to know that she's alive and we're ready to talk, basically. Which told me that while there is a ransom note out there that the FBI is continuing to follow up on and takes as somewhat legitimate, it doesn't seem like the person or individuals who have Nancy has necessarily made contact with the Guthrie children of Nancy.
Well, in fact, the FBI has said that there's been no contact, which is odd.
This whole thing is odd, man.
But they said even in kidnapping cases, by now, we would have been in communication with a kidnapper.
If their motive was to get money, I would think so. But we've talked the last couple of days here about, there's things we don't know, and we know we don't know them. There's things we don't know, and we don't know that we don't know them. And one of those things that we know we don't know is what are the abductor or abductor's motives here.
Great point. In fact, you talked about that in the first segment when you said, we don't even know if that's what they went to the house for in the first place.
Yeah.
Right? Was this a robbery gone bad? Because they spent a lot of time, again, based on the timeline that we have, and all we're doing is
40-ish minutes.
Well, I fully understand we're only playing amateur sleuths here because we don't have all of the information. But I got to tell you, this is exactly what the country is doing.
Yeah.
We're all trying to figure out what's going on, and honestly, it's because we care and we want to bring Nancy home. So, I worry about the things you just mentioned. I worry about people who are trying to take advantage of it. The imposter using the ransom note. I worry about AI. I worry about all of those other things. But what I really worry about is that we haven't had any contact and that we haven't had that proof of life, which. Again,
what does that suggest to you? If that's true,
what is the point of the abduction if it's not to use that as leverage? Or what is the point in the first place? Because as far as we know, they didn't take anything else.
Yeah,
right.
Or maybe it was at one point, but in the process of we know there was some blood that was Nancy's just outside the front door. Maybe somebody or someone's break in. And do decide, hey, we do want to take her and we do want to try to get some ransom, but she tragically, had something, go wrong and she, God forbid, passed away.
Right.
The motive could have been one thing. It could have been money to begin with. And now it could be, hey, if you're the captors, hey, we're just going to try to stall for time and get as far off the grid as we can get here.
In too deep.
And tap dance because our original plan, which was just to get some money out of this, sent to a Bitcoin account, has totally went bust. And we can't do it because we can't demonstrate that Nancy's alive.
Which brings us all back to what was the point to start with. This ransom note that's asking about the cryptocurrency would lead us to believe that it's somebody who has at least some technical sophistication, right? I mean, you don't find a crypto wallet lying on the street and then all of a sudden you've got a crypto wallet.
That makes me think it's not just some, you think like the Elizabeth Smart case. It's not just a random unsheltered individual who happened to walk by this house and just come upon this plan spur of the moment. That makes me think that there was some planning that went into this.
Well, it's certainly somebody who's not, See, again, this is where I end up getting torn on the two different sides of this. Does it mean that there's some planning involved, or is it possible that it was just somebody who is not real bright but not that dumb? Well, that was involved in a robbery gone wrong, and now all of a sudden, well, maybe we can get something out of this.
And they're smart enough that they can come up with a Bitcoin account and throw that out there that seemed to at least have a legit account associated with it. I mean,
that's why I say they're not maybe not just somebody off the street. Maybe I don't know.
I would tell you that
I don't know.
I don't consider myself to be a Rhodes Scholar, but I don't have a Bitcoin account that I can throw out there that I can lead people to. And I would certainly have to look some things up to be able to do that as well. So it's somebody that
okay, here's the other thing, too. Let's explore the things that we know or that we can at least deduce. We'll do that here in a little bit. We'll be able to explore the things that we can deduce about the Guthrie case.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll get back to square one. We'll talk about the things that we know we don't know as well. Because, obviously, we don't know what we don't know. But we do know some things that we
know that we don't know?
That's what it is. Yeah, I know it gets really confusing.
Back to our Who's on First skit again.
But here's the deal. A brief recap here. There's been no proof of life. The family's put out a video asking for it. We don't know the motive. The sheriff said he's only guessing at this time. There was blood found outside of Nancy Guthrie's home. And the FBI says that normally there would have been communication with kidnappers by now. But Chris Nanos, the sheriff of Pima County, says he believes that Nancy is still out there. You'll hear what the family had to say, and we'll try to work through those things that we know we don't know. That is next. Chris and Joe, special coverage of the abduction of Nancy Guthrie, KTAR News.
Join KTAR in Tempe, April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Big tax changes this year could mean a bigger refund, and Jackson Hewitt knows how to get you your biggest. You'll get $100 just to try us. That won't make you filthy rich, but definitely gas plus groceries rich. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back, which would make you low-key loaded. Or at least wealthy adjacent? Go with our trusted pros and get $100 to switch. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Hey folks, Dave Ramsey here. For a kitchen that looks great and works perfectly for your family's needs, go with Trevec Remodeling. Trevec transforms kitchens into beautiful, functional spaces, and whether you want a complete overhaul or just a few updates, their team of experts will work with you every step of the way. From custom cabinetry and countertops to modern appliances and lighting, Trevec uses only the highest quality materials and craftsmanship. Your home is the biggest investment you'll ever make, and with Trevec, you can stay on budget and still get the kitchen of your dreams. So, if you're ready to turn your kitchen into the heart of your home, call 480-367-1171. 480-367-1171. Call 480-367-1171 or visit Travec.com, Travek.com. Travec Remodeling. Together, building dreams for more than 20 years.
They are redefining private label with Natural Grocers brand products. Quality isn't just a word to Natural Grocers, it's in every detail. Their house brand only brings you top-of-the-line products, whether it's the richest olive oil straight from Spain or exquisite chocolate bars straight from Belgium. Natural Grocers brand gives your budget a break and your taste buds a surprise. Experience premium quality at always affordable price. With Natural Grocers brand products, find the store near you at naturalgrocers.com.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
KTAR News now.
It's 1:30. Good afternoon. I'm Bill O'Neill. Our top story.
We have not identified a suspect or a person of interest in this case.
As you heard live here on KTAR, new updates in the disappearance of 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie. Investigators say there is still no suspect identified. The blood on the porch has been confirmed to be Guthrie's. Cameras were disconnected around 2 a.m. and her pacemaker disconnected around 2:30 the morning she disappeared. The FBI now offering a $50,000 reward in the case. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos.
But in the meantime, we're not just sitting on our haunches waiting. We do have a number of leads coming in, and that's why we brought in the FBI for one, but PCRIT as well, to be able to get out there and handle these leads as they come in as quickly and as expeditiously as we can.
Authorities also did confirm that one person was arrested related to an imposter ransom note. As for the other ransom notes media outlets received, those are still being investigated. Nancy Guthrie has been missing since January 31st. In other news,
all I can see is a little bit of lights. I can't see any smoke or fire. 13, there is definitely a fire. I was able to see it.
That was audio from Broadcastify as the investigation continues today into a deadly helicopter crash that took the lives of a Department of Public Safety pilot and a paramedic in Flagstaff. DPS Director Jeffrey Glover spoke to the media in Flagstaff, says the Ranger 56 chopper headed out of Kingman last night to assist Flagstaff police on a report of an active shooter loose in a Flagstaff neighborhood.
At the time of the incident, there were 2 DPS personnel on board, a pilot and a trooper paramedic. Unfortunately, both are tragically deceased.
Flagstaff Police Chief Sean Connolly also spoke, saying officers were called for a domestic dispute. That suspect is currently in a Flagstaff hospital. No Flagstaff officers were hurt. The Arizona Fraternal Order of Police Lodge 32 releasing a statement mourning those lost in the crash. The trooper sworn into the organization in 2022. The pilot was hired by DPS in 2021 after having served 10 years in the Marine Corps. Names have not been released to this point. One person is dead after a plane crashed north of Prescott Valley last night. Yavapai County Sheriff's Office responding to reports of a downed plane near Poquito Valley Road. When they arrived on scene, the sole occupant of the aircraft, a 64-year-old man, was pronounced dead there. The National Transportation Safety Board is investigating that crash. Arizona U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego says Congress can find ways to lower prescription prices, arguing right now the system is broken. He says goals for Senate Democrats include lowering prices charged by drug makers, expansion of Medicare drug price negotiations, and reducing costs at the counter by going after middlemen or pharmacy benefit managers. With President Trump's signature on the new spending bill, a partial government shutdown now over, but the fight over a new round of funding for the Department of Homeland Security just getting started. Arizona Democratic Senator Ruben Gallego speaking with ABC News on why Democrats are taking a stand, demanding these changes on behalf of the American people, they say.
The type of racial profiling that's occurring right now, the type of violence that's being done by some of these untrained ICE agents, this feeling that they can go into houses without any search warrants, that's entirely irresponsible. So when this shutdown happens, if it happens at all, it could be entirely upon the Republicans.
DHS is funded through next Friday. Tempe City Council may make state history this evening, could vote on a drink ordinance that would require bars open past 12 to provide free testing strips to patrons. About 2 weeks ago, the council heard from a dozen speakers, including Dania Sherman, founder of NoNap.
Tempe has the opportunity to be revolutionary in making sure that students, college and dating-aged individuals, and anyone that comes into this city is empowered, safe, and knows in nightlife that they are safe to have fun.
If the City Council votes yes, the law will go into effect immediately. Let's get to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center now for a look at those roads, and those roads are looking actually pretty good right now. No major problems out there slowed down at this point in time. Everything is moving pretty smoothly in the Valley right now. Traffic is brought to you by Arizona Painting Company. Ready for a new look? Arizona Painting Company delivers top quality painting inside and out. Free quote plus 15% off now at Arizona Painting Company. Your forecast this afternoon, mostly sunny. The rest of the clear tonight down at 56, mostly sunny tomorrow at 82, mostly clear right out through the weekend, 81 on Saturday, 83 degrees on Sunday. 77 degrees right now in Goodyear. Conditions are perfect if you are planning to work. The home stretch set fast and right for full value, guaranteed at homestretch.com. I'm Billy on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
A KTAR News Special on 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Continue with our special coverage of the disappearance, the abduction of Nancy Guthrie out of Catalina foothills outside of Tucson, a nice, remote, quiet area. The family put out a video today with a plea to not only the abductors, but also thanks to a number of people in the public that have sent their thoughts the way of the family. We'll see if we can get this clear.
On behalf of our family, we want to thank all of you for the prayers for our beloved mom, Nancy. We feel them, and we continue to believe that she feels them too. Our mom is a kind, faithful, loyal, fiercely loving woman of goodness and light. She's funny, spunky, and clever. She has grandchildren that adore her and crowd around her and cover her with kisses. She loves fun and adventure. She is a devoted friend.
Everything you're hearing now is what we discussed earlier, Joe, that the family is effectively trying to humanize Nancy so that if there are abductors who have her that hear this message, that the abductors will not look at Nancy Guthrie as simply a bargaining chip, but actually as a human being, right?
Yep.
Children that adore her and crowd around her and cover her with kisses. She loves fun and adventure. She is a devoted friend. She is full of kindness and knowledge. Talk to her and you'll see.
The light is missing from our lives. Nancy is our mother.
Okay, so this is Annie Guthrie speaking now.
Yep,
And Joe,
Savannah Guthrie's sister.
You felt like this sounded disconnected. I felt like it was someone who's in both shock and maybe is camera shy or gets a little bit of public speaking anxiety.
As you watch the video, it just came off hollow to me. And again, I didn't just have my mom abducted and not know where the heck she is. So
yeah, you've slept, right? This family may not have slept in 5 days.
When I first watched this, that was just my initial takeaway. And again, I understand it's not me. There could be a wide range of emotions here that someone could go through. But at first blush, it just feels a little bit off to me.
And I didn't feel that way. I didn't get that. All right, so this is Annie Guthrie speaking. And you'll notice also that she keeps repeating her mother's name. Nancy, Nancy, Nancy. And part of that, again, we've watched enough Hollywood productions of kidnappings and things. They do that in order to humanize the individual, give them a title so that the abductor doesn't look at it as woman in the corner, woman in the bedroom chained to the radiator, but rather that's Nancy.
Sure.
Okay.
The light is missing from our lives. Nancy is our mother. We are her children. She is our beacon.
Again, establishing a
She
family.
holds fast to joy in all of life's circumstances. She chooses joy day after day. Despite having already passed through great trials of pain and grief, we are always going to be merely human. Just normal human people who need our mom. Mama, if you're listening, we need you to come home. We miss you.
Again, humanizing, and now, as I mentioned before, it felt as though the first part of this was a message to the abductors. The second part is a message then to Nancy, right?
I go totally back and forth on that message from Annie Guthrie. From initially, I told you this morning, I felt like she is almost like there could have been something in a ransom note or somehow like that she was told to say a certain something if she, I don't know. It just felt like a coded message. Just the language just doesn't feel normal to me of she chooses joy day after day.
Remember, the FBI helped them with this.
Sure, yeah. Passing through great trials of pain and relief and merely human. Again, I can only think about me, Chris, and I can think about the people in my life, but I just feel like those don't feel like emotions that I would think, hey, if your mom's been taken, hey, my mom means everything to me. I don't know how I'm going to go on without her, but I don't know that I'd come up with the phrase, we're all merely human and passing through great trials of pain and relief. It felt very funky. And you're right. There's a lot of eyes on this. Maybe she didn't write it for herself. Maybe
No, I
somebody,
don't think she did. I think
maybe
the FBI
crafts this and says, okay, we need you to read this now, Annie.
These are the words that are going to be the best, right?
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, chooses joy day after day. I get it. Somebody could say that. But again, it's just like, hey, every day my mom's happy. Like, I simplify it.
All right.
Our mom is our heart and our home. She is 84 years old. Her health, her heart is fragile. She lives in constant pain. She is without any medicine. She needs it to survive. She needs it not to suffer. We too have heard the reports about a ransom letter in the media.
Okay, so now they're addressing us. So it went from addressing the kidnappers to addressing mom, and now they're addressing us. And they're saying, okay, look, here's what we've heard too, right?
Which suggests to me, though, that they didn't get a ransom letter, that they've heard about it in the media. They heard about it from TMZ or KOLD, the station in Tucson, that says that they got letters.
Okay.
As a family, we are doing everything that we can. We are ready to talk.
All right, so now it's back to addressing the kidnappers.
Yes.
However, we live in a world where voices and images are easily manipulated. We need to know, without a doubt, that she is alive and that you have her.
That's got to be the most difficult phrase for anyone to ever say.
Yeah.
Can't even imagine that.
We want to hear from you, and we are ready to listen. Please reach out to us. Mommy.
Now, again, Mommy, they're humanizing it, and they're talking back to Nancy.
They're trying to talk to Mom.
Yeah.
They're hoping they can get a message to Mom, and they're also talking to these abductors.
But they say Mommy because they really want to humanize this. They want to make it so that it's not just random person chained to a radiator in the spare bedroom. Yeah. This is someone's mother whose children care for her.
Yeah, that this, hopefully that this abductor feels like, whoa, gosh, I'm having second thoughts.
Right.
I need to get this lady back to her family.
If you are hearing this, you are a strong woman. You are God's precious daughter, Nancy. We believe and know that even in this valley, He's with you. Everyone is looking for you, Mommy, everywhere. We will not rest. Your children will not rest until we are together again. We speak to you every moment, and we pray without ceasing, and we rejoice in advance for the day that we hold you in our arms again.
Incredibly painful. Incredibly painful. We still have not gotten proof of life. And that's part of what we've learned at the briefing earlier today from the Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos and then the FBI, who said there has not been a proof of life. There has not been any contact. There are still no suspects. They do believe that she was taken against her will. No suspects. And they have said, they've reiterated that this is a race against time. This is the fifth day now.
I take all these things that you're mentioning as bad signs.
I do too.
I mean, there's no way to say, we don't have a suspect. That can't be good. We don't have any proof definitively that Nancy is alive. We have not made any contact with an abductor. All these things are, maybe the FBI can look at it differently than you and I, but I look at all of it as, oh man,
bad.
Not good. Not giving up hope, but not real optimistic right now.
So what is going to crack the case? What the sheriff had to say about what he believes is going to be the break, as well as a brief rundown once again of what we know we don't know. That is next. Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, special coverage of the abduction of Nancy Guthrie, KTAR News.
It's Gatos, and I am loving my new windows from Advanced Window Products. 480-746-4280. Advanced Window Products, 40-year anniversary. I hired them in and out in a couple of days. I can see through my windows now. Now is the best time to replace your windows. You get them installed before the heat picks up. I'm sending you to a local company, a company that's been in business for over 40 years. If your windows are leaking air, discolored, mine were super discolored, not anymore, warping, I had some warp ones too, or condensation between the panes, it is time to get those windows replaced. Here's the great deal if you mention Gatos. February window special, $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. And they can prorate the discount if you have less than 10 windows. Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com or call 480-746-4280. Advanced Window Products.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app. KTAR News Flash.
At 1:46, I'm Bill O'Neill. This is what you need to know right now.
We just want her home and get and find a way to get to the bottom of all of this.
You
just
heard it.
As you do.
You heard it live here on KTAR. Investigators in Tucson revealing some new details in the search for 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie. The FBI now offering a $50,000 reward in this case. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos confirming that blood on the porch did test positive for her DNA. There is still no suspect, though, or a person of interest in this case at this time. We are going to have much more on this throughout the day. Keep it right here at KTAR News and at KTAR.com. All of our top stories coming up at 2 o'clock. For breaking news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Seeing the sunshine out there right now, maybe just a little bit of cloud cover where you are. 77 degrees for us in Mesa. Weather, in fact, conditions are perfect if you are planning on a move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at Homes2X.com.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisier, my grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior. Adventure? How about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Dave Ramsey here for the Valley's best value in replacement windows, patio doors, and entry doors. My friends at Window World will install 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, and they'll do it for one low price of $59.89, tax included. Listen, you can pay 3 or 4 times that price at other window companies, or one low upfront price with Window World. Plus, take $100 off any new patio or entry door. Window World provides the same guaranteed lowest price up front for everyone. No gimmicks and never any zip code pricing. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Get the details at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
Hey, no one needs that slow drain or standing water. Life is too short, moves too fast for a slow drain. Paul Calvisier, time for a $26 drain clear special from my guys at Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Yep, 2026 deserves a $26 drain clear from the expert plumbers at Day and Night while it lasts. Sink or shower, kitchen or bathroom, book your $26 drain clearing today at dayandnightair.com. Conditions apply. Limited time offer. dayandnightair.com.
A KTAR News special on 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizenga, host of the Chris and Joe Show. The regularly scheduled program, I guess, begins at 2 o'clock. But we are doing ongoing coverage of the abduction of Nancy Guthrie, as there was a press conference a couple of hours ago now where they kind of laid out what we know, what we don't know, including they don't have any suspects, or at least a prime suspect or a person of interest. The phrasing was a little bit odd, and I don't know if we were reading too much into it. There is no proof of life, though. The families asked for proof of life. They put out the video. You just heard the video in the last segment. And if you missed that, you'll be able to grab it on a podcast or from the YouTube channel a little bit later on. So no suspects. FBI has offered a $50,000 reward for anybody that has information that would lead to the arrest and conviction of anybody involved. They do think it's a race against time. However, this was interesting. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos believes that it is, quote, it's technology that's going to really help us solve this case. We are actively reviewing and analyzing information from all digital sources, which includes banks, social media companies, phone companies, and any other organizations where a digital footprint could have been captured. Now, this is interesting to me, too, because, Joe, as we go through our minds about what do we know, what do we not know, and part of the exercise that Joe and I did before we came on here is we said, okay, who could have done it? Was it a random stranger, a homeless person who just wandered in and it was a robbery gone bad?
Don't think so.
I don't think it is, because you're in a remote area. They covered their tracks. And I know that there was a report yesterday about a transient individual that was in someone else's backyard, but that was 10 minutes away.
Yes, it was.
And the Catalina foothills, 10 minutes can put you from a populated area into a very deserted area. All right. So I don't know which direction that 10 miles was, but the ransom demand was via crypto. And I don't see some random street urchin who's got their crypto wallet and the address handy.
Certainly feels like a
little more sophisticated,
far-fetched idea that some random person did that.
That doesn't mean that it's not a robbery gone wrong. It would just mean that it's somebody who's got a little more sophistication, right? We know that they took the camera down, which meant that we know the camera was disconnected.
Yes.
We don't know why.
That's right.
And this is where I think it's really difficult for us to not make assumptions. There was speculation about this being the brother-in-law of Savannah Guthrie, Annie Guthrie's husband. That was quickly dismissed by the authorities. They said no. And I'll tell you why I don't think that's the case.
Why you don't think he is involved?
Exactly. Okay. And I know that some people on the internet is going crazy about that, and I don't care about what Reddit thinks. The deal is that the FBI is going to come in any situation like this, and the very first people they're going to look at are the friends and family members.
Always.
And they're going to drill down, and they're going to look for alibis, and they're going to check digital footprints and all those other things. I just don't think he had anything to do with it because the authorities have basically cleared him. And why would they have done that if not?
So,
other than to make him make a mistake, but I don't think they would send Annie Guthrie back home to sleep in the same bed with the person that they believe abducted her mother. I just don't think that would be the case. So I don't think it was the brother-in-law.
Yeah, so I guess you're a little less cynical than me because whereas yesterday I didn't think it was them, the longer this goes on, I do start to think that usually when you have an abduction case, usually the abductee knows their captor or their abductor.
Usually they do, right.
It's pretty rare that it is just a random individual. But then my mind goes to, are we talking about a stalker or somebody who had an axe to grind against Savannah Guthrie?
Such a good point. And this is why this case is different than usually, because this is a celebrity family member, right? So, first of all, I don't know why you're picking Savannah Guthrie's mother, unless you are, perhaps, as you put it, a stalker or a super fan weirdo.
Yeah.
Right. Or is it just that weird coincidence robbery gone bad, which is entirely possible? Did they know who Nancy Guthrie was is a question that we don't have the answer to.
And right before we jumped on the air here at 1 o'clock as well, Becky Lynn pointed out to us, is it possible that she was communicating with someone who we don't know? Could she, she was in her 80s. Could she, she's at home. She's pretty much homebound aside from when she can get a ride from somewhere. She's not, going out and doing a lot of stuff here. Could she have had someone meet her online, a scammer of sorts, and they get a last name and they start to connect some dots and go, whoa, hey, this person could be worth some money.
Let's use some deductive reasoning to try to figure out some things that maybe we can assume. Okay. Was it one person or was it a group of people?
The longer it goes on and we don't know anything here, I start to assume it was a group of people.
Okay. Because I don't care if it's an 84-year-old woman, they're going to fight back. So one person abducting one person is kind of tough. But it doesn't mean it's not. But I also believe that someone is not doing this alone, if, in fact, it was intentional. Okay. Second, gender. Do we know who the abductor might be?
You think about cases like this, they're almost always men or majoritively men.
But if it's
we're talking a bunch of individuals,
could
be, let's say, 2 guys and a lady, potentially.
Is it someone who's local to the area? Or is it someone that traveled to get here?
I have no sense on that.
And if that's the case, depending on what that answer is it possible that she's still in Arizona?
Sure.
Or is it possible that she's been taken far away from here? It's been 5 days. You can get anywhere in the country by car in 5 days.
My guess would be it was at least somebody who had been staking out the area to be able to get in and out and not leave tracks and things like that. But it could have just been somebody with sophistication who's taken her anywhere now.
As of right now, no other press conferences are being scheduled. However, we are going to try to check in with our reporter who's been in Tucson today and was at that press conference, our continuing coverage, and then we'll get into our regularly scheduled programming. A few things happening around Arizona today, too, that we want to cover, and anything else that goes on with the Guthrie case. And Joe and I will touch on that again a little more in depth coming up here at 3 o'clock as well. Thank you for hanging out with us. Chris and Joe Show is next, KTAR News.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
Joe Fallon did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he commissioned a portrait of himself. Does Joe already know what he looks like? Yes. Do guests know what he looks like? Also yes. But not as art. It's Joe's savings, and if he wants to spend it on a velvet painting of himself with a white tiger at his feet, we say, roar, Joe, roar. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Right now is a great time to start making smarter money decisions. Dave Ramsey here. Give the outside of your home some great. You won't have to touch the exterior again for years. In fact, Rhino Shield comes with a 25-year warranty. With Rhino Shield, your home will always look like it's just been freshly painted. Guaranteed. No chipping, no flaking, no peeling, no kidding. So if you're thinking about painting your exterior with traditional paint, please call Rhino Shield first for a free estimate. Rhino Shield is perfect for the Arizona climate. Tell them Dave Ramsey sent you to receive 15% off the regular price. That's 855-487-4466 or visit rhinoshieldaz.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It is 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
Right now, we believe Nancy is still out there. We want her home.
The reward has now been increased to $50,000 to bring Tucson resident Nancy Guthrie home or for information leading to the arrest of whoever took her.
Pima County Sheriff Chris Nano says he's called in the Pima Regional Critical Incident Team made up of all local law enforcement agencies in the area. Nano says they're still waiting on the results of DNA testing, but confirmed the results of the blood splatter found outside the front door.
The results were minimal. I think you all know of the blood on the porch. That was one we did. It came back to Nancy.
He says the FBI did go into Guthrie's house last night and remove some more evidence for testing, but wouldn't say what it was. It's an all-hands-on-deck situation to bring her home. Reporting in Tucson, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Eyes on Education.
Hundreds of members of the Phoenix Union High School District community have signed a petition asking for the resignation of school board member Jeremiah Cota due to his association with far-right political groups. KTAR's education reporter Shira Tanzer joins us now live with what happened.
Yeah, Becky, Cota posted a photo at a December holiday party hosted by Republicans for National Renewal, a self-described hardcore conservative group for nationalists. This comes after Cota also tried to recite the Lord's Prayer instead of the district's land acknowledgement at an August board meeting. Esteban Flemons, president of the Phoenix Union Classroom Teachers Association, says for a district with more than 90% of students being minorities, Cota's actions are not representing the community.
Why would you be willing to serve on a governing board when you do not represent the values of the district, do not seem to appreciate the students who are here?
The petition for Cota's resignation has been signed by more than 600 people. Cota did not respond for comment. Live in the news center, Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
And you can read more Education Solutions stories at KTAR.com/education. The Arizona Department of Public Safety mourning the loss of one of their helicopter pilots and a paramedic today following a crash late last night in Flagstaff. DPS Colonel Jeffrey Glover says the chopper and the crew were called out to assist Flagstaff police in an active shooter situation. Their identities are being held pending an NTSB investigation. The historic treaty limiting U.S. and Russian deployment of the world's most dangerous nuclear weapons lapsed overnight, and there's no clear indication from Washington or Moscow on whether new talks will take place. White House spokesperson Caroline Leavitt saying today there is not, to her knowledge, a temporary agreement with Russia to stand by the terms of the New START treaty while negotiations take place. Adding this.
The president wants to have our nuclear experts work on a new, improved, and modernized treaty that can last long into the future, and that's what the United States will continue to discuss with the Russians.
When it's so readily available, it's just an easy thing to fall into.
The opioid epidemic is trending in the right direction almost everywhere else in the country, except for here in Arizona.
As the operations director of Crossroads Substance Abuse Treatment, Greg Halverson sees firsthand the number of lives torn apart by drugs. He believes in Arizona specifically, they're just too easy to access.
We're part of the pipeline. Being in the proximity that we are to Mexico, and where a lot of this, the majority of these drugs are coming from, then it's just kind of stating the obvious.
There were nearly 6,000 people who overdosed in Phoenix last year, according to the city. Statewide, the CDC reports about 2,500 died from drugs. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
On Wall Street today, things took a pretty big drop with the Dow sliding 592 points, the S&P down 84, and the NASDAQ fell 664 points. For more money news, go to the Business Center at KTAR.com. Checking traffic now, Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Chandler with a disabled vehicle on the exit ramp, I-10 Maricopa Freeway, westbound at Riggs Road. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle also on the exit ramp, State Route 51 northbound near Northern Avenue. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, clear skies, low temp of 56. We're heading for 81 today, 82 tomorrow, and staying right in there through Saturday. In Peoria, currently, though, it's 77 degrees. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Thank you so much for allowing us into your homes, cars, offices, wherever it might be, and streaming live on the KTAR News YouTube channel. Appreciate everyone that's checked in on the YouTube channel thus far as we had special coverage of the abduction of Nancy Guthrie. And by the way, our own Heidi Hummel was at that press conference this morning. She joins us right now. Heidi, did anything from that press conference stand out to you?
Yeah, Chris, a lot of new information out of today's press conference, namely what kind of came at the end during the Q&A. Special Agent Yankee said one of the ransom notes had a 5 p.m. deadline of today to send the currency. I think this was the crypto, the Bitcoin one. But we saw that the Guthrie siblings put out that video last night saying they're willing to talk to whoever took their mom, but they need proof that she's still alive. So we don't know that these ransoms are real. In fact, one of them turned out not to be real. Agent Yankee also said that they've even pressed charges against someone they're not involved in the kidnapping at all, but they did send one of the ransom notes. And we'll have more details on who that was later today from the U.S. District Attorney in Tucson.
KTAR News reporter Heidi Hummel joins us. She was at the press conference for Nancy Guthrie earlier this morning. Heidi, we still don't know where Nancy Guthrie is. We don't know who's abducted her. At that press conference, did you see any signs for optimism whatsoever?
I mean, Sheriff Nanos, Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos, he does seem optimistic. He did say, we believe she is still out there. Whether they believe she's alive or not, I don't know. He seemed hopeful that she is, but it's now been, 4 or 5 days that she hasn't had her medication that she needs daily. He did confirm that the blood splatter that we saw in front of her front door is in fact hers. So what injuries did she have when she was taken? Did she bleed out? We don't know. So just lots of, this case gets more and more bizarre the more details we get. Something else that came out of today's press conference, the surveillance cameras that were on her home, she did not have a subscription for. So that means you can only look so far back. So by the time that they found out when the cameras went off around 2 a.m. They reached out to the company who makes those cameras, and they have no surveillance footage that's available. They're not going to be able to get any footage. And the sheriff, he did say that the cameras weren't destroyed, but he said they do not have the cameras in their possession. And I saw on the front door, the camera's gone. It's missing. Someone took it. So I'm willing to bet that whoever took Nancy took the cameras down first, deactivated them before they took her. The more information we get, you guys, the more this seems like a very sophisticated crime. It was well thought out. They knew that Nancy was going to be home alone, that they have information about her. It's just bizarre.
Heidi Hammel's our KTAR News reporter who was at the press conference in Tucson today. She joins us now to discuss the abduction of Nancy Guthrie. Today's show host Savannah Guthrie's mother has been missing now for 5 days. The family put out that video this morning. They asked for proof of life. The authorities said thus far they have not had any proof of life. In fact, what did they say about communication with any potential kidnappers at all?
That they haven't had any response. There's been no information. And you know, what's that going to look like was going to be my question to the sheriff is the person who sent the ransom note supposed to send another line of communication via encrypted email to the media in Tucson or the national outlets? Are they going to send encrypted email directly to the Guthrie siblings? How are they even going to reach back out if these ransom notes are real? And that's something we talked about in the press conference as well. These other ones could be fake, right? I think the specific details that the one they're taking seriously had is about something about an Apple Watch and floodlights in the backyard. And one of the News Nation reporters mentioned, he was like, well, that information about the Apple Watch and the floodlights, that was kind of out in the media. That was out on the internet before they got these ransom notes. So, you know, who's to say that these other ransom notes are real? This could still be a robbery gone wrong, but once again, the sheriff's office will not confirm with us if anything of value was taken from the home, if this was even in fact a robbery.
Hey, Heidi, you made mention of encrypted email as far as a potential communication avenue. Do we know that if the ransom notes that had the cryptocurrency addresses on them, were those sent via encrypted email? Is that what we gather?
Yes, the one to KOLD was sent via encrypted email. I believe the one to TMZ was sent encrypted email, too. I don't think anything's coming through the snail mail anymore, guys.
Well, right, but obviously if it were not encrypted in some sort of a more sophisticated manner, then certainly it'd be easier to trace.
Yeah, exactly. And everyone's saying they want it in Bitcoin, so then, you can't trace that. I was talking to another reporter, he goes, that's not necessarily true, just because...
It's just harder, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So we were talking about like someone in Tucson could have taken Nancy, and then the crypto address that has been verified, but they don't know who's connected to it. That could be like another country in Africa, right? So now that so much law enforcement is involved, like all across southern Arizona and up to the FBI, I believe FBI Director Kash Patel is supposed to get here next week. They could be sending FBI to a different country to go track down where this crypto, this Bitcoin address came from, to go see who's connected to it, if in fact it is real or not. We are coming up on that 5 o'clock deadline for one of them. They also said there's a later deadline. There's a second deadline that's been pushed back. I don't know if that's from a different note. So just so bizarre, this ransom situation. It's so difficult to figure out whether it's real or not. And of course, the Guthrie siblings won't be sending anything unless they get proof of life, which they've yet to get. And the FBI agent there, Keith Yonke, he did mention that they helped the Guthrie siblings with that video that they put out last night. It was scripted. You can kind of almost tell there's a ring light on them. I believe the FBI was there with them when they filmed it. And it's detailed, right? The first half of it, it's about 3 minutes. They're trying to humanize their mom, right? How much they love her, how good of a person she is. We kind of saw that from some of the agents at the press conference today. Like, if you're involved in this or know something about the people who are involved, come forward. They're trying to empathize with the human side of whoever did this and say, return Nancy home.
Our own KTAR News reporter Heidi Hammel joins us. Heidi, you've been at all these press conferences as they've been taking place. Have you heard any speculation from the Pima County Sheriff or the FBI in regards to motive, whether that's ransom, revenge, a grudge? I'm sure there's been questions about it, but have they hinted at anything?
No, they're not even willing to say that it's targeted. It could be targeted because she's the mother of, NBC Today Show host Nancy Guthrie. It could not be targeted. This could still be random. If these ransom notes turn out not to be legit. It was mentioned, and they said they won't confirm either way. They're keeping both options open, whether it was random or whether it was targeted attack.
All right, Heidi Hummel, our KTAR News reporter who was at the press conference today in Tucson. Appreciate your time there, Heidi. Thank you so much.
Guys.
Yeah. 5 p.m. deadline, and one of the questions that was asked in the press conference is 5 p.m. where?
Yeah, and that could be a little bit of a clue as well. I mean, if that's 5 o'clock Arizona, that could mean, hey, this is somebody who's local to the area.
Yeah.
If it's 5 o'clock Eastern or 5 o'clock Pacific, you're opening up the search again.
Absolutely.
To just about anyone.
So when it comes to tracing crypto here, let's suppose just operating with the assumption that the ransom note is legit, and we don't know this.
You told me the other day that you've had some Bitcoin in your life.
Sure.
I know. I've heard of Bitcoin. I've heard of some of the different cryptocurrencies. I know next to nothing about it, but you said that it's not completely untraceable. Can you give me a little detail?
Yes. So the way it works is a public ledger. And your wallet is like your checking account number.
Okay.
Okay. So if I give you my checking account number, you can send money to my checking account, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So think of it that way. The deal is, though, that we don't know who's attached to that account.
We don't know who's attached to a wallet, per se?
Exactly. So think of a wallet like a checking account number.
It could just be a number.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, so just a bunch of numbers. We don't have a name attached to the numbers.
Now, one of the things that you can do with crypto is you can send it from, it's really easy to create another wallet and another wallet. I mean, you could create dozens of wallets in no time at all. And you could send it from wallet A to wallet B to wallet C to wallet D.
You can launder it.
No. And here's why.
Okay.
The ledger is public. So because the ledger is public, if there's money coming out of wallet A, it will say where that money went. Okay. And then it shows up in wallet B.
Okay.
And then it goes from wallet B to wallet C.
Even if you're parting it out?
Even if you're parting it out.
Okay.
Every penny is tracked publicly. What's not public is who's attached to those numbers. So the ledger is public.
Okay.
The person attached to it is not. Now, normally, if it's you and me, then what we would do is we would have an account with one of these companies that allows you to buy or sell Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and we would have it come from say the checking account. Again, I'm saying checking account like that's your Bitcoin wallet, and we would say, okay, now transfer that to my actual bank account. Turn that into actual money and send it to my bank account.
Yep.
Okay, for you and I, nobody's tracking that. But for the FBI, because they can track it from wallet A to wallet B to wallet C to wallet D, and eventually it ends up getting withdrawn. And because of there have been a number of regulations added, what they call know your customer regulations. So they know if you have a Coinbase account, in order for that Coinbase account to operate, it didn't used to be this way in the early days, but you had to know who it was.
So Coinbase might know, for instance.
Coinbase would know who is attached to whatever the wallet is that's withdrawing.
Are they required or obligated to work with the FBI?
Yes.
Are they going to cite, because I know issues come up with iPhones the time where they don't have to work with the cops and say, hey, we're going to get you into that phone.
Because of laws that have been passed in the United States, these know your customer laws. The same thing you do if you open a brokerage account. You have to know your customer so that there isn't laundering going on, right?
Okay.
So you have to know the customer. And as a result of that, you have to play by the rules of the SEC.
Okay.
Okay. And so the FBI can then get a warrant and say, okay, Coinbase, we need to investigate. We see that this came to this place and it was withdrawn to an actual account. We've got a warrant. It's legitimate. You have to play ball. And Coinbase says, okay, here's what we got. Boom.
If it's withdrawn.
If it's withdrawn. What if it's not withdrawn?
You tell me.
What's the point?
Sounds like it could all just be a big runaround.
Right, but I mean, if you're asking for millions of dollars,
right, but
you can't get it. That's the deal. Is that to track them means that they have to try to get the money. They can't get the money.
But money may
without
not,
getting tracked.
Money may not even be the motive here. This whole ransom could be a diversion.
But I'm just telling you that if the idea is we're going to pay a ransom, they can track that. They can track it.
Sure.
So this idea that it's untraceable, that doesn't hold water like it did even just a couple of years ago.
If they actually sent the money and they withdrew it.
And that person tried to get the money. Yeah. Yes, exactly right. Okay. We do want to shift a little bit because we have a good deal of Arizona news information happening today. In fact, I ran into somebody. This is one of the things I love about working at this station, especially because this station is in a capital city. And that is that you never know who you're going to see. Tuesday, if you wandered through the station, you saw the governor.
Mm-hmm.
Today, I walked into the men's room and I bumped into the Secretary of State. I was, hey, fancy meeting you here.
Mm-hmm.
So I had a little talk about him, and I said, looks like you got a little competition coming up here in the coming race. And he said, maybe? And I thought, that's really interesting. He said, yeah, nobody's actually announced that they're going to run against him on the Republican ticket. We'll tell you who's kicking it around and why the politicians that you choose aren't even calling their own shots in the election. That's next. The Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, we check today's top story with Becky Lynn.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:18. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now.
Blood on the porch. It came back to Nancy.
As you heard live here on KTAR, Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos did confirm DNA evidence found on the front porch of 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie is indeed hers. Sheriff Nanos revealing there is still no suspect or person of interest identified at this point. Special agent in charge of the Phoenix FBI office, Heath Yonke, had this message.
To those imposters who are trying to take advantage and profit from this situation, we will investigate and ensure you are held accountable for your actions.
One person has been arrested for an imposter ransom note, and investigators say cameras were disconnected Sunday morning around 2 a.m., and Nancy's pacemaker was disconnected just a half hour later. The FBI now offering a $50,000 reward for anyone with information regarding this case. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Weather-wise, we're heading for 81 for a high today, 82 tomorrow, and staying in the low 80s right through Sunday. Plenty of sunshine. Right now, in Levine, it's 77. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move with Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at Homes2X.com.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
We'll have more on the Guthrie abduction coming up here at 3 o'clock, including checking in with our TV partners. Ashley Holden was at the press conference earlier today. We'll see what she was able to glean from the things that the sheriff, Chris Nanos, and then the FBI agent had to say at that press conference. In the meantime, I heard Gina Swoboda was on with the boys last night of Outspoken. She's the former chair of the GOP in Arizona.
And she had indicated that she was, I want to be real careful with my word choice here. She was the former chair of the Republican Party here in Arizona, and then she was pursuing the seat that will be vacated by David Schweikert, which we now know Jay Feely is also interested in running for. And President Trump had endorsed both Gina Swoboda and Jay Feely for that seat.
One of those double endorsements.
Yes, but Swoboda had not, what's the right wording on this, had not committed that she was going to run for that seat.
Okay.
How do you
So
I want
what
to
they
get the
do,
verbiage right.
yeah,
there.
they file what they call a statement of interest.
There you go.
Right. So they file a statement of interest that they want to run for the seat, and then they go gather signatures because you have to have enough signatures to qualify for the ballot.
Yeah.
So basically, she hadn't turned in her signatures yet. So she was running in that congressional district. And then all of a sudden, Jay Feely comes along, who's got a lot of support from President Trump, a former athlete.
Big name recognition in the Valley.
Exactly. And he's MAGA. And Gina Swoboda doesn't have the kind of MAGA credentials, and Turning Point USA doesn't like her at all.
No.
They think Rhino. She's more established. I mean, she's more historically conservative. Is that a fair statement? I don't want it to sound like I want it to sound accurate, not like I'm trying to paint her as one thing.
I think that's very fair.
Okay. So now she's filed another statement of interest for a different seat, for the Secretary of State. Well, that's interesting. So
you can only go for one.
Yeah. So why did she do that?
Why do I think she did? I think she did because I think she looks at Jay Feely as a big name, somebody who's entered this race after her, who likely will swallow up a lot of the air in the room that would certainly reduce or potentially kill her chances at winning a primary for the GOP.
Okay, so tougher path.
Much tougher.
Yeah.
Not just a little tougher, a lot tougher.
I don't think Gina's afraid of the fight. I think she switches because she was told to.
Okay.
I think what happens is the only person who's filed any statement of interest for the Secretary of State's office is Representative Alexander Colladin, who we've had on the show before.
Yep.
He's a little bit kooky.
He is MAGA.
he's MAGA, but he's also kooky MAGA.
He's got some out there ideas.
Marjorie Taylor Greene type Jewish space lasers MAGA, right?
Sure.
Okay. So that's where Cullen is. And the GOP goes, okay, he's going to get smoked in a general. They know that if there's a debate, Fontes will back him into a corner, make him say something dumb, and then all of a sudden that'll be the headline. And they go, oh, this is going to make us look really bad. We don't want that. So the GOP takes a look at who else could we run in that race. And they go, Gina, Feely's running against you. It's going to be a tough race. It's going to cost a lot of money. Or you could take your war chest, and why don't you put yourself into this race for the statewide seat? Now, why the statewide seat instead of Congress? Well, I think from a strategic standpoint, the party says, look, Feely can go to Congress, and he can be a Tommy Tuberville type former
Auburn,
jock.
Or Auburn football coach,
Right.
Tommy Tuberville.
A jock who basically just does what the party tells him to do. Rubber stamp whatever the party things are in D.C. Whereas if you were to win the race for Secretary of State, you got to have some skills, right? I mean, you can't hide behind 434 other people. You are out front and center. And I think the GOP goes, Gina, you could handle that.
I think both require skills. I think one Secretary of State requires a more intimate knowledge of Arizona as well.
And politics.
Which Swoboda, as the
And
former
elections.
GOP chair of Arizona, definitely knows statewide politics pretty well.
She's way more qualified for Secretary of State than Jay Feely is. So I think the party goes, we got to have somebody running the statewide seat that stands a chance. Feely ain't that guy. We've got the other ones running for governor right now, and we're going to let them duke it out. So I think the party says to Swoboda, we want you over here. And the party's supposed to stay out of the primaries.
No, they're not staying out of anything. And I would box with you as well on, you said Gina's not afraid of a fight. I agree with you on that. But I also think she is a very intelligent person as well, too.
Agreed.
And she's not going to waste her time on a fight where she knows either A, the party doesn't want her involved, or she does realize, hey, this person I could be going up against in Jay Feely has big name recognition, and this might be a fight that I can't win or where the deck will be stacked against me.
She's already made one major screw up, though.
Oh?
Yeah, major screw up. And this is why aren't the politicians that you choose calling the shots in their own elections? Swoboda said she's filed a statement of interest to run for Secretary of State, but she's not actually in the race yet because she's still waiting for Donald Trump to say it's okay. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Can you just imagine if Greg Stanton, Congressman Greg Stanton or Congresswoman Adelaida Grijalva put out a statement saying that they wanted to run for the superintendent of schools or something, but they had to wait for Biden to sign off on that? The GOP would have a field day.
Biden's not Trump, though, too. Trump is
He's not on the ballot
unlike any others.
I agree with you, but the Democrats are going to go, she's just doing whatever. She's waiting for somebody else to tell her what to do. That's not leadership. And I like Gina. I genuinely like Gina. I think she's a good person. I think she's a good politician. I think she'd be good at whatever job if she wins it. But that was a major screw up to say, I can't think for myself. I have to have Trump tell me what to do. That's terrible.
So that definitely will not play well to a really clued in voter. But how many voters are going to look at something like that a few months down the road when it gets down to Fontes and Swoboda? How much advantage can Fontes actually take of that reality?
Depends on his marketing. It depends on his campaign machine and how much they go after her and say, Gina Swoboda, not a leader, not for Arizona. And they just keep pounding those quotes over and over and over again. I mean, we see that all the time in politics.
Sure, but I mean, I just wonder how much is it going to also ultimately just come down to Adrian Fontes, D, against Gina Swoboda, an R. And what are the independents? How do they end up breaking? Do they go to what you just said right there, which could certainly be a deciding factor, or does it again go where Trump's name is not on the ballot, but it's really Trump who's on the ballot again, and people have to decide: do we want the person who had his endorsement, who's got the business kind of acumen, or do we go with the person who's been there and we go away from Trump?
Look back to 2018. I mean, Trump wasn't on the ballot, but the Democrats made him on the ballot, and when they did, the Democrats had a wave in 2018, right? And I think they're going to do everything they can to try to make this a referendum on Donald Trump in not only congressional races, but also the statewide races. And so I think this was a major misstep by Swoboda. That's not the only party, though. As I'm talking about, maybe the GOP is calling shots. There's another Arizona party that seems to be calling shots as well and doesn't seem to care about what the candidates think. Who's that? Next. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
February is Heart Health Month. Heart disease is the #1 killer in America, and studies show drinking more water is good for your heart. That's easy to do when it's great tasting Connecticut water right from your tap. Connecticut's K5 drinking water station is currently 20% off if you mention Gatos. Homeowners get 2 Renaissance Festival tickets with a free in-home water analysis and consultation. If married, spouse must participate. While supplies last, visit Aquazona.com. Aquazona is the exclusive independent Connecticut dealer for Phoenix and Tucson.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Gradual breakers. You keep your eyes on the road, so you've seen it all. As long as it all happened directly in front of you, like a Swedish masseuse, your foot knows exactly the right amount of pressure to apply to the brake. That's why your passengers feel totally relaxed with you behind the wheel and occasionally super sleepy. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
Are you stuck staring at your W-2? Are tax refund worries holding you back? You probably have FOMO, the fear of messing up. The fix? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. It's time to overcome your fear of messing up and get your taxes done right. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Hit by a drunk driver who chose to get behind the wheel? Hit by a reckless driver who didn't care about the safety of others? It starts an endless road of pain, uncertainty, and financial hardship. If you've been hit, it's time to hit back.
Call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7, all the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second. That's not a crowd. That's a small city. And it's the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. 40,000 people have said stop before a knee or hip replacement. There has to be another way. And they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using cellular-level treatments to revitalize joint tissue naturally. Today, patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics, right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science. Treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime. The sooner you start, the faster inflammation will ease and slow down osteoarthritis progression that's causing your pain. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:32. I'm Becky Lynn.
The president and I were watching the press conference about the search for Savannah Guthrie's mother.
As local authorities work leads in the search for missing Tucson woman Nancy Guthrie, the White House now has taken an interest. KTAR's Balin Overstoles is live in the News Center to tell us more.
Yeah, Becky, it's been about 4 days since 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie was first reported missing afternoon on Sunday. Arizona Pima County law enforcement and the FBI working together on the case. And White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt also saying today,
the president, as you all know, spoke directly with Savannah yesterday and told her that the federal government is here to help. Any requests that are made by state and local officials in the search of Miss Guthrie will absolutely be accommodated.
And the FBI is investigating ransom notes, one of which it continues to look into. But Special Agent in charge of the FBI Phoenix Field Office, Heath Yonke, saying there hasn't been any communications back. Another has already led to an arrest of a reported imposter with a fake ransom. Live in the News Center, Balin Overstoles, KTAR News.
And a person's been arrested in connection with a 2019 homicide. Phoenix police say 21-year-old Kevin Ramirez is in custody over the shooting death of 18-year-old Ethan de Rivera. In October of 2019, officers responded to a report of gunshots in West Phoenix and discovered de Rivera shot in his car. Police ask anyone who may have more information to call Silent Witness at 480-WITNESS or 480-TESTIGO.
Eyes on Education.
Community members in the Phoenix Union High School District are calling for the resignation of a board member over political affiliation. More than 600 people have signed a petition for Jeremiah Cota to step down after he posted a picture at a Republicans for Renewal event. The group describes itself as a hardcore conservative group for nationalists. Cota was also involved in an incident in August where he tried to say the Lord's Prayer instead of the district's land acknowledgement before a board meeting. Cota did not respond for comment. You can read more Education Solutions stories at ktar.com/education. It is the end of the line for an iconic breakfast drink.
Frozen orange juice first appeared in 1946 when Vacuum Foods Corporation shipped the first cans, calling it Minute Maid. It was a lot easier to plop the concentrated juice into a pitcher and mix it with water than to squeeze all those oranges by hand. Coca-Cola bought Minute Maid in 1960 and 13 years later introduced ready-to-drink orange juice. Now, due to falling demand, Minute Maid frozen concentrate will no longer be available as the company focuses on fresh juices instead. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Let's check those roads. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash in the right-hand shoulder, I-17 northbound at Rose Garden Lane. Tolleson with a crash in the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway, eastbound near 91st Avenue. And Phoenix again with a crash in the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Agua Fria, westbound near the I-17 transition. This report is brought to you by Dolphin Pools. Dolphin Pools is Arizona's top-rated builder. Just read the reviews, lock in 2025 pricing now, and get a free tavern tie-in included. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Heading for 81 today for a high. Overnight, clear skies in 56 and 82 tomorrow. It's 78 currently in Queen Creek. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move with Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free. Full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
It's Gatos. Savannah Guthrie has a message to the people who took her mother. Is this going to help her mom get released by whoever has kidnapped her? We're going to talk about it. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos at 4.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. On air, online. It's streaming live in the KTAR News YouTube channel. Joe, we'll have an update on the Guthrie abduction coming up here at 3 o'clock.
I thought you just said Joe will have an update on the Guthrie abduction.
Joe, we'll have an update.
Yes, we will. Mm-hmm.
So we were just talking about Gina Swoboda, who's filed documents to run in 2 different races.
Was the former Arizona GOP chair.
Had been running for Schweikert's seat, which he's abandoning to run for governor.
Yeah.
And then she just filed papers this week to a statement of interest to run for the Secretary of State.
Now, that's all true. Now, we did an interview earlier this week with a gentleman named Hugh Lytle, who is running for governor as a member of the Arizona Independent Party.
Yeah.
Now,
by the way, I got hosed on that interview.
How so?
Well, so he talked with us on, what was it, Monday or Tuesday, right?
I think it was Tuesday.
And then whatever it was, the next day, Broomhead had him
Yesterday.
on. Right, and he referenced back to us.
Yeah.
And he said that I told him that he had a 0% chance of winning.
He said your name exactly. He said, yesterday Chris said I had a 0% chance of winning.
I didn't say that.
No, you didn't.
I didn't even get credit for my bold prediction.
This booger did, but now Hugh Lytle thinks I'm the one that doesn't give him a chance in hell.
And he said he was inspired by that, actually.
Oh, see, I'm inspiring people, Chris. But I do, for the record, Hugh, I hope that I'm wrong and that you have a 0% chance to win. As somebody who is an independent here in Arizona, I like more people being involved in the races, not less, but I don't feel like you do have a great chance to win. And it seems like his party, the Arizona Independent Party, has some issues going on too. When he talked with Broomhead Chris, he said he invites more people to challenge him and oppose him for a potential primary. But also this week, a story circulated involving the party chair, Paul Johnson, who we've also interviewed here on this show. And Paul Johnson said he wants Hugh Lytle to be the candidate and is discouraging another person and other persons to potentially enter the race. So what's the truth here?
Yeah. So Terry Hurahan is the other person who is
registered right now
to be in the primaries and face off against Hugh Lytle, who was our guest that Joe said had 0% chance of winning.
Yeah. And Paul Johnson says...
The chair says, no, you need to get out of the way so that Hugh can be the nominee come November.
And Hugh says, no, I'm ready to take on all challengers. And didn't specifically call out Terry Hurahan, but said, I welcome anybody to enter the race. So is Paul Johnson doing the, how do I phrase this? The dirty work of Hugh Lytle and tells Hugh Lytle, hey, invite everybody to come in. But as the chair of the party, I'm going to try to discourage them from running. And you just said a few minutes ago a very good point. You said the party's not supposed to be involved in this.
Right.
And yet you've got the party chair essentially, I'm going to say, endorsing a candidate.
Yeah, not essentially. They absolutely are endorsing a candidate. In fact, Johnson said there's nothing unfair or wrong about the decision to back Lytle. Hurahan telling Capital Media Services that Johnson, who said he was speaking on behalf of all the party leaders, tried to get her to withdraw so that Hugh Lytle, the designated favorite, would have a clear, unopposed chance to ensure his name on the ballot. So how does it... Here's what I know about the other parties. Now, whether they do it or whether they say they do it are two different things. But the parties, the state parties, generally don't involve themselves in the primary races as far as endorsing one or another, picking a favorite, giving a heads up to one or the other. They try not to pick winners and losers.
They seem to be now.
Well, we just discussed that happening with the GOP, where I'm telling you, behind the scenes, they said, Gina, you'd be a better Secretary of State than you would a Congresswoman, because we could win both these races. Whereas if you run in Congress against Jay Feely, that means that one of you is going to lose, and you're going to get smoked by Fontes. Now, I think Fontes is a stronger candidate anyway, but just the same, I think the GOP is calculating those two races. In this case, though, they're not even beating around the bush. The Arizona Independent Party has just said, no, we already picked our winner.
So is that a sign of just the politics of now, or is this a direction that we're increasingly going to be going? Is this an anomaly? Is this a one-off that, hey, here in Arizona, we're seeing some of this? Or is this increasingly what we're going to see across the nation and more of here in Arizona in future years?
Let me separate this out, because it's a good question. And that is that I believe in the case of Swoboda going from CD1 to Secretary of State, I think that was kind of a backroom conversation that was had. And I think those have always happened.
Okay.
I mean, we know that because Carrie Lake surreptitiously recorded, the former...
I know who you mean. I'm blanking on his name.
Me too.
He was involved with NASA for a while.
No, it wasn't Ruben. No. She had that... Jeff DeWitt.
Yes.
I couldn't come up with it. Jeff DeWitt.
Had it. You were thinking Witt something, but it's Jeff DeWitt.
Jeff DeWitt. Yep. And so Jeff DeWitt was with the party, and he said, hey, Carrie, if you just kind of step back right now, give it a run in a couple of years, you're going to have our full support. She recorded that, thought that she had some bombshell that was going to break the race open and destroy the Republicans, and she basically just destroyed herself.
And Jeff DeWitt, too.
She took him down. It was a suicide mission is what it was. She just didn't realize that she was a kamikaze until it was too late.
Yeah.
Now, when it comes to the Arizona Independent Party, I think what's happening there is it's a fledgling party that has limited resources, and they don't want to see anybody have to expend those resources early on.
Do you think Hugh Lytle doesn't want to really have a challenger, or do you think he really is cool with everybody challenging him?
Who wants a challenger?
He publicly came out and said he's open to a challenger.
Yeah, but also the Capital Times is reporting that Hugh Lytle and the party leaders have asked her to drop out of the race.
See, I heard Hugh Lytle,
I'm telling you from the report,
Broomhead a day after us,
right,
publicly say, I invite all challengers to come on and challenge
me. Which I think is the right
me.
thing to say.
Well, yeah, I mean, because your point earlier in the week, too, was let this sort itself out. Let the person who gets the most votes
That's what I think.
Kind of speak for itself.
But here's the thing. This party is so young. They really don't know. I don't want to say that they don't know what they're doing. They have such limited resources, they have to be very cautious. And everybody wants a bye week. As much as we talk about in sports that, oh my goodness, those teams that had a bye week came out flat, and 3 of the 4 teams that had a bye week lost. Ask any team that had to play the week before if they would rather have a bye week. They'd all say, yeah, we want a bye week because that's guaranteed advancement to the next round. Everybody wants a bye week. So I don't blame him for wanting a bye week and saying, I think she should drop out. But what makes me feel icky inside is the idea that the party is somehow behind it, because that doesn't feel very independent.
Well, it's not somehow the party's behind it. You've got the party chair openly saying it.
Yeah, and proud of it. He's like, I'm not ashamed. Yep. This is what I do. You tap your phone, they wave you on through. You pull out cash, and it's no soup for you. Arizona lawmakers want to make sure that you can still make it rain for soup. That's next. I'm trying to mix different, things. I've pulled stuff out of the 90s and then out of the 2010s.
It's not good.
Well, making it rain for soup. It's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Join KTAR in Tempe April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
It's Gatos, and I am loving my new windows from Advanced Window Products. 480-746-4280. Advanced Window Products, 40-year anniversary. I hired them in and out in a couple of days. I can see through my windows now. Now is the best time to replace your windows. You get them installed before the heat picks up. I'm sending you to a local company, a company that's been in business for over 40 years. If your windows are leaking air, discolored, mine were super discolored, not anymore, warping, I had some warped ones too, or condensation between the panes, it is time to get those windows replaced. Here's the great deal if you mention Gatos. February window special, $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. And they can prorate the discount if you have less than 10 windows. Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com or call 480-746-4280. Advanced Window Products.
Big tax changes this year could mean a bigger refund, and Jackson Hewitt knows how to get you your biggest. You'll get $100 just to try us. That won't make you filthy rich, but definitely gas plus groceries rich. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back, which would make you low-key loaded. Or at least wealthy adjacent? Go with our trusted pros and get $100 to switch. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Mountainside Fitness has 25 valley-wide locations, and they've been keeping the valley healthy for 35 years. Join today with $0 enrollment and your first 30 days free. Enjoy full-service locker rooms, free towel service, over 70 fitness classes every week, wellness amenities, interactive childcare, and a massive selection of cardio and strength equipment. MountainsideFitness.com. Experience that Mountainside difference.
Life Changer Loan combines your mortgage and your checking account into one. It allows you to deposit money immediately, reduce your loan principal. Keep full access to your money 24/7. The loan helps borrowers avoid hundreds and thousands of dollars in mortgage interest. Why wouldn't you do it? Take advantage of your good credit score. You go to their website, lifechangerloan.com. It's not magic, it's just math. Lifechangerloan.com. Don't forget the address. Do it now. Lifechangerloan.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:48. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. The White House is distancing itself from comments made by former advisor Steve Bannon. On his podcast Tuesday, Bannon called on the Trump administration to deploy immigration agents to polling places for the midterm elections this November. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt was asked about that comment.
I can't guarantee that an ICE agent won't be around a polling location in November. I mean, that's frankly a very silly hypothetical question. But what I can tell you is I haven't heard the president discuss any formal plans to put ICE outside of polling locations. It's a disingenuous question.
According to the Brennan Center for Justice, it is illegal under federal and state laws for federal law enforcement agents to patrol polling places, except if forces are needed to repel armed enemies of the U.S. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. We're looking for a high today of 81, and we are already up to 78 in Phoenix at Sky Harbor. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
For nearly 25 years, Primavera has helped thousands of Arizona students succeed with an accredited world-class education, tuition-free and right from home. If your child struggles in a traditional school setting, Primavera Online can help. We serve Arizona K-12 students with flexible, personalized learning that fits every student's needs. See how Primavera can help your family today. Don't wait. Enroll now at ChoosePrimavera.com. That's ChoosePrimavera.com.
Dave Ramsey here for the Valley's best value in replacement windows, patio doors, and entry doors. My friends at Window World will install 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, and they'll do it for one low price of $59.89, tax included. Listen, you can pay 3 or 4 times that price at other window companies, or one low upfront price with Window World. Plus, take $100 off any new patio or entry door. Window World provides the same guaranteed lowest price up front for everyone. No gimmicks and never any zip code pricing. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Get the details at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
It's Gatos. Savannah Guthrie has a message to the people who took her mother. Is this going to help her mom get released by whoever has kidnapped her? We're going to talk about it. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos at 4.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News on air, online, streaming live on the KTAR News YouTube channel. Thank you to the people who are jumping onto the YouTube channel. They've taken a good hard look at Joe's coat, and they believe he should be thrown back in the ocean. We will be giving an update on what we know about the Nancy Guthrie abduction coming up here after 3 o'clock. There was a press conference earlier today, and a lot of details But I would say far more details were not delivered by the sheriff and by the FBI. They're really trying to get the word out to get the public's help without telling the public too much.
Well, I don't think they've told the public much of anything. Every time it's opened up for questions from the media, you can tell that the FBI and the Pima County sheriffs are trying to thoroughly answer questions without really providing answers to questions. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
They're not simply saying yes or no or providing detail, but they also don't want to confuse or mislead. I don't think they have a lot of answers the longer this goes on.
We will we'll dive more into that here right after Becky Lynn's 3 o'clock news. First, did you see, we were talking about Arizona politics, but did you have to see one of the laws that are being kicked around right now? You know, this is the season where the lawmakers get together and they come up with their schemes while they're supposed to be working on the budget.
I've seen all kinds of crazy things being thrown out there. Which one are you referring to?
I'm talking about the cash only. Well, not cash only, but the must accept cash law.
I did see that for purchases under $100, correct?
Yeah.
Oh.
How do I feel about that?
Well, that's a great question. How about you answer how you feel about that?
I'm really torn, and here's why.
Mm-hmm.
I do think literally it is our currency. Mm-hmm. In the Constitution, that's it, mm-hmm. right? And cash is king. Cash is supposed to be accepted anywhere. On the other hand, also, businesses can do whatever they want. And if the idea of carrying cash is not in a business's best interest, then why would we tell them that they have to do something that inconveniences them? Inconvenience. I'm not drunk.
So you're just conflicted, is what you are.
Yeah, mm-hmm. and slurring.
And where I run into issues with this is I don't mind so much if I'm going into a small business here in Arizona. Where it does grind my gears a little bit is if I'm going to a concert downtown, where the Suns play, and if I'm going to go watch the Suns, things like that. When I go to the arenas, things like that, and they only take a card at times, I'm like, no, well, why can't I use my cash here?
Yeah, but what does that mean if you do other things like parking? Where it's like they only take your card at the parking garage. Well, that's less than $100. So do we now have to have somebody taking cash at all the parking garages?
The parking, again, it doesn't really bother me. For whatever reason, it's inside when I get in there.
I'm telling you that the parking will now require it.
I know.
So now they have to invest in a bunch of kiosks or start paying somebody?
Which I hate because it's going to be tougher to get inside because now I am going to end up behind the one guy who wants to pay nickels.
Sounds like a bunch of Teamster union stuff, pulling the strings of the legislators here, trying to mandate that they hire people. Very progressive politics happening in Arizona right now. Very progressive. Very anti-business climate. Kind of stuff you see out of New York, New Jersey. That's what it is. Nancy Guthrie is still missing, and you've heard about the family's plea to her abductors. What they said and why we might be hurting the case is next on The Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000.
This President's Day, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Benjamin Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G service. What's up with that? Ben Franklin wasn't even a president. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be in business with an American wireless company that supports our vets in a big way and keeps all their customer service in this country. That's important. And You'll be on the same towers the big carriers use, so you'll get the same 5G service without the inflated price. So hang on to your Benjamins and switch to Pure Talk for a Jackson and a Lincoln. No contract, no hidden fees. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll get 50% off your first month when you switch. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, for an American wireless company that is truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource Water. Your tap water isn't as clean as you think. City water is full of contaminants, including chlorine that cities use to treat it. At LifeSource, we believe your water should support your family's health. Our whole house system delivers filtered water from every tap, even your showers. For over 40 years, we've proudly built every system right here in the USA. Call our factory today at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
Warranty limitations apply.
Sure, there's more than one roofing company, but there's only one roofing contractor of the year, America Roofing. Yep, America Roofing, just rated #1 in Arizona, and that is reason enough. But you know what? So many more reasons. When you're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, family owned and operated for over a quarter century, 500 employees statewide, home or business, repair or replace, and we've had America Roofing do both at Casa Galvisi Plus. Right now, save 12% at americaroofingco.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Low T, start for free. For a limited time, Red Mountain Weight Loss, and when you mention Gatos, will waive your startup fee. Gain muscle, lose fat, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Guys, get real testosterone available only by prescription from the doctors at Red Mountain. If you feel tired, you're sluggish, you're losing focus at times, call the doctors at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Testosterone therapy, a true game changer. It'll also help you lose weight. Guys, you're not alone. Men today have 20% less testosterone than their dads did. Red Mountain offers convenient online video appointments, so there's no waiting or driving to an office. You know, Red Mountain also has medications for ED and a prescription-only formula that'll actually put hair back on your head. It's called Hair Growth RX, and it's helping guys reverse hair loss for good. A lot of different reasons to go to Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain. Tell them Gatos sent you.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 3 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. At least one ransom note in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie in Tucson has been found to be fake.
FBI Special Agent Heath Yonke says charges have been filed in that case. As for the other ransoms, Yonke adds the Guthrie family has received no response after putting out a video last night saying they're ready to talk with whoever took their mother, but need proof she's still alive.
As with every lead, we are taking it seriously. We are in communication with the family. And while we advise and recommend from a law enforcement perspective, any action taken on any ransom is ultimately decided by the family.
There is now a $50,000 reward for information that brings Nancy home. Reporting in Tucson, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Eyes on Education.
Hundreds of members of the Phoenix Union High School District community have signed a petition asking for the resignation of school board member Jeremiah Cota due to his association with far-right political groups. KTAR education reporter Shira Tanzer joins us live with more on what happened.
Yeah, Becky, Cota posted a photo at a December holiday party hosted by Republicans for National Renewal, a self-described hardcore conservative group for nationalists. This comes after Cota also tried to recite the Lord's Prayer instead of the district's land acknowledgement at an August board meeting. Esteban Flemons, president of the Phoenix Union Classroom Teachers Association, says for a district with more than 90% of students being minorities, COTA's actions are not representing the community.
Why would you be willing to serve on a governing board when you do not represent the values of the district, do not seem to appreciate the students who are here?
The petition for COTA's resignation has been signed by more than 600 people. COTA did not respond for comment. Live in the News Center, Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
You can read more education solution stories at KTAR.com/education. More than 6 years after a Phoenix man was found shot in his car, an arrest has been made in that case.
Phoenix police say 21-year-old Kevin Ramirez has been arrested in connection with the murder of 18-year-old Ethan De Rivera. De Rivera was found by officers in October of 2019 near 67th Avenue and McDowell Road. He was taken to a hospital but later died from his injuries. Police stress the investigation is not over and asks anyone with information to call Silent Witness at 480-WITNESS or 480-TESTIGO. You can remain anonymous and be eligible for an up to $2,000 reward. William Padmore, KTAR News.
Time for the KTAR Timeline now with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by the Attitudes Campus.
It's February 5th. And back on this day in 1971, Apollo 14 astronauts walked on the moon.
4, 3, 2, 1.
The Apollo 14 mission was the third time humans landed on the moon and the first time they landed in the lunar highlands. The plan was to collect lunar samples, explore the moon, compare the moon's evolution to Earth, and set up a remote data collection station. The mission was originally scheduled for 1970, but was postponed because of the investigation following the failure of Apollo 13 to reach the moon's surface, plus the need for modifications to the shuttle. Commander Alan Shepard, Command Module Pilot Stuart Rusa, and Lunar Module Pilot Edgar Mitchell launched on their 9-day mission on Sunday, January 31st. And it wasn't until 5 days later, Alan and Edgar would become the 5th and the 6th person to ever walk on the moon. And it wasn't just some quick walk in the park. They explored the moon's surface for 4 hours. And it happened back on this day in 1971.
Time to check the roads. Let's go to Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Mesa with a crash blocking the right-hand lane. Loop 202, Santan Freeway, southbound near Elliott Road. Tempe, debris on the right-hand shoulder. US 60, Superstation Freeway, westbound near Rural Road. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle blocking the HOV lane. I-17 northbound near Thunderbird Road. This report is brought to you by Dolphin Pools. Dolphin Pools is Arizona's top-rated builder. Just read the reviews, lock in 2025 pricing now, and get a free Tavertine included. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
81 for the high today, and then 56 overnight, staying there in the low 80s Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It's 78 currently in Queen Creek. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
And let's remember, coming up here on April 11th for Pat's Run, it's a 4.2-mile run, walk for me, run for Joe, that honors Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
You're doing that? I can put you down for that?
It'd be more of a stroll, lazy. Yeah. Right. Put me down as a maybe.
Oh, no, I just heard you say you're committed.
If I were there, it'd be more of a walk.
I'm putting you down as attending, and I will have you down as a walker there.
So, streaming live on the KTAR News YouTube channel as well. Thanks to everybody that's been joining us. The show was extended today. We did a little bit of special coverage of
some overtime.
Nancy Guthrie's. Yeah, they compensated us pretty well for it, too.
Mm-hmm.
A little pizza.
Yeah.
Like we're third graders. Like, you read enough books. Have some pizza.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever, it was fine. Yeah, I'm a sucker. I'll do anything for pizza.
There you go.
So I did it, and I'm happy.
Yep.
But here's we talked about the latest in the abduction of Nancy Guthrie. There was a big press conference earlier today. We had a reporter there. We'll check with our ABC News TV partners. Coming up here.
15. Yep.
ABC 15 TV partners here coming up in just about 10 minutes or so. But I wanted to go over some of the things that you and I discussed earlier today, including some of that timeline. Like the doorbell camera at Nancy Guthrie's house. This is the mother of Savannah Guthrie, the Today Show host. Doorbell camera was disconnected at 1:47 a.m.
Yes.
The software somehow detected a person or animal, just movement anyway, on the camera, but there's no video because they didn't pay for the subscription. That always bugs me. Side note, you have what's yours? Yours is you have like a security company, right?
I do.
Okay.
I have a subscription. I mean,
But
I'm,
it's also
I'm paying every month.
Right. But you have like, if your stuff goes off, somebody calls the authorities, don't they? It's not just a video cloud, is it?
It's funny you say that. So when I first signed up for it, I did not realize that in the city of Phoenix that I am supposed to register it with the city.
Yeah, you are.
Well, I had an officer show up at my door one day, and then a week or two later, I had a letter show up in my mailbox that said I have to pay
It's like $5 or something, 15 or something.
No, it was like there's like a registration fee. It was like $100 or so.
Oh, was that much?
To register it.
Oh, I didn't realize.
And then
it
they
was that much.
said if that goes off again in the next year, and I'm paying basically to have the cops come out. So you get like one freebie, which I used my freebie.
Okay.
And yeah.
So I've got a doorbell cam, but I did a lot of searching to make sure that because I didn't want to do a subscription.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I had a camera that was free, and then all of a sudden they said, "Oh, we're converting to a subscription." So that stinks. So I have a wireless doorbell cam that sends
is a lot more like Nancy Guthrie's.
No. Mine records, but it sends it to a local hard drive.
Oh.
That I can access remotely. So basically, I'm my own cloud.
For how long? How far can you go back?
Until it fills up and then records over the top.
That's the issue that we've ran into with Nancy Guthrie here of they can't go back and look at the old
But that's
information.
because they don't have the subscription. So it didn't save it at all to begin with. Whereas mine, it'll take a good month or more before it records over itself. It's kind of like the police body cams. Like once it fills up, then it starts recording the old or re-recording over the old stuff first.
Now I can go into mine right now and look at video from weeks ago.
Yeah.
And it'll show me all the times that I left my house and came back.
Yeah, that's basically what they all are.
Yeah.
But I thought that was really interesting that they couldn't because there was no subscription. She has a pacemaker. The pacemaker connects to her watch. The watch connects to her phone. This is all Bluetoothy. And the pacemaker app showed that it disconnected from her phone at 2:28 a.m. We would assume that is because the watch, and I don't know how often that checks in. I don't know if that was immediate, if it does it every minute, and it might because it's a pacemaker, or if it's something that checks in once an hour. But whatever it is, the last time that it was connected to that phone was at 2:28 a.m., which we know that the phone was left at the crime scene. So I think it's safe to say she was not near that phone after 2:30 in the morning on Sunday.
That is a very safe assumption to me.
But that's a long time between 1:47 when the doorbell camera got disconnected, which we are assuming, and it may not be the case, but we are assuming it got disconnected by the intruder, and the time that the pacemaker got disconnected.
That is a long time. What do you also glean from the fact that we're led to believe now that this camera that's missing, it seems increasingly like the individual or individuals involved took it. It doesn't seem like, hey, investigators took this and they're trying to get data off of it, or it wasn't on the house for quite a while. When we start to hear doorbell camera was disconnected, some software detected a person or an animal at 2:12, the pacemaker app at 2:28 was disconnected, we're starting to think, okay, we can kind of deduce it's fairly likely somebody took that camera too. So did they not know that the camera didn't record? Did they think that it could have recorded them,
Probably.
and that's why they took it?
That would be my guess, yeah. From the KTAR News YouTube channel chat here, Mark asks, Joe, what do you make of the 30 to 40 minutes at the home? Which is the point I was trying to make when I said, look, that between 1:47 and nearly 2:30, that's a long time around that house. Even if some of the other data might say that it was only 25 minutes, we're still talking about quite a bit of time if your goal is to abduct someone and not be at the crime scene.
Yeah.
What do you take out of that?
My initial best guess, and again, I'm not an expert here, is that somebody planned to get into the house and get out pretty quickly, but for whatever reason, they were there longer than they intended, which tells me they were not going to try to take her out of there, or they didn't realize how much of a struggle it would be, that we're talking 40 minutes here, but then so much of the other details suggest to me that this was somebody who was pretty sharp because we don't see tire tracks. We don't have any evidence of where they went. But 40 minutes suggests to me that this was not an expert, but then that conflicts with other information.
One of the things that has got me a little wigged out is that Ransom note that they are investigating and taking seriously came from an encrypted email. We found out from our reporter, Heidi Hommel, who was there. It came from an encrypted email, the one that went to TMZ, and another one went to the TV station down there, KOLD. But that didn't come out right away.
Mm-mm.
So, is it possible? We're talking robbery gone bad. And again, irresponsible speculation. Please understand, this is what I think all of America is doing right now.
Mm-hmm.
Robbery gone bad. They're in the house. She wakes up. She confronts them. There's maybe a struggle. Maybe she yells. Maybe somebody,
We know her blood's outside near the front door now.
Obviously, there was some harm done.
Mm-hmm.
And then they leave. Maybe the ransom note's not tied to this at all. Maybe this was just robbery gone bad. Grab her. She's seen our face. Something of that sort. And then they leave. And then they realize, oh, my gosh, we're all over the news.
Mm-hmm.
This is bad.
No.
I mean, maybe they're not even related. And this is where I think so many of us are very frustrated. I'm sure law enforcement is, and I absolutely believe that the Guthrie family is how much we don't know.
Yeah.
Just so confusing.
Well, the other thing, if you or I were going to break into a house as well, for whatever the motivation is, at any time, why would you want to be in there a moment longer than you have to be?
You wouldn't.
That increases your chances that somebody's going to see a car. Somebody's going to see you.
Movement in the home. Flashlight.
Something inside. So 40 minutes there. Gosh, that is just an eternity.
That is one puzzle piece I can't seem to figure out.
Yeah.
I can't figure out where that goes. Obviously, this is everyone's nightmare. And imagine just if your loved one were taken. You get a hotline, you get a thought and a prayer, you get silence. Instead, we have a complete media coverage, including our ABC 15 TV partner, Ashley Holden, who was in Tucson today as well. She's got her hands on some documentation on one arrest that was made related to this case. We'll talk about what that is next. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, Becky Lynn with the day's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:14. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. With President Trump's signature on the new spending bill, the partial government shutdown is now over. But the fight over a new round of funding for the Department of Homeland Security is just getting started. Arizona Democratic Senator Ruben Gallego spoke with ABC News Wednesday on why Democrats are taking a stand and demanding these changes on behalf of the American people.
The type of racial profiling that's occurring right now, the type of violence that's being done by some of these untrained ICE agents, this feeling that they can go into houses without any search warrants, that's entirely irresponsible. So when this shutdown happens, if it happens at all, it could be entirely upon the Republicans.
DHS is funded through next Friday. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking traffic for us, here's Enrique Garcia, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Scottsdale with a crash in the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Pima Freeway, northbound near Talking Stick Way. Mesa with a crash in the right-hand shoulder. Loop 202, Santiago Freeway, southbound near Elliott Road. Looking towards surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on Baseline Road and 51st Avenue. This report is brought to you by Revival Psychiatry. If you look fine on the outside but feel drained in the inside, you may be dealing with high-functioning burnout. Support is here. Visit psych.com to book an appointment today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Clear tonight, low 56. We're going to be in the low 80s through Sunday. By Tuesday of next week, we should be dropping back into the 70s again. Right now, it's 77 in Tempe. Conditions perfect if you're planning on a move with Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
Thank you for making us a part of your afternoon. Streaming live on the KTAR News YouTube channel. And joining us right now is our TV partner from ABC 15, reporter Ashley Holden, who was in Tucson. She was covering the press conference earlier today. And Ashley, I see that you just posted on your X account. You've got the, is that the indictment against one arrest that was made in this case, however, not the arrest that we've been waiting for.
Yeah, it's a criminal complaint, and I have been able to skim it really briefly. We had to be live for our ownership organization, Scripps News, and then also our ABC 15. We have a 3 p.m., and so I haven't read it in full yet, but we have more information posted on ABC 15. But this was the imposter, that alleged imposter, that they were mentioning at today's press conference, because so many people are watching, asking questions about these apparent ransom notes that were sent out to several local.
Well, that's a booger.
more national as well. And hopefully you guys don't lose me because I am
little skip there. We're okay. Keep going.
No. You're totally fine.
Okay. So, everyone asking about these ransom notes, and it seems like the FBI is taking these, really, really seriously. But their message to people was, if you are out taking advantage of this situation, you will be held accountable. And it seems like this was, there was an arrest made, this criminal complaint taken pretty quickly, and action taken pretty quickly. And so we're not only following that, but also that there is a quickly approaching deadline in the ransom note that was sent out to one local affiliate, which is actually our sister station, ABC 15 sister station here in Tucson. And apparently that deadline that we are told is 5 p.m. And then there would be another deadline on Monday. But they really wouldn't go beyond that kind of information in the press conference. They did say that they haven't had any evidence, proof of life is what they would say, and they're waiting on communication. So we heard kind of that same messaging that we heard in that emotional plea from the Guthrie children, which was, if you can hear us, we want to talk. And so they kind of echoed that again today.
Talking with Ashley Holden from our TV partner at ABC 15. Ashley, you mentioned that other ransom note with the 5 o'clock deadline. Do we know why investigators believe that ransom note is credible? I know that they've mentioned that there were some descriptions in there of the way the house was situated, things like that. Do we know what specifically was in that note? Have they revealed why they believe that one is legit and this other one where an individual has been charged is not?
I think it's hard to say what's going on with the, alleged imposter until I fully read through those court documents. But what I can say is when it comes to these other ransom notes, they were mentioning at the press conference specific items or areas that were mentioned in this ransom note, but they are again waiting for any kind of communication. They said they showed it to the Guthrie family because it made certain demands, mentioned aspects that we, at this point don't know if those are legit or not legit, So, but from what they can tell us, we asked so many questions about this ransom note and it being sent out, and really they wouldn't say too much about it other than they're taking it very seriously. And I will say, like I said, when it came to that, imposter situation that they've talked about, that they seemed to follow up on that very fast. So they're taking every tip, every lead very seriously, but we don't know everything that's going on behind the scenes, right? Everyone was asking what the FBI role, what their role was in releasing that video that you saw the Guthrie children post. And they said that, they were there to consult, but ultimately what was posted was up to family members. But we're not in, all those behind the scenes of it all. So there's still aspects of things that we don't know. And I think a lot of people, it's been days of online chatter. I see it, of course. I know so many other people see it. And we were told today there's no suspects, no persons of interest that have been identified. No one necessarily has been cleared or ruled out, but that they haven't really focused in on what someone would call a prime suspect.
Ashley Holden, ABC 15, our TV partners, and she's in Tucson covering the abduction of Nancy Guthrie. We know that when it comes to following up on the ransom or potentially paying that ransom, it is the decision of the Guthrie family. Do we know if they are leaning one way or another on that? Has that been disclosed?
No, we don't know. That was kind of the message that we heard at the press conference is it is ultimately up to them. And I think they kind of said the same messaging, they are there to consult, but ultimately that will be the family's decision. And other than those social media posts that we have seen really over the last few days, We don't know what the Guthrie family is talking about. I can't imagine what they are going through. I mean, I've heard some people describe this kind of situation as torture, to sit and wait and potentially not know anything about what's going on. I'm sure they have a few more details than us, and they're working with law enforcement and cooperating, but to, potentially just be wondering where your mom is and praying and hoping. I mean, that I can't imagine what that is like. And I also want to let you know, we are actually outside Nancy Guthrie's home right now. All over is media, so you might see media walking by our car as well. We are expecting, they told us that law enforcement might be coming back to the house today, so we are anticipating that at some point.
People watching on the KTAR News YouTube channel may have just seen that same thing. A fella in the blue shirt walking past Ashley there. So, Ashley, one more question about the notes there. We've got a deadline tonight, 5 p.m., and then there's another deadline discussed. Were there two different ransom notes, or did they give two deadlines in the same note? And why would you give two deadlines unless, my mind immediately goes to, if it's not done by 5 p.m., this is going to happen. And then if it's not done by Monday, then this is going to happen. Do we know?
We were told there were two deadlines listed in one ransom note. And when we asked, we know that a couple of local stations here in the Tucson area received this alleged ransom note. And then, you also have an organization like TMZ who says they received one. We asked if they were all the same. It sounds like they are, but obviously that's not something that I can, see. But it sounds like two deadlines were given in the same note, and it's really unknown what kind of consequences could potentially follow. We don't know, right? And so we're watching and waiting, and I have been talking about this case repeatedly over and over, and I was actually just seconds away from going live last night when the video was posted, and I saw a notification because I have different, notifications on my phone that go off. And to some producers, I was like, do you guys know about this video? I think there's a video. I think you need to take a look at it. And I think for everyone, it was hard to watch. It's emotional, it's shocking, and we're all thinking of the Guthrie family and just waiting and hoping that we get a safe return of Nancy Guthrie. And the sheriff said, we want mom back. And that was kind of their message, reminding people who she was, or is, I should say.
ABC 15 reporter Ashley Holden joins us from outside of Nancy Guthrie's house in the Catalina foothills in Tucson. Ashley, aside from where is Nancy Guthrie, who took her, what is the question that you most want to have answered right now?
I think people really want to know, many different questions. We have seen people asking, about the crime scene, asking about potential camera footage. It's so many questions, but I think that's the most important one that is on everyone's mind is, where is Nancy Guthrie? And hoping that she is safe and for a safe return. That's really the main one. But also, what unfolded here. I know that so many online are watching, every small detail of this and trying to figure out what happened. And that's what people do, is they want to know what happened and how did we get to this point. And so those are the other questions that so many are wondering and asking. And I think all of us got one question at the press conference. So each organization, we all checked in, and this was a packed press conference, and we all got to ask one question. And most of them, I would say, revolved around the ransom notes, that so many have been talking about, but they also were asking about suspects, camera footage. We have been down here reporting for days, and people were asking about what looked like blood on Nancy Guthrie's doorstep. And we do know from the sheriff, he did confirm that was blood and it was Nancy's, and that it sounds like they won't be getting camera footage from the home. They said that there wasn't a subscription that they had here. So a lot of those questions, some of those remaining ones, we did get answers, but there's still so many. But how did we get here is really a big one. And why?
ABC 15 reporter, our TV partner, Ashley Holden, right there. Thank you so much for joining us, Ashley. We appreciate it.
Of course, anytime.
Thank you so much. We'll continue with our program with the headline volley when cheating doesn't always mean an affair. Find out if your spouse is stepping out on you, how they're doing it. That is next. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
From Tucson, Arizona's family, Brianna Whitney. I mean, you deal with crime stories all the time. That's your gig. Do ransoms ever get paid and people actually get their loved one back?
Honestly, I don't know. This is exceptionally unusual.
Yeah.
An 84-year-old woman abducted from her home in Tucson, Arizona, a very quiet, quaint, nice neighborhood, and ransom notes going out to media outlets. I mean, that is the whole nother layer to this whole thing.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. This afternoon, 4 to 7. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Gatos, and start the new year off with perfect water. Michael is the assistant manager at Aquazona Connecticut. And Michael, you've got a great deal for everyone listening.
For the entire year in 2026, we are offering the Connecticut K5 drinking water station for only $26 a month. You heard that right, $26 a month.
I love my Connecticut. I've had it for 20 years. Tell everybody the benefits of Aquazona Connecticut, especially the K5.
I love how easy and convenient it is to get a refreshing glass of water each and every time from the comfort of my own kitchen. I enjoy making better tasting coffee, better tasting food with purified drinking water. I have peace of mind that my baby formula is made with clean water. My family does not have to drink chlorine, heavy metals, microplastics, and forever chemicals.
In 2026, you pay $26 a month and you own a K5 drinking water station, the same one that I have in my house. 602-910-6570. Check them out at aquazona.com.
Staples has hot deals and super low prices on everything for your business. And right now, brand your business at Staples with up to 30% off custom labels. Exclusions apply. Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app. Ends 4/18. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Phoenix, get ready. Starlux Airlines is bringing the world closer with nonstop service from Phoenix Sky Harbor to Taipei. From there, Starlux can take you to incredible destinations like Tokyo, Bangkok, Hong Kong, Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. On board, you'll enjoy 5-star service that makes your journey feel effortlessly elegant. Seats are now open. Contact your travel agent or visit starlux-airlines.com to book your flight.
I'm with another one of the founders of Moving Team 6, Garrett. You guys stress teamwork. Talk about that connection to team.
There's difference of opinions. There's personalities that are involved. You're not always going to agree, but you have an end goal. And understanding that end goal is to serve whoever it may be. Obviously, our end goal is to serve the customer at the highest standard and giving everything we got. And knowing that, hey, we're not leaving until the job's done. In order to get the job and accomplish a 10-hour move, I can't do that by myself. I need my team.
You can hire somebody to load a truck. It's different to get a team of people that give you a great experience. And that's what I got with Moving Team 6. What's your message as the leader to your team when they go to a job site?
Hey, this is more than moving. You are here to serve somebody. You chose this job to serve somebody. Moving isn't easy, but it's sure darn rewarding when you leave and knowing that, hey, we gave everything we could to make that customer feel great today. That's kind of the goal that we have every single day that we walk into work.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. A question I get all the time is, how did we become the largest injury firm in the world? We have over 1,000 lawyers in all 50 states and close to 6,000 co-workers. Our call center is on duty 24/7. You can reach us at any time at forthepeople.com. But the real reason is we won a lot. When you visit our website, go to our verdicts and settlements. There you will see what our clients were offered and what they were awarded at trial. All those verdicts help us resolve many cases fairly and early. You see, nothing beats reputation. The insurance industry knows who we are. We even have insurance adjusters call us for representation because they know too. We've made it easy. On your mobile device or computer, go to forthepeople.com and we will get busy. It's that easy. Call today. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
QC Kinetics helps active people stay active. People like David Boardman, police officer, competitive athlete, and gym owner who trains hard almost every day.
My body's taken a lot of abuse over the years. I've had multiple knee surgeries on both of my knees. I could barely run a mile prior to going to QC Kinetics. Doctors have all told me, hey, you are going to need knee replacements.
But QC Kinetics gave David great news.
We're going to give you the opportunity to have not one, but 2 healthy knees, and we don't have to cut you open.
And after David's regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics,
since I've gone to them, I run 20, 30 miles a week. I really wouldn't be able to do that if it wasn't for QC Kinetics.
From knee pain to Ironman training.
It's a no-brainer.
Now it's your turn. Call QC Kinetics to book your free consultation today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? We're the people you can count on for insurance and financial needs now and for years to come. Find us at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
KTAR News now.
3:32. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
The president and I were watching the press conference about the search for Savannah Guthrie's mother.
As local authorities work the leads in the search for missing Tucson woman Nancy Guthrie, the White House now has taken an interest. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live in the news center to tell us more.
It's been about 4 days since 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie was first reported missing Sunday afternoon. Arizona Pima County law enforcement and the FBI working together on the case. And White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt also saying today,
the president, as you all know, spoke directly with Savannah yesterday and told her that the federal government is here to help. Any requests that are made by state and local officials in the search of Miss Guthrie will absolutely be accommodated.
And the FBI is investigating ransom notes, one of which it continues to look into, but Special Agent in charge of the FBI Phoenix Field Office, Heath Yonke, saying there hasn't been any communications back. Another has already led to an arrest of a reported imposter with a fake ransom. Live in the news center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
The Arizona Department of Public Safety is mourning the loss of one of their helicopter pilots and a paramedic today following a crash late last night in Flagstaff. Colonel Jeffrey Glover with the DPS says Ranger 56 was called out of Kingman to assist Flagstaff police in an active shooter situation. No Flagstaff officers were hurt in what Chief Sean Connolly described as a running gun battle with a career criminal. And police in Avondale are asking anyone who may have been in the Globe area January 12th to check any video surveillance footage they might have as the search continues for the missing Isabella Comas. Detectives say Comas's boyfriend, Tommy Rodriguez, was seen driving her car there at that time. They also say blood evidence found in her car suggests she suffered a significant injury at about that time. Time to check the roads now. Let's go to Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. In Sun City, we have a crash in the right-hand shoulder, Loop 101, Agua Fria, southbound, approaching the US 60 Grand Avenue transition. Scottsdale with a crash in the right-hand shoulder, Loop 101, Pima Freeway, northbound near Talking Stick Way. We'll look into our surface streets, Phoenix with a crash on 33rd Avenue and Northern Avenue. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Think Roth conversions can wait. Think again. Today's low tax rates won't last forever. Schedule your retirement and tax income stress tests at assetpreservationwealth.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, clear and 56. Then Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we're going to be in the low 80s, but we could drop off to the upper 70s by about Tuesday and the low 70s by Wednesday next week. It's 78 right now in Tolleson. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
It's Gatos. Savannah Guthrie has a message to the people who took her mother. Is this going to help her mom get released by whoever has kidnapped her? We're going to talk about it. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos at 4.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, KTAR News YouTube channel. Every day right after Becky Lynn's 3:30 News and a check on traffic with Freeway Enrique, we touch on the other big headlines and we ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley.
Ready?
Yes, sir.
Chris, is keeping financial secrets from your partner as bad as physical cheating? That's not the question. but it's kind of part of it. As no, don't shake your head. According to a new survey from Bankrate, released this past week, 43% of U.S. adults who are married in a civil partnership or living with a romantic partner say yes. That includes just under 40% who don't talk to Pablo about me and say negative things. That's awful. This includes
just focus on the show.
Just under 40% who believe keeping financial secrets is equally as bad, and 5% who say it's worse. Chris, have your wife or you ever kept a financial secret?
Yes.
And is it as bad or worse as the physical act?
Depends.
Okay, so let's specifically talk about yours.
Yeah.
Your financial secret.
I hid.
You hid some money?
Yeah, a lot.
Like thousands?
Yeah.
Wow.
I want to say it was like, I'm trying to remember what it was up to at the time, like $15,000, $17,000.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. And when the wife found out about it, or you felt bad and told her?
She found out about it.
Okay.
So she found out about it because I told her.
Okay.
I know that sounds dumb.
I got you.
So
when you broke down and told her,
yes,
her reaction was?
She was upset and then
realized she got all of it.
No, she was very happy.
Oh, don't make that gesture. Oh, that's disgusting. Okay, time for you, I guess.
Didn't you want to know what the money was?
Didn't I want to know what the money was?
Why was I hiding it?
Were you getting
You didn't want to know why?
You were getting something for her?
Yeah.
Oh. Was that originally the plan, or did you have to pivot?
No, I set up a big vacation account. I wanted to take her to Italy. Still haven't.
Oh my goodness!
But I set up this vacation
Is the account
fund.
still growing?
Yeah, but then I dip into it occasionally. We'll do a vacation and dip into it occasionally. So it's not as high as it was before. So I think it's like $13,000 or something like that now.
Hey, honey, that was Rome.
But then she'll call. Yeah, that's right.
Hey, you know those groceries this week?
Yeah.
That was
that was
the Leaning Tower of Pisa. You're welcome.
Yeah, no, she's like, she said something about wanting to go somewhere and we don't have the money. And I said, actually, we do. Because I set up this vacation fund, which can be spent only at certain hotels, right? And I could always withdraw the money if I wanted to, too. And I said, actually, we do have the money if we wanted to do that. And she said, what do you mean? And I said, I wasn't going to tell you this. And she said, what do you mean? And I said, look,
so you kind of
I started
couched
this
it in a way that made you look like a champ.
Well, I didn't want to tell her because my whole thing was I wanted to surprise her. Our kids were still in school, and I wanted to surprise her when the last one graduated, which honestly has been 8 years. I probably should have done it by now. But I wanted to surprise her when the kids graduated, and I said, I set up this fund so that we could go to Italy, which she's always wanted to do. And I just wanted to be able to have the money so that I could say, kids are graduated, let's go to Italy. But the problem is the kids graduated, they never left.
I think if you
They didn't go away, Joe.
If you don't take your wife to
They're
Italy...
They're still with me, Joe.
By the end of 2027, so I'm giving you almost 2 years. If you don't take your wife to Italy, she gets all the money. That's what
she
I
have all the money anyway. It's our money.
Well, but you were the one putting it there, right?
No. Yeah, but who cares, Joe? What's the matter with you?
I think she should get to just go out and buy something for herself.
No,
I
got her a taste of Italy with the money.
You know,
we got a little Italy.
A little slice of pie is not the same.
I took her to Fazoli's.
Yeah, great.
And I was like, there you go, honey.
Yeah. Well, hey, when we're here, we're family.
That's Olive Garden.
Yes, that's the tour of
Come
Italy.
on, Joe.
He didn't take her on the tour.
I took it. I got authentic Italian, Fazoli's.
Not inspired.
Unbelievable.
You.
Pablo, you ever hide money?
Of course. Well, no, I don't hide it.
My wife hides money, and then there was one time where I had like an old bank account, and if I did I do some part work here and there, and I always use that. And so again, it's just kind of a fund so that I want to have this so that if we want to do a vacation or want to get presents or something, it's there.
Yeah,
no, buddy, we're getting vintage Pablo here. He doesn't hide money. What do you do with it, Pablo?
What we agreed to is we have. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, the thing is, my wife found out about that account, which has, I think it was up to like $2,000 or something like that. She said, you're hiding money so you can leave me. I go, honey, I'm not going anywhere in $2,000. And I go, let's take a look at your account that I can't get into.
Oh.
And let me tell you something.
Yeah. She ain't only leaving you money, but
she can take off.
Yeah.
Like, she could buy half of Italy with what she's got in her secret account.
I like that.
She said, no, you can get into it if you need to. I go, I can? What's your password? She goes, I'm not sharing that with you. Yeah, okay.
So, again,
it's
Pablo,
my business
I love
account.
You're not hiding money.
I got 3 accounts. I got
Okay.
my account, she has her account, and we have a joint account.
Uh-huh.
That's fine. That's
if
great.
she needs to get into your account,
Heck
can she?
no. She's got her own account.
Oh.
That's right. You got your money.
And then we got ours that we have
That's
together.
right.
Interesting.
No, it's not interesting. It just works that way.
Interesting.
Joe, a new study finds that receiving extra vacation time rather than bonus money makes workers feel less like a mere cog in a wheel and more like people who are recognized and valued as individuals with a life beyond work.
This is going to be a great question.
It makes them feel more human. In researchers' terms, suppose you didn't already have 6 years of vacation banked.
Yeah.
Would you rather get an extra 2 weeks off or an extra 2 weeks pay as a bonus?
So I need to know, how much vacation time do I have? You just said I can't.
You don't have any bank. You don't have any vacation
nothing
time.
banked.
No. I mean, you have your normal whatever you get 3 weeks a year.
That's what I get.
Pablo, come get your.
I'd rather take the time at this point, Chris.
Yeah, Time's more important than the
time's
money.
more important than the 2 weeks of
Wait, am I starting a new job? Do I have 2 weeks vacation or 3 or 4?
I'm just trying
do
to
sick days
understand.
count? How many holidays a year do I get?
With that time, I could also do a little part-time
Can I
side
work
gig.
remotely? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Are we talking about?
You have 0 vacation time.
Okay, that stinks.
Are you taking money or are you taking vacation?
I guess I'll take the money.
Okay. Money over vacation.
How many sick days did I take last year? You know the answer to this.
Was it 0?
It was 0.
Okay.
How much of my vacation did I take before Thanksgiving week?
Okay, now wait a minute, because you kind of play the game where
No, but how much of my vacation did I take
your
before
actual
Thanksgiving week?
vacation time.
Yeah. I think I took like 2 or 3 days.
Right, it wasn't very much, but you also kind of play the system where we work on a
Whoa, don't be doing the boss any favors here with the play the system.
Don't interrupt me while I'm trying to correct you.
Oh, you watch me.
You're going to get spanking. You're going to go to your room without dinner.
You're going to have to catch me.
No video games for you. So we work a holiday, and the boss says, okay, if you work on Memorial Day, then you can have a comp day. Well, then you bank your comp days to be able to use, so you take like 3 or 4 days off, which is like a vacation.
Update on that.
Yeah.
She told me in December I was never to do that again. And then in January, she told me, how dare I not act that way, and I should be doing that. I mean, is that not as clear as it can be?
Yeah, it feels clear.
So I was told, you're not doing that. No more banking.
No more banking.
And then there was a holiday coming up. We got President's Day in a week or 2.
Yeah.
And I told her, I said, hey, I'm taking President's Day, and I'm going to use a vacation day for the day after. And her response was like you every time I opened my mouth. Oh, Joe.
Oh, Joe.
Why would you try to use your vacation?
You guys should just be like me. I never take a sick
Crazy.
day.
She never asked me if I wanted to take the day off.
Right?
Don't you even start in there.
She just assumed I wouldn't be here, I guess.
God.
Talent.
Why would she assume that?
Talented guy. She just goes, oh, no. He takes vacation days. He gets holidays.
Oh, gee, she just blew me up in the chat. I just got a quote, how dare you, Joe?
Oh,
verbatim.
Joe. Oh, Joe.
Are you not listening to Chris? Why is it just me?
Some people lining up at the WM Phoenix Open dropped some very serious cash to be there. You're going to find out how much they spent, what they expect in return. That is next. The Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Join KTAR in Tempe, April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Dave Ramsey here for the Valley's best value in replacement windows windows, patio doors, and entry doors. My friends at Window World will install 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, and they'll do it for one low price of $59.89, tax included. Listen, you can pay 3 or 4 times that price at other window companies, or one low upfront price with Window World. Plus, take $100 off any new patio or entry door. Window World provides the same guaranteed lowest price up front for everyone. No gimmicks and never any zip code pricing. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Get the details at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
If you got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. It's Gatos for Lund Mortgage. Mortgage rates have dropped considerably since then, so now could be a great time to consider refinancing and saving money. My friends at Lund Mortgage track interest rates daily, so they can help you act fast and save big. Just send an email to ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. They'll monitor the market for you and alert you when it's the right time to refinance. Email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com and start saving, and tell them Gatos sent you.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:48. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton now says she and former President Bill Clinton want to testify publicly before House lawmakers about Jeffrey Epstein. The Clintons deny any personal knowledge of the convicted sex offender, but they were subpoenaed for testimony in the House Oversight Committee's investigation. The Clintons refused and faced a possible contempt of Congress charge. Republican Congress James Comer, chair of the Oversight Committee, had said the subpoena was for a closed deposition and that a closed setting is the best to gather the facts. But Hillary Clinton writes on social media, "If you want this fight, Representative James Comer, let's have it in public." ABC's Jay O'Brien has more from Capitol Hill.
What they're saying here is that they want to do this in public, in a public setting, but they've already agreed to do this behind closed doors, and the Oversight Committee, based on what they've said so far responding today, is not inclined to go along with the Clintons here. They have said they're going to do this the way they did other depositions, behind closed doors, taped, transcribed.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking traffic now. Let's go to the roads with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Glendale with a disabled vehicle blocking the right-hand lane. Loop 101, Agua Fria, eastbound near 35th Avenue. Surprise with a crash blocking the right-hand lane. Loop 303, northbound near Bell Road. And Scottsdale, we still have that crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Pima Freeway, northbound near Talking Stick Way. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Are you stuck staring at your W-2? Are tax refund worries holding you back? You probably have FOMO, the fear of messing up. The fix? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. It's time to overcome your fear of messing up and get your taxes done right. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551.
Looking for honest and reliable automotive service in North Scottsdale? One choice is easy. Husband's Automotive, just down the street from Costco in the Scottsdale Air Park. Owners Dale and Lauren Husband have been getting rave reviews from their customers for over 30 years by putting integrity back into the automotive repair business. Integrity, fair pricing, and trust. You should expect that from your relationship with your repair shop. Come feel what it's like to be treated like family at Husbands. Check them out at husbandsautomotive.net today.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Accidents happen unexpectedly. If it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix, run by world-class attorneys that are part of your community, and they are proud partners of your Phoenix Suns. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time. Because when you're hurt, you are counting on someone to deliver for you. Winning big is everything. That's why you call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million or sweetjames.com. Awarded best attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
And thank you to everyone that has checked in on the KTAR News YouTube channel. We'll hand things over to the boys of Outspoken, Bruce St. James and Gatos. Take over the padded room here coming up at 4 o'clock. Gatos, Phoenix Open going on. The Pin High Club is high-end hospitality venue. You were probably in there, right?
He was in like that $50K a night thing.
Well, that's it. So the High Pin Club, it's $1,300 to $1,700 entry fee, and you got to buy minimum 2 tickets.
Okay.
Premium position of the golfers left of 16th green with the green level view and the best players in the world. The luxury club atmosphere has modern interior design, premium culinary experience, and a few surprises throughout the week, according to the Phoenix Open site.
Yeah.
What is an experience that you would break the bank to take in?
It's a great one. When my wife and I go on vacation, you kind of try and set a budget. Sometimes you're just like, I really don't care.
Yeah.
Let's just go nuts. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But I've done it for Super Bowl. I've spent some money for a Super Bowl. I don't think I do it at the Phoenix Open just because I like to be, everywhere in the Phoenix Open. I like to be at the 16 or it doesn't really matter. I just have fun there anyway. So I don't think I'd spend the $1,700 to go to a certain. If someone wants to take me for free, then I'd go.
And let's face it, you were at the Phoenix Open a couple of years ago, and you saved lives.
I did. I moved a bus almost all by myself in the pouring rain.
Yeah, that was an amazing act of heroism.
Yes,
that you did.
Yes, I also did a show there many years ago and got heckled by a 90-year-old. Cursed at me.
They didn't know who you were?
Oh, she knew exactly who I was.
Oh, that was the issue, huh?
She's dead now. It doesn't matter.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, it happens to the best of them. What do you have going on? What do you have going on tonight?
I'm going to talk about something at 4. I think we're all skipping over one major part of Nancy Guthrie's situation with her house. I think there's one part that no one has talked about, and it could tell us the type of person who kidnapped her. So we're going to bring it up right at 4. I haven't heard anybody talk about this.
Okay. I love the way your brain works.
That's why I'm here.
That's why you're here.
Listen,
I love the way that works.
Might not be great, but I'm gonna throw it out there. I think it's interesting.
All right. I like it. Outspoken with Bruce St. James and Gato starts right up at 4 o'clock. Joey Zinga, anything to add?
Nope.
Thank God. Back again tomorrow, 2 o'clock. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
It's Gatos, and I am loving my new windows from Advanced Window Products. 480-746-4280. Advanced Window Products, 40-year anniversary. I hired them in and out in a couple of days. I can see through my windows now. You know, now is the best time to replace your windows. You get them installed before the heat picks up. I'm sending you to a local company, a company that's been in business for over 40 years. If your windows are leaking air, discolored, mine were super discolored, not anymore, warping, I had some warped ones too, or condensation between the panes, it is time to get those windows replaced. Here's the great deal if you mention Gatos. February window special, $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. And they can prorate the discount if you have less than 10 windows. Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com or call 480-746-4280. Advanced Window Products.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Pricing coverage match limited by state law.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams. When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doc for the Suns and the Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange would be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Free consultations at Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Hey, this is Matt Dagus with Bright Wealth Management. They say don't wait until something happens to start planning, but that's what most families do. It's not just about paperwork, but it's about the people. And if you're not sure where to begin, take our 2-minute Legacy Readiness Quiz. It's fast, it's private, and it might be the most important 120 seconds that you spend this year. Start now at brightlegacyquiz.com. Again, that's brightlegacyquiz.com.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. I've got to tell you, I'm such a big fan of Bulldog security screens. These screens look like regular window shade screens. They block out insects and harmful UV rays while protecting your home like a fortress. Bulldog security screens are hand-built right here in Arizona. They use military-grade steel, so tough, no one's breaking through your windows or your doors. I tried to break through these screens at their factory. Let's just say the screens won. Easily. No dents, no give, no chance. No ugly bars, no bulky rolling metal shutters, just clean, custom-made security shade screens with tons of color options to match your home so they look great and you stay protected. Imagine leaving your home with your doors and windows wide open, heading out for the day, not giving a single thought to break-ins, because with Bulldog security screens, nobody breaks in, period. Get the details, make an appointment. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It is 4 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
Blood on the porch. It came back to Nancy.
As you heard live here earlier today on KTAR, Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos did confirm DNA evidence found on the front porch of 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie's home is indeed hers. Sheriff Nanos revealing there's still no suspect or person of interest identified at this point. Special agent in charge of the Phoenix FBI office, Heath Yonke, had this message.
To those imposters who are trying to take advantage and profit from this situation, we will investigate and ensure you are held accountable for your actions.
One person has been arrested for an imposter ransom note. Investigators say cameras were disconnected Sunday morning around 2 a.m., and Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker was disconnected just a half hour later. The FBI is now offering a $50,000 reward for anyone having information regarding this case.
Eyes on Education.
A member of the Phoenix Union High School Governing Board is under fire after posting a picture at a far-right group's holiday party. Now more than 600 community members are calling for the resignation of Jeremiah Cota. Isaac Young's a teacher planning to run against Cota for his governing board seat in the upcoming election and says this was the breaking point for students and parents.
That was kind of just like a breaking point for a lot of people. The fact that they were seeing his name affiliated with white supremacists and he's on a governing board to represent students.
Cota was also involved in an incident in August where he tried to say the Lord's Prayer instead of the district's land acknowledgement before a board meeting. Cota did not respond for comment. You can read more education solution stories at ktar.com/education. Last night around 10 p.m., a DPS helicopter crashed, killing the pilot and the trooper aboard. The aircraft was responding to an active shooter call in Flagstaff. The suspect suffered non-threatening life injuries and is in custody. Flagstaff Police Chief Sean Conley explains this all started with a domestic violence call.
During that 2 hours, what we had was an individual armed with a long rifle, a semi-automatic long rifle, hopping from roof to roof, taking points of vantage from high ground, firing upon our officers into homes.
Now, the 3 officers involved in the shooting are on administrative leave. The crash is still being investigated by state and federal authorities. Every year, thousands of lives are destroyed by drugs around the country, but in Arizona, they're having even more of an impact because of how easy it is to get them. This is according to Greg Halverson, the operations director of Crossroads Substance Abuse Treatment, who says the state continues to be a pipeline for inbound drugs from Mexico. He explains many people are dying from opioid overdoses before they even know what happened.
Part of those deaths come from not just opioid users or fentanyl users, but it's coming from people who are stimulant users because they don't understand that it's all getting mixed together.
About 2,500 died from overdose in Arizona last year, according to the CDC. The man who took Pepsi to court for not giving him a fighter jet is finally getting his wings.
Frontier Airlines is giving John Leonard free flights for life as part of a Super Bowl ad campaign. In 1995, Pepsi aired an ad which featured a military jet, supposedly a prize for collecting 7 million loyalty points. Leonard discovered those points could be purchased for 10 cents, delivered a $700,000 check to Pepsi, then sued the company when they wouldn't give him the aircraft. A few years later, a court sided with Pepsi in the case. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
If you'd like to know more about this very bizarre story, there is a 2022 Netflix documentary about this. It's called Pepsi, Where's My Jet? Let's check on the roads now. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Scottsdale with a crash blocking the left-hand lane. Loop 101, Pima Freeway, northbound near Thomas Road. Glendale with a disabled vehicle blocking the right-hand lane. Loop 101, Agua Fria, westbound near 51st Avenue. And Surprise with a crash blocking the right-hand lane. Loop 303, northbound at Bell Road. This report is brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating and Plumbing. Get your $47 heating tune-up today. Call 480-344-0082 or visit dayandnightair.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Overnight, we should see a low temp around 56 and then the low 80s Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. by mid-next week, we probably will be back into the 70s again. That's good news. Right now, it's 77 in Peoria. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Nobody wants this, and nobody supports this.
Speaking up for Arizona.
That's a dangerous comment. You better be able to back it up.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 1. Oh, Gatos, a lot of people say hour number 1's the best hour. All right. We're going to kick around this big story that's not only here in Tucson, Arizona, but the nation is watching, and so is the world. We're going to kick this around with Barry Markson. We're going to kick this around with Becky Lynn. Joe Huizinga is sticking around for a few minutes. So we had the press conference earlier today in Tucson, and so let's go over what we've learned. So we're in the 5th day now of the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, and you know, Becky Lynn, you were here yesterday when the audio came in from Savannah Guthrie.
Savannah
Guthrie. Yeah. And listening to it and watching her face.
Heartbreaking.
Was just horrific. Cannot even begin to understand what she's going through. She looked exhausted. Mm-hmm. It looked like she'd been crying for 5 days. And you hate to see someone going through so much pain. And we still don't know what happened to her mother. So, Joe, you and Chris been talking about this. Couple of the here's the big thing. Nobody of interest and no prime suspects 5 days in.
Correct. The Pima County Sheriffs and the FBI held this press conference earlier today, like you mentioned, and they confirmed that it was Nancy Guthrie's blood outside the home.
Right.
They said that there was no subscription for the cameras linked to her house as well. So, yes, she had cameras.
So let's go into the cameras, because I don't think anybody's talking about this, and maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. But if you're going to be a robber or a kidnapper or what have you, and you're going to remove that camera.
Which speculation is that
you're going to disconnect
somebody did take it.
Yeah, you're not very bright, because from what I understand, everything is in the cloud.
Usually.
If you're paying for the recording.
I still think everything was in the cloud. I mean, that's my understanding of it. I asked a couple of people about, because I don't know. I asked a couple of people about this.
So you're saying it's there,
it's
but
there.
If you didn't pay for the subscription, you can't see it. But that it was there, that it's there anyway.
But that the company might have access to it. You think
exactly? So if you have decided that you're going to break into this specific house, which they didn't say they broke in, we don't know how they got in. They wouldn't answer that part of the question. But you've gotten inside the house and you're taking somebody. But before you do that, you know, it's the doorbell camera, it's whatever camera that is, and you disconnect it. I don't know if you're like one of these high quality, super smart kidnappers, because you should know that most likely just taking the camera away doesn't take the footage away. So
and you probably had to look right at it to take it off, right? So they would have the face of the person removing it, it would seem like.
Or you could dress like ice and no one knows your face. So who knows? They could have had a mask on.
Could have had a mask on.
Or they could have, who knows, right? But, I mean, the software, should be able to give police, something. And, the fact of the matter is that they said, we don't have any suspects. That's not necessarily the truth. No, they don't have to tell us the truth. No. And that's okay, because they may be working on something big. Right. And by the way, I don't need to be told the truth. I just want Nancy to be found alive. So this doorbell camera that was somewhat disconnected in the dead of night, I mean, there's a chance that we can see something. There's a chance that something is there from this company.
Question for you, Gatos. Yeah. Did you look at the timeline at all today? The updated timeline from the authorities?
And that's the other big story. We now know the timeline, yeah.
So there's a lot of questions there. We initially knew that family took her home 9:48. She closed the garage at like 9:50.
Yeah.
And then the following morning, 11:56, family reaches out, says, hey, she's not at church.
Correct.
Well, we got more details today. 147.
Doorbell camera disconnected.
Correct. 212, software detected either a person or an animal on a camera.
Right.
228, her pacemaker app shows a disconnect from her phone. So this would lead some credence to what you're talking about, too, of we're talking about roughly, let's just say 40 minutes and change there. From 147, where that doorbell camera disconnects, to 228, when her pacemaker app shows a disconnect from her phone, which tells me her watch is too far away from her phone.
Correct.
And we stop getting info.
Correct.
Which again leads some credence to we're not dealing with an expert here, because who wants to be in a house of a stranger where they're either going in for something or abducting someone for 40 minutes? But where I get so confused, Gatos, is if that's all true, how do they not have any tire tracks? How do they have no trace of where Nancy Guthrie is? And this ransom note with this Bitcoin demand, and there's a 5 o'clock demand today. And also on Monday, a second ransom for Monday.
Yeah.
It's just so confusing. I would think, man, that is weird for somebody to be in a house for 40 minutes. A lot can go wrong there. Someone could drive by and see a light on. There's a chance that, just any number of things could go on. The longer you're in a house, if you're trying to do something bad, the more that can go wrong for you. But
generally, people who break in and know what they're doing, they're in and out quick. They know how to do it. You know what I mean? 40 minutes.
If they're skilled.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If they've
taken somebody before,
by the way,
right?
Do we know, because I haven't been able to find this, was anything else in the house missing?
That's an awesome question. I was talking to my wife about that. And, she and I were both listening to the press conference earlier today. And that's the one thing we just kept saying to each other. What else was missing from the house? Was there anything missing?
Jewelry, money.
Nobody asked that question from at least what I heard.
No, I haven't heard a thing about that.
So we get that the DNA test of the blood on Nancy Guthrie's porch is her blood. Nobody of interest and no prime suspects. It goes. I mean, it's real clear cut to me. I mean, they either really don't have anybody at all and have no clue who was taken. Who took her, or they know who it is and they're waiting.
But that's
5
days, Gatos.
Or they have a lot of information that they're not telling in hopes that somebody's going to trip up. And if they tell it, then that person will know what they know, and
they definitely want to keep some details back so that when they nail somebody to the wall here, they can pin them in on it. But man, I wish that I could believe that the authorities had some sort of idea of who this was or what was going on here. But we're talking 5
That's a long time.
days.
That's a long time.
And I just
scary.
Day 1, day 2, day 3, I had a lot more hope than I have today.
And I think that's an interesting point, Joe. I had a lot of hope, too, and I know this is going to sound weird. When the ransom notes came out, I actually felt maybe we can get her back. Because if someone wants money, well, let's find out if they're real, if these ransom notes are real, and let's get her back. But if they're fake, because there's already been one arrest.
Yep.
By the way, what an awful individual. What an absolutely despicable piece of garbage. Because all that person who got arrested, who sent in one of the ransom, all you did was get their hopes up. And I kind of feel like my hopes were up that they would find her because of these ransom notes. And now we know one is at least BS, but it's like that only got Savannah Guthrie's hopes and her siblings their hopes up. And now we know that one completely human piece of garbage decided I just wanted to see if they were going to call me back. Oh, man, you're screwing with somebody's life. It's just so awful. Here's one of the clips from earlier today. You know what? Let me hold on to this. I'm going to hold on to this. All right, biggest takeaway today, Joe, and then I'm going to ask you, Becky Lynn. Biggest takeaway. My biggest takeaway is the camera. Is there something in the cloud that can help them? That's my biggest takeaway.
Every minute that ticks by, I'm losing hope. And I dread that the reason that they can't find Nancy Guthrie is that tragically she was dumped somewhere.
Right.
And that happened fairly quickly, and that we're not looking for a person who's alive somewhere. And gosh, I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah, I hope you're wrong too.
And also, the timeline, the knowing that the camera was disconnected early and that her pacemaker disconnected from the app shortly thereafter, and the fact that they were in there 40 minutes, that just, it opens up a lot more of the picture.
Yeah.
And I do believe that there's more that we don't know, and that's going to, add to everything. I would question, though, about the stuff in the cloud. If it's available, why isn't the camera company, why have they not already given it to them?
Or maybe they have.
Maybe they have. Maybe we just don't know.
They don't want us to know it. And for whatever reason, they lie to the public to give whoever did this person or persons a false sense of security.
That's true.
All right. A lot more on this for the rest of the show. We're going to talk a lot more about Nancy Guthrie and some of the videos from her family. Savannah, just absolutely so sad to watch those last night. We'll tell you why they're important in a few minutes. Coming up next, we got the Phoenix Open. All right. They have unveiled a family center. So I don't know what that is. Is that where you drop your kid off and then you go get boozed up and you watch golf? Because I'm interested in that. Our weather bunny, Ian Schwartz from Arizona's family, he's out at the Open every day. He's going to join us next, and we'll talk a little Open on KTAR. All right, Southwest Blinds and Shutters. Let's see. Today is Thursday. On Tuesday, they were at the house. Final measurements. Super excited. Final measurements. So we have had Southwest Blinds and Shutters to the house now a couple times. You're going to get a free estimate when you mention Gatos. They're going to bring a whole bunch of stuff over and show you what they've got, what it looks like up on your window. And we decided immediately to hire them. And so we've got these blinds and shutters and some automated shades. They are built to withstand the desert climate. We know that they're going to block heat and glare. We know that these blinds are going to help lower cooling costs, and they're custom fit for your taste and installed by experts. And what my wife likes about them is they're gorgeous. Like, that's the stuff I like. They're beautiful. What a pop for the house. So do some research. Check them out at southwestblinds.com. You can go to one of their 3 showrooms. Southwestblinds.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
KTAR News Flash.
417, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. We have new details on the arrest made and what authorities are calling an imposter ransom demand in the case of Nancy Guthrie. The Department of Justice says Derek Kayala admitted to contacting members of the Guthrie family via text shortly after they released a video statement asking potential kidnappers to speak with them about their mother. He's facing a number of charges. He claims he just wanted to see if they would respond. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get a check on traffic with Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Tempe with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder. US 60 Superstation Freeway eastbound near the Loop 101 Price Freeway transition. Phoenix with an exit ramp partially blocked. On State Route 51 northbound near Thomas Road. And a quick look into our surface streets. Tempe with a crash on Priest Drive and Werner Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, and now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right, Enrique, thanks, man. All right, so I was out at the Phoenix Open yesterday. Do I look tanner? I mean, I think I look a little bit.
Let's call it a little less pasty. Is that okay? A little less pasty.
Because it was like 87 degrees out there. Open's been fun. There are rumors that Taylor Swift was there because, of course, Travis Kelce was golfing. So the Open is in really. This is the big couple of days coming up. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday is just a total blank, show. It's going to be a mess. There's vomit everywhere. It's going to be awesome.
There's not vomit everywhere.
It's going to be fantastic. There's so much beer on the ground that absolutely settled in people's stomachs. And he's out at the Open every single morning for Arizona's family. He is the Bruce and Gatos weather bunny, Ian Schwartz.
Oh, my goodness.
Ian, how are you, man?
Hey, good morning. We actually forecast some of that vomit each year. We say we think this is how much we think we're going to see. You want to talk about the amount of beer? I looked at a story we did in 2022, and Crescent Crown, they're the big distributor, it was 750,000 beers. And then I saw a Golf Digest article last year, and I think it was like 1.1 million beers.
It's fantastic.
Like,
it's fantastic.
I think like when
the best golf tournament in the world.
Remember when it rained 2 years ago?
Yes.
I was in that mess, by the way. What a mess that was. That was awful.
I was there too, Gatos, but I was undercover at 16.
I was not. I was still walking around and caught in it. But can you imagine how many beers were consumed during the rain delay?
Oh.
Because you have not, and that's when things kind of went bad at the Open. They said it got out of hand. People were falling down because they were drunk, but also because there was all this mud everywhere.
The mud is not a good look.
Yeah, it was a traffic jam. You know, people said, well, they consumed a lot of beer. Yeah. It's like, well, no, they do that. They do that every single year. Everyone was just funneled. You couldn't walk on any of the hills. And the Thunderbirds, who run the organization and kind of make the changes each year, after that kind of historic rain year, which was phenomenal, we had record rain, we had hail, they made a lot of changes, and you can see those changes even today. So they widened some of the paths.
Yeah.
They've tried to kind of ease things up, and they've made some major changes to the 16th this year. They kind of tore it down. I mean, not quite. They kind of added different structures. They added kind of better visual elements so you could see, to try to just make it easier for everyone. And yes, as you did mention, they did add a family center.
Yes.
And I was reading a quote from, I think, the Republic. They said it was for seniors and nursing mothers. So I don't know how many nursing mothers are going to this event, but it is kind of a way you could get away from all the noise of the 60s.
I think the family center should be a place where you could drop your kid off.
Oh.
Yeah, you drop your 4-year-old off.
You put a little beer. You put a little beer in his bottle.
No, you don't put beer in the bottle, but you drop your 4-year-old off. Somebody that you get a ticket, right?
Free food and drink for the kids.
You get a ticket. Then they're in
you
there.
air tag them.
Air tag the kid.
Tag on
and so mom and dad can go get their drink.
Why
on.
don't mom and dad leave the kid at home with somebody?
That's a good idea too, Barry. I didn't think of that one.
No, I didn't even think about that, Barry. That's a good idea. Wow. Keep him around.
Yes. Go ahead.
New this year, there's a new entrance. So there's 3 entrances. I mean, there's always the main entrance, which is kind of right next to the 18th hole, right in the middle there. There's now a Hayden entrance, which is on the southeast corner. But my favorite entrance, and it's gotten much busier over the years, it used to be the secret entrance, but now it is an official entrance. It is through the Scottsdale Fairmont Princess.
Shh, don't tell people about that one. That's the secret entrance. What are you doing?
I'm officially an employee with KTAR, so I got to give the listeners and viewers some real news they can use.
Okay, tell me about that. So we're being joined by our weather bunny, Ian Schwartz. He works over at Arizona's Family, so he's out at the Open, and we're checking in with him every day. So was that? I never really knew that. Was that? Tell me about that. It's a secret place where you can get in and not be in line.
Secret answer. I know Barry's furious right now. He's like, "How could you do this to me?
What are you doing?"
So before you could just go in there was this tiny little gate. There was, a couple of very nice older ladies just checking tickets. There was no serious security. Maybe they wanted you, but now it's like a structure. There's a lot more security because they became overwhelmed.
Yeah.
There was no
because people like you kept talking about the secret entrance.
I did not mention it until it was official.
It was like me and 5 guys knew about that, and now it's like it's out in the open. It's no good.
But it kept growing and growing, and you'd have lines that would wrap all the way through the hotel, and then they had to do something about it. And brilliantly, the princess erected a beer garden right next to the entrance.
It's amazing how they do that.
A beer. It's kind of smart.
So I was working. I opened the Princess when the Scottsdale Princess opened.
What do you mean you opened it?
I was hired before they opened. I opened the Princess.
Oh, did you cut the ribbon?
I was an employee working there, opening the Princess.
You used to work there?
Yeah.
Do you get discounts there now?
No, they don't even know who I am now. There's a plaque somewhere, but I don't know.
There's no plaque.
Yeah, there's a bush.
Don't let him in.
Yeah, I bet.
But there, it used to be. Yeah, we would just get off work. The Open used to be so much smaller. We would get off work and go through that little gate, and you just be on the course. Nobody cared. It was nothing. And the bird's nest was a tent right next to the 18th green, and you just walked over. The players would walk off the course and come have a beer. It was awesome. It was such a different experience.
Yeah,
It's
if you
pretty awesome
go and look at the old tiger videos, I mean, there's just like dirt mounds here and there that people. It is just.
I was sitting on that dirt mound.
Yeah,
hit
it's
that.
like Disneyland now. I mean, the 16th hole, I think in 10 years is going to be a high rise.
I think you're right.
It's four stories now.
Right.
And it is crazy how much, and they just keep doing these activations. So it's almost like Monopoly. Like they keep putting hotels and stuff here and there, not actual hotels, but it's phenomenal.
You know what's great about the Thunderbirds, the charity organization that runs this, is they always, every year there's a new person running it. Every year there's new people kind of in charge of the Open. They change jobs. So you get new people, new ideas, new thoughts, and they're always coming up with something new. Sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes it does. One time in the Greenskeeper tent along 18, they made it a beach. And they put like beach chairs out there, and you could sit there and watch the fairway like it was a beach. They got rid of that.
I remember that.
But it was
I like that.
Yeah, but they do different things. And 16, they figured it out. They know where to make their money.
All right, Weather Bunny, we'll talk to you tomorrow for your final report.
Thanks, Ian.
All right. You got it. Take care, guys.
All right.
Appreciate you.
That's Ian Schwartz, Arizona's Family. Check him out in the morning, meteorologist and reporter. He's having a lot of fun out there at the Open. He's checking in with us every day at 4:15. All right, Barry Markson in for Bruce today. We've got some more news about Savannah Guthrie and her siblings, and they put out the video last night pleading for the return of their mother, Nancy. Why the video is key to bringing their mother home. Coming up next.
Opinion, analysis, breaking news, traffic updates. You get all that and more on your phone when you download the KTAR News app. The KTAR News app is presented by America Roofing.
At the Midwestern University Eye Institute, they take the time to know you, offering affordable, unhurried, and thorough vision care. I'm Jim Sharp here, along with Dr. Pierce Kenworthy. Doctor, can you tell us about the new services recently introduced at the Eye Institute?
We are thrilled to have a whole new laser refractive suite here, including 2 fully functioning lasers, the Visimax 800, very helpful for performing LASIK, which is what most people hear about, but there's some others as well, including PRK, photorefractive keratectomy, and a newer type of refractive surgery called SMILE, which stands for small incision lenticular extraction. What that means to say is it's a much smaller part of the cornea being removed and still achieving the same effect to change the patient's prescription by changing the shape of the cornea.
Experience the Midwestern difference in vision care, adult and pediatric eye exams, designer eyewear, dry eye treatment, and ophthalmology services. Conveniently located in Glendale near 59th Avenue in Utopia. Visit MWUclinics.com. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for healthcare.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Investors, stop letting income verification hold you back. With Waterstone Mortgage's DSCR program, your property pays for itself. No tax returns, no W-2s, just cash flow. Buy more, refinance smarter, scale faster. Purchases and refinances, including cash out. This is Amy Batten, host of Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B. Text CLOSE to 620-620 or visit keepingitrealestatewithamyb.com.
Message and data rates may apply. Waterstone Mortgage Corporation, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 1864348, NMLS 1899766.
If something happened to you tomorrow, would your family be prepared? Without proper estate planning, your family could be forced into Arizona probate court for months or even years. The court could step in and control what happens to your home and your money. And while your family is grieving, they could be burdened with court hearings, paperwork, and stress. Probate can cost thousands of dollars in legal fees. But all of this can be avoided. RJP Estate Planning can help you set up a living trust to keep your loved ones out of probate. Trusted by over 40,000 Arizona families. RJP brings clarity, protection, and peace of mind. And if you're 60 or over, you can save 60% on a living trust.
Call 480-896-9597 to schedule your complimentary estate planning consultation. That's 480-896-9597. Call by February 9th. 480-896-9597.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
The president and I were watching the press conference about the search for Savannah Guthrie's mother.
As local authorities continue to work leads in the search for missing Tucson woman Nancy Guthrie, the White House now has taken an interest. KTAR's Ballin Overstolz is live in the news center with more.
It's been about 4 days since 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie was first reported missing Sunday afternoon. Arizona Pima County law enforcement and the FBI working together on the case. And White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt also saying today,
the president, as you all know, spoke directly with Savannah yesterday and told her that the federal government is here to help. Any requests that are made by state and local officials in the search of Miss Guthrie will absolutely be accommodated.
And the FBI investigating ransom notes, one of which it continues to look into, but Special Agent in charge of the FBI Phoenix Field Office, Heath Yonke, saying there hasn't been any communications back, and another already led to an arrest of a reported imposter with a fake ransom. Live in the news center, Ballin Overstolz, KTAR News.
And we're learning more now about the arrest of the man accused in what authorities call an imposter ransom in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. Derek Cayella from Hawthorne, California, is facing several charges. The criminal complaint filed by the Department of Justice says Cayella admitted to contacting members of the Guthrie family via text, demanding Bitcoin payment right after they released a video asking potential kidnappers to reach out to them.
Eyes on Education.
Community members in the Phoenix Union High School District are calling for the resignation of governing board member Jeremiah Cota after he posted a picture at a far-right political group's holiday party. Esteban Flemons, president of the Phoenix Union Classroom Teachers Association, says Cota is not representing his community of 90% minorities. He added Cota wasn't even elected, but appointed to his role.
So to just come in and want to overturn the apple cart regarding these things just because they don't fit his ideology is concerning.
More than 600 people have signed a petition calling for Cota's resignation. Cota did not respond for comment. Let's check on traffic now. Here we go to Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Mesa with debris on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Price Freeway, northbound near Guadalupe Road. Looking towards Surface Streets. Chandler with a crash on Cooper Road and Ray Road. Phoenix with a crash on 51st Avenue and Southern Avenue, and Tempe with a crash on Priest Drive and Werner Road. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get a prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
56, the overnight low temp. Low 80s Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Mid next week, we're going to be back into the 70s, maybe even the upper 60s, with a little chance of rain in the forecast. 76 in Buckeye. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Board of Supervisors subpoena someone from the county recorder's office. The chairwoman talks about it on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
All right, outspoken Bruce and Gatos. Barry is in for Bruce.
What is up, Gatos?
All right. So let's go through some audio, because we heard yesterday towards the end of the show the video that Savannah Guthrie and her siblings put out, and it's just horrible. I mean, to think about what they're going through is, it just, you can't even understand it. None of us can understand it unless we had someone taken from us. And so, you know, I've watched Savannah Guthrie on TV for years. I don't tune into the Today Show every day, of course, but I've seen her do interviews, and, you know, she's very solid. And then you see her yesterday, which is a totally different deal. She's sitting in front of a camera, the last place she wants to be, talking about the last thing she ever wants to talk about, the disappearance of her mother. And she is just, throughout the whole thing, very raw. You can tell she's been crying for days. You can tell she hasn't slept in days. And it was so heartbreaking, you know, to watch some of this stuff. And I think what maybe we should talk about is, why put the video out? Is it going to help bring their mother home? Is it the smart thing to do? That's
yeah. I think. Look, I'm not in law enforcement, so I'm the last person to ask about this. But it would seem to me that when we're 5 days in, there's really nothing in the way of clues or things, at least that they're talking about. Do whatever you can, right? I mean, why not? Is my thinking. Why even if it's a 0.06% chance of something happening, why wouldn't you take that chance?
Here as she was yesterday.
Our mom is our heart and our home. She's 84 years old. Her health, her heart is fragile. She lives in constant pain. She is without any medicine. She needs it to survive. She needs it not to suffer.
So the goal of the Guthrie family putting out the video, retired ATF Special Agent in Charge Jim Kavanaugh was speaking about this.
Our mom is our heart.
Wrong one.
That didn't sound like him.
Here is his clip. Thank
you. Well, this is the family reaching out, Craig, to the abductors and saying, look, first, let's talk about mom. Let's humanize mom. You know, she has grandchildren. They love her. Children, they love her. She's just a loving grandmother, mother. Humanize her, and the family talks about Nancy and humanizes her with the abductors, because she's been just an object to the abductors, an object of their goal, which either is money or some messaging, or we don't quite know yet. So that's very important. I think it was excellent they did that. They need to humanize Nancy. And they also say, we're ready to listen. Hear the family. We want to listen. We want to hear what you want. Do you want money? Do you want a message? What is it you want? Tell us. We want to listen. And they talk about, the world of manipulated voices. In other words, they know about these ransom notes. They specifically discuss it. But there's manipulated voices, so we don't know if it's really the abductors. We don't know if it's really you. So reach out to us and let us know. And then, of course, they strengthen mom. They kind of close with strengthening mom. We're all looking. We're all here. We're not going to give up. So there's a lot of messaging there from the family. It's very, very good.
You wonder if mom saw it.
Well, I guess it's possible, right? We don't know. It seems unlikely, but we don't know. But it's why not put it out? It's a good thing. It's cathartic for the family, and if it somehow leads to a clue or a hint or some if there's kidnappers here, then for them to treat her well or do something to get her back, that's good. A couple of new facts, Gatos. I don't know if you saw this. We were talking about the lack of any real of a reward yesterday. Now the FBI is now offering a reward of $50,000. That's new from yesterday.
Right.
And then one of the ransom notes, they've arrested somebody associated with that ransom note. They figured out it was fake. They went and found the person and arrested somebody who sent in a fake ransom note.
Yeah, there's an L.A. man arrested for sending text messages to Savannah Guthrie and some of the members of the family, and it was all about the Bitcoin.
Right.
And so this guy says he just wanted to see if the family would respond. Oh, man.
Yeah, he's
going to deserve to get throttled.
He's going to go to prison for a little while, I think,
Good.
for that. That's
you deserve to get throttled.
That's a felony, my friends.
News Nation, Ashley Banfield was talking about what stands out to her in watching the family video.
Well, I think, you're all right in the fact that it sounded incredibly strategic and scripted as the FBI would want. And it makes really good sense that Tracy said that the ICAC works with a lot of kidnapping and may have been there actually to record this.
A little bit more.
Well, the tone of Savannah's voice, she wanted to appear trustworthy, to say, I'm here to talk. We are here to listen. It was a receptive position. They want to engage the captor. They are desperate to hear back.
And this is Anna Schechter of CBS News.
If, in fact, this ransom note is real, this to me looks like a response to that ransom note trying to engage the captor. You want to establish a rapport with the captor. This is classic FBI tactics in a type of hostage negotiation situation.
Yeah. I mean, it's, if you're jumping in the car after work and what's the latest on Nancy Guthrie, there's really nothing else. We don't have any suspects that anybody's talking about. There's no new leads. The FBI and the sheriff's office went through the house again yesterday, Gatos, which some people were saying that's a bad look. I'm saying, why wouldn't you? Maybe somehow we missed a clue. Maybe we did a great search and we missed why wouldn't you do everything you possibly can here? But they had a ransom demand. They arrested somebody with a fake one, but there's been others.
Sure.
We don't know if those, as I understand it, one of them has been kind of authenticated as real, that there was information in that demand with specifics about the home that at least gave an indication that seemed credible.
Like, you have to hope that one of these ransom notes is real.
Right. Because if not,
then there's nowhere to start.
Well, and this is
you got no starting point.
I don't want to be morbid, but you start right. There's no starting point, and also was it just more random? Was it just somebody taking her out of the house and leaving her in the desert out there? I mean, you don't know. I mean, it's just awful. So yeah, you hope the ransom note is real. You hope they're actually trying to get money. You hope there's somehow they think this is going to be a thing where they get their money and get her back, but. I mean, you look up the statistics of this, Gatos, the longer this goes on, the reality is the less likely the person is recovered. Doesn't mean she can't be, doesn't mean he can't have it, but the longer that it goes on, it's not a good thing.
My hope, and we're stretching here, my hope is that one of these ransom notes is real, and if this person or people, if they want to get paid, they got to keep her alive.
Yeah.
So they're doing everything they can to keep this 84-year-old woman alive.
But even that, by the way, she and Savannah Guthrie said this.
Yeah.
She's on medication that she needs to stay alive.
Pain every day.
Yeah, I mean, there's things she has that she's 84 years old. She has heart issues. She has pain. So even if they're trying, how do they do that? They can't. You can't get access to prescription medication. So it's a very difficult situation. I just don't understand if you're doing this for money. If you're really, it's a kidnapping and you want money, it would seem to me, get the ransom demand out there. Let's get going. We want to do this right away.
And that took a few days.
You don't drag this out. That part of it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I don't really understand it.
All right, we'll keep our eye on this and all the news that's coming out of Tucson about the disappearance and the abduction of Nancy Guthrie. All right, let's see. Coming up next. So, how much would you pay to go to the Super Bowl?
Oh, the Super Bowl.
We got some numbers we're gonna crunch. Here, Barry's in for Bruce, outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. All right, Sweet James, accident attorneys, best in America, named among the best attorneys in the U.S. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James accident attorneys. So I want you to call 1-800-9-MILLION. Listen, this is a number that you may need to never call. But if you put it in your phone now, God forbid something happens, you know exactly where to go. You know exactly who to call. There are a million, accident and injury law firms out there, but very few deliver the results that Sweet James does, okay? This is the firm to call. You need a closer. You need someone who is going to take on the insurance companies who really don't want to pay you anything. 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-9-MILLION. They are there for you, and you don't pay until they win your case. That's right. You don't pay them until they win your case. And they win 98% of the cases. All right? SweetJames.com, 1-800-9-MILLION. Tell them Gato sent you.
Just in time for Valentine's Day, grab your sweetie or gather your friends and head to Beatitudes campus in North Central Phoenix. I'm Jamie West. This music and wine event is one you're sure to love. Friday evening, February 13th at 6:30, enjoy the Sonas Brothers as they bring an incredibly entertaining performance with a Greek and Spanish flair. Save your spot by texting RSVP to 620-620 or go to beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Message and data rates may apply.
We know exactly what you're not thinking about right now. Wiper blades. But now that you are, take a moment to think about how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America. Why? Because Rain-X thinks about wiper blades all the time. We obsess, so you don't have to. Simply install our blades and then think about literally anything else. So choose Rain-X, America's #1 wiper blades, and then go back to not thinking about wiper blades. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts at helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. The Phoenix Police Department is reporting an officer-involved shooting this afternoon. We're told it happened in the area of 72nd Drive and Merrill Street. That's near Thomas Road on the city's west side. The suspect's been taken to a hospital for treatment. No officers were hurt, and we'll bring you more details as we learn them. Get breaking news notifications right to your phone. Just download the KTAR News app. And for more, go to KTAR.com. Let's check traffic now with Enrique Garcia, who's live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 35th Avenue. Mesa debris on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101 Price Freeway northbound at Guadalupe Road. A look into our surface streets. Chandler with a crash on Cooper Road and Ray Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 five-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-666-9943. Again, book online at azwds.com.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second. That's not a crowd. That's a small city. And it's the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. 40,000 people have said stop before a knee or hip replacement. There has to be another way. And they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using cellular-level treatments to revitalize joint tissue naturally. Today, patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics, right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science. Treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime. The sooner you start, the faster inflammation will ease and slow down osteoarthritis progression that's causing your pain. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp. Join LaDonna Harvey and me for Arizona's Morning News Friday when Colton Krolak will report live from the Phoenix Open. Will he see drunk guys in banana costumes getting ejected from the tournament again?
All right.
Yeah, it should be fun either way.
All right. Don't play that anymore. Crying out loud, Sharp.
Show the Open some respect. Hey, can FBI agents seize ballots and documents from the 2020 election here in Arizona? It happened in Georgia last month. Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes joins the Arizona Political Podcast with Jim Sharp for this exclusive conversation. The new episode is out now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
All right. So, Super Bowl 60, right?
Yes.
Whew. Super Bowl 60 on Sunday. I'm going to try and break the record for wings.
Are you? What is the record?
I don't know, but my personal record, 40.
40 wings in one sitting?
It was
one Super Bowl or another
It was a rough night, put it that way. Do you know what the cheapest Super Bowl ticket is right now? Being priced on StubHub?
No, on StubHub.
Do you want to take a guess?
The cheapest one?
Cheapest Super Bowl.
$1,200.
$6,652.
Get out of here. Upstairs?
Yeah.
No way.
Holy moly.
Boy, I blew my opportunity to go to the Super Bowl.
I always heard,
I could have gone years ago.
Have you been to a Super Bowl?
No.
Okay.
I've never been to one. I have to tell you, I don't know why. I've never had that much of an excitement to go. Like, it'd be kind of a check-a-box thing, but it's just so much security and lines. And I just, if it was my team there, I think I'd be into it. But otherwise, it's just not something I'm excited about.
It's a ton of money. It's what do I?
That's insane.
All right, so Super Bowl 30.
All right.
So this is Super Bowl 60.
So 30 years ago.
Super Bowl 30. How much do you think a ticket was?
This
is the
on like StubHub or on or like a face value,
whatever it was.
30 years ago, they were a lot way cheaper. They were, I was gonna say $700,
$720.
There you go.
All right. Let's see. How about Super Bowl 40?
Super Bowl 40 was up to probably $1,800,
$1,100.
Oh, it barely went up.
Yeah,
it barely went up.
Super Bowl 50.
All right. Now I'm going to go $1,800.
$3,300.
Oh, there it goes.
That's
All
it.
Right. Well, because you know what it is, the league finally looked up and said they're selling these for $6,000 on StubHub. What are we doing?
Yeah.
Like, why aren't we increasing our prices?
But if you look at Super Bowl 54.
Yep.
Okay. Super Bowl 54. 6 years ago, it was like a $5,000 ticket, and the very next year it doubled.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's like, okay, I saw it continue to go up and kind of creep up and creep up.
Yeah.
But 5 years ago, something happened, and these tickets doubled. So Super Bowl 54 was just $5,500. Then the very next year, it was $10,000.
Yeah.
And then the very next year, $11,000.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, is it the matchup?
No. Well, look, there's some of that.
Yeah.
But the Super Bowl is a separate thing. It's a completely. It's just an experience. It's a bucket list item. People want to go.
Right.
And there are people who have, there's a lot of money out there right now, Gatos. And I say that understanding that for the vast majority of people, it's a struggle. We're paying bills. You got to get your rent out there. But there are a lot of wealthy people out there who have the money. The stock market's been going up. And they're like, let's go to the Super Bowl.
And they're the ones that are keeping this economy going.
And they'll say in their head, hey, one-time thing. Let's spend the money. Let's blow it out and have a good time. And that's what they're doing. And there aren't that many tickets. That's the other thing. Even all the teams get tickets. There's a lot of tickets. The players get tickets to give away and things like that. By the way, they are super strict about that. If you're able to, and you have to buy them. If you're able to buy a ticket at face value and you turn around and sell it and you got the ticket through the NFL, they will come after you.
What are they going to do?
Well, whoever gave you the ticket is never going to get a ticket again. They've suspended people. It is. They will really come and get you. They don't want to see that. But yeah, the NFL is going to make a ton of money on this, and it's like anything else. It's a business. You're looking at it and say, this is gross. Why are you doing it? But why? If you're making a product and you're selling it for $1,000, and the day after you sell it, the guy who bought it is selling it for $4,000, right. Aren't you saying, hang on a minute?
Yeah.
We're leaving a lot of money on the table here? I mean, this is obvious.
All right, first Super Bowl ad back in 1967.
1967.
What do you think?
I think it was like $400.
$37,000.
No, that's a lot. Because you got to remember, the first Super Bowl, nobody even knew what was going on. You know what I mean? It's not Like, you look back at the old NBA and stuff, like, people were barely watching it. They didn't have the TV contracts. The players are wearing leather helmets. Could you imagine that? A helmet made out of leather.
Oh, my gosh. Now you can barely touch the quarterback.
That's right.
So $37,500 for the first Super Bowl ad in 1967. And nearly 60 years later, we've got companies paying over 266 times that amount for 30 seconds.
How much is that?
Let me get it here. It is,
I'll do the math.
in 2026, a 30-second commercial during Super Bowl 60 costs $8 million.
$8 million. Wow. And for some of these companies, it changes their whole product. It launches the company into a whole other stratosphere.
Some companies are paying $10 million or more.
Wow. That is incredible.
Is that incredible?
Wow. And I got to tell you, the ads are fun. I like seeing the ads.
You know, some companies put ads out on YouTube and never buy time
Smart.
in the... This is our Super Bowl ad.
Yeah,
go watch it on YouTube. It costs us $40.
Trying to go viral, and here we
Right?
go. Yeah, smart. $8 million. My goodness.
All right, Barry is in for Bruce.
Are they dropping an outspoken ad on the Super Bowl this year? That'd be fun.
Be a $9 million ad, I'll tell you. Coming up next, why the mother of Savannah Guthrie has captured the attention of the nation. Stick around. Hey, Advanced Window Products. They finished up at my house last week. I've got brand new windows. Unbelievable difference in my house. I had windows that were discolored, and you couldn't see through them. The biggest window in my house had condensation between the panels the day I bought the house 13, 14 years ago. And we just left it like that. And we're like, why are we doing that? So the best company, when we're talking 40-year anniversary of Advanced Window Products, they've been doing this for decades. A local company, family-owned and operated. They've got a deal for you in the month of February. And if you're thinking about getting new windows, I want you to call my friends at Advanced Window Products. $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. They can also prorate the discount if you have less than 10 windows. How sweet is that? All right, here's the number. Make sure you mention Gatos. 480-746-4280. Have them out to your house. It's a free visit. Let them look at your windows. Meet the team. Let them do some measurements and go from there. 480-746-4280. Online, advancedwindows.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Homes 2X buys your home for cash with a full market value guarantee, which means that when they resell it, you get the profit. Stay in your home rent-free until it sells and use all your equity in your current home to buy your next place as a cash buyer. No waiting, no stress. You control the offers, you get the profit. Want cash up front with a full market value guarantee? Sell your home at homes2x.com. That's homes, the number 2x.com.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior. Adventure? How about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Gleason Roofing.
Jim Sharp here to tell you about my friends at Gleason Roofing. Yeah, my friends. A friendship that started with the great honest work they did at my house. Gleason Roofing's been protecting Valley homes and businesses for 20 plus years. They know Arizona roofs, materials, and our weather inside and out. Make Gleason Roofing your friends by inviting them over for a free, honest roof audit. It involves no scare tactics or pressure, just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there and what doesn't need fixing. Gleason Roofing is one of a very small percentage of roofers nationwide named a GAF Master Elite contractor, meaning Gleason has top-tier installation standards, ongoing training, and access to the best warranties in the industry. This is the best time to replace a roof. Cooler temps mean faster installs, and you're getting ahead of spring storms and summer monsoons. Get your no-obligation roof audit right now by going to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
Investors, stop letting income verification hold you back. With Waterstone Mortgage's DSCR program, your property pays for itself. No tax returns, no W-2s, just cash flow. Buy more, refinance smarter, scale faster. Purchases and refinances, including cash out. This is Amy Batten, host of Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B. Text CLOSE to 620-620 or visit keepingitrealestatewithamyb.com.
Message and data rates may apply. Waterstone Mortgage Corporation, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 1864348, NMLS 1897666.
Trying to make sense of the markets? Looking to diversify out of all the craziness? Thinking about tangible assets like precious metals? Listen to The Gold Show with Kenny Michaels, right here on KTAR every Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. Stay up to date on retirement trends, how the IRA rollover process works, and why investors are turning to physical gold. Kenny is a national talk show host with decades of experience in the markets. Tune in this Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. for Kenny's insights and The Gold Show on KTAR.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 5 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn, and new this afternoon, no Phoenix police officers have been hurt following an officer-involved shooting on the city's west side. It happened in the area of 72nd Drive and Merrill Street. That's near Thomas Road. The suspect has been taken to a hospital for treatment. And we're waiting for more details on what led up to the gunfire. We'll pass those along just as soon as we learn them. At least one ransom note in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie in Tucson has been found to be fake.
FBI Special Agent Heath Yonke says charges have been filed in that case. As for the other ransoms, Yonke adds the Guthrie family has received no response after putting out a video last night saying they're ready to talk with whoever took their mother, but need proof she's still alive.
As with every lead, we are taking it seriously. We are in communication with the family. And while we advise and recommend from a law enforcement perspective, any action taken on any ransom is ultimately decided by the family.
There is now a $50,000 reward for information that brings Nancy home. Reporting in Tucson, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
And here's what we've learned about the arrest in that fake ransom note. The Department of Justice says Derek Kayea admitted to contacting members of the Guthrie family via text shortly after they released a video statement asking potential kidnappers to speak with them about their mother. He's facing a number of charges and claims he just wanted to see if they would respond. Police in Avondale are again asking for help in their search for the missing Isabella Comas. They believe Comas's boyfriend Tommy Rodriguez was driving her car in the Globe area January 12th, about the time she disappeared. Detectives are also convinced Comas suffered a significant injury at about that time based on blood found in her car. So they're again asking people who were in the Globe area January 12th to check any surveillance footage that they might have.
Eyes on Education.
Community members in the Phoenix Union High School District are calling for the resignation of a board member over political affiliation.
More than 600 people have signed a petition for Jeremiah Cota to step down after he posted a picture at a Republicans for Renewal event. The group describes itself as a hardcore conservative group for nationalists. Isaac Young is a teacher planning to run against Cota for his governing board seat in the upcoming election and says for the community, Cota is not a reflection of the students or parents.
We don't need board members who are going to be flirtatious with extremism when you're representing a district that has over 25,000 students that come from all different walks of life.
Cota was also involved in an incident in August where he tried to say the Lord's Prayer instead of the district's land acknowledgement before a board meeting. Cota did not respond for comment. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
Time for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia. It's brought to you by Beatitudes Campus.
It's February 5th.
And back on this day in 1971, Apollo 14 astronauts walked on the moon.
4, 3, 2, 1.
The Apollo 14 mission was the third time humans landed on the moon and the first time they landed in the lunar highlands. The plan was to collect lunar samples, explore the moon, compare the moon's evolution to Earth, and set up a remote data collection station. The mission was originally scheduled for 1970, but was postponed because of the investigation following the failure of Apollo 13 to reach the moon's surface, plus the need for modifications to the shuttle. Commander Alan Shepard, Command Module Pilot Stuart Rusa, and Lunar Module Pilot Edgar Mitchell launched on their 9-day mission on Sunday, January 31st. And it wasn't until 5 days later, Alan and Edgar would become the 5th and the 6th person to ever walk on the moon. And it wasn't just some quick walk in the park. They explored the moon's surface for 4 hours. And it happened back on this day in 1971.
Let's check on traffic and get you home tonight. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash blocking the exit ramp, I-17 southbound approaching Union Hills Drive. Phoenix with a crash in the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway, westbound near 35th Avenue in. Looking in towards surface streets, Phoenix with a crash on 27th Avenue and McDowell Road. This report is brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Get your $47 heating tune-up today. Call 480-344-0082 or visit dayandnightair.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
After an overnight low temp around 56, we'll be in the low 80s through Sunday. Next week, though, we could see the 70s, maybe even the upper 60s again, and possibly some showers. It's 73 in Cave Creek. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You're acting strange today.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Well, first of all, I'm not acting.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 2.
Oh, many people say hour number 2 is the best hour of the program.
Oh, Barry is in for Bruce today. And earlier today, we had the press conference from Tucson about Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Savannah Guthrie, and we're kind of going through it throughout the day, trying to learn and find, are we ever going to find this poor woman who's 84 and was taken out of her house in the middle of the night? Couple things here, Barry. And in a second, I think something we should discuss is has this story captured the attention of the nation? And let's really go into the specifics. Everybody that I talked to, lunch, my wife, I was at the store. What do you think of this? And everybody's talking about it. So in a second, let's discuss that. First, what we learned quickly from the press conference was that the blood that was in front of the door is Nancy Guthrie's blood.
Right.
Okay. There are no suspects. And I don't want to say no leads, but there are no suspects. So they don't know who this, they're telling us, they're telling you, they don't know who this is, which is obviously troubling. But one of the questions that I have is, you don't have any suspects or anything. I don't like the way that they treated the crime scene, Barry, and maybe you can help me with this. It's like they knew it was a crime scene. They went in, they did their investigation, and then they cleared the home, right? They took the yellow tape down. And then some Amazon drivers walking right up to the house and delivering a package to Nancy Guthrie's house. And then 24 hours later, the cops are like, you know what? We might want to go back and look. Let's put the yellow tape back up. Wait a second. Why did you take the yellow tape down?
Well, is it true that that the blood, like News Nation or one of these networks, they filmed the blood and then put it out there, and that's when they went back and, there's blood here.
There was still blood there. The Amazon driver had to go. He went up there. He walked past the blood.
Yeah, I don't understand that at all. That's just incredible. By the way, do you know that the deadline for the ransom note that they see
5 o'clock
today?
It's right now.
It's right now. So, did anybody take that seriously? Are they responding to it? We don't know. It just seems odd.
Who's who's responding to it? I mean, the people who took her have to.
I don't know what it says, but normally a ransom note would say, give us X number of dollars, and here's how you do it, and you have to do it by this deadline, and then you have to decide whether or not you're going to comply with that. But as I said this yesterday, law enforcement will tell you that they say they'll tell the family, you don't give any money without proof of life. You have to have that.
That's the thing.
And there's no indication we have that. No, maybe we have it. I don't know. But there's been certainly that video that the Guthrie family put out yesterday gives no indication that they've seen their mom anywhere, that they've seen any proof of life, a photograph with a newspaper in front of it or, video, nothing. So I don't
So
know
if you're Savannah Guthrie and you're getting paid millions of dollars a year, you've got a great job, you're worth millions of dollars.
Yeah.
She's earned it. She's a great journalist. Got it. You get these ransom notes. By the way, one of the ransom notes, total BS, completely bogus.
They already arrested the guy who sent it.
The guy just wanted to know if he was going to get attention back.
And by the way,
piece of garbage.
And the FBI says that, by the way, when these things happen, they get multiple ransom notes, and obviously several of them are fake, either trying to get money or attention.
So if you're Savannah Guthrie and you do have millions of dollars, right? Let's say they ask for $10 million. If you're Savannah Guthrie, do you just say, okay, I'm just going to send $10 million here? I don't know. But
let me ask you that
without proof.
You want it right? I don't know how you do that. And what I'm saying is, law enforcement will tell you don't give any money unless you have evidence that your mom is still alive.
And I mean, at this point, don't you listen to law enforcement because they've got the experience in these kind of things. Hey, don't send $10 million. I'm just using the 10. Don't send $10 million to a place we don't know. It could be some person in Peoria, Arizona. I don't know.
And we don't know. We don't know what the amount is. We don't know how they wanted it. I don't even know if this ransom note said, here's how you should get it to us. So we don't know. Because the one with the Bitcoin or the crypto said, do it by crypto, that was the fake one.
That was fake.
So we don't know what this one says.
Right.
There's one that was credible, that the law enforcement said, this one is credible. There's detail in the note that is at the crime scene that we don't think someone randomly would have.
So that first deadline is passed, 5 o'clock.
Yes. And no one's talking about it. You know what I mean? We haven't heard a report about it today. I mean, we knew about this, but no law enforcement. And again, maybe they're going to do something with it. Maybe they're trying to engage with the kidnappers, and do something with it today.
Okay, why is this? It's a terrible question. What I'm going to. Why is this a big story? Now, I think we can go down the line of a dozen different things. It's a famous person's mother. Was this mother taken because the kidnapper knew? Well, her daughter's got money. We don't know. But why is this story capturing the attention of everyone? And I think part of the reason is, don't we, like as a public, don't we always get intrigued by the rich and famous? I mean, isn't that we're captivated by stuff like that?
Sure, celebrities,
right?
People that are in front of us all the time.
And the death of Rob Reiner. Everybody was talking about that. Why? Because he was famous.
Right.
And it was just a horrific story of his son going in, killing his mother and his father. But I mean, stories like this, it
happens every day. Every day, there's people.
It happens every day, but when it's Rob Reiner, or when it is Savannah Guthrie,
Well, it's and it's also I don't want to make it salacious like it's a celebrity, so we care, but it's also people feel like they have a relationship with celebrities sometimes, right? There are people who've been watching Rob Reiner since he was on All in the Family in the 70s, and gone to his movies, and they don't know him, they've never met him, but they feel a connection with him. And so same thing with Savannah Guthrie. People wake up, they watch her every day on the Today Show for years and years. Yeah. They feel a connection with her, and when something happens, they feel bad about that. I mean, have you had that, Gatos, when a celebrity, somebody you know as a celebrity dies, not somebody you ever met, but they've had an impact on your life? Of course. Do you feel that sometimes? I had that with Anthony Bourdain. I never met Anthony Bourdain. He didn't know who I was, but I loved watching his shows. And when he died, I was sad about that.
Sure.
And I'm not sad about anything. I'm very callous. But
no, you're not.
But you know what I mean? I didn't know him. It's like and I was almost surprised by the effect it had on me because I had no relationship with him at all, other than I watched him on TV. That was it.
There are times where we feel deep connections with a movie or someone in television or an athlete or a musician. And here we have a news anchor who a lot of people woke up to every single morning and was a fixture on television.
Yeah.
Since
Well, she is.
2011.
Yeah. And here's the other part. And this is, as much as you're saying, and I understand this is why we're fixated on it, there are over 50,000 kidnappings in the United States a year.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't hear about more than 5 of them probably, or 10 a year.
Right.
But it happens all the time. Now, a lot of that, I think, is going to be children kidnapped by mom or dad, or custody disputes and things like that. But there's still tens of thousands of real kidnappings and families who go through that and communities who are affected by it, and we don't hear about that at all. There's all kinds of crime around us. It's incredible how much there is.
It's true, but I also think it is the vibe that Savannah Guthrie has put out there for many years. She's 54. She's usually, very cheerful in the morning.
Sure.
I've seen her hit a ton of guests hard. She's a good interviewer. She drilled Trump on a and it was fair. And it was fair. So she's not all smiles and just I look good on TV.
She's a journalist.
Smart lady.
Yeah.
She's a smart lady, but also
smarter than you'd think coming out of U of A. But yeah,
but when you wake up with someone in the morning and you're having your coffee and you're watching this, and that is your routine, and now suddenly something has happened to her, her family, you're going to look into it.
You feel a connection.
You
with
do
her.
feel a connection, and I think a lot of people are saying kind of what you said. Hey, we got thousands of people getting kidnapped and nobody talks about it.
Right.
Well, you're right, but this is someone that, as you said, we almost feel like we know.
Yeah. No, that's...
And tragedy has struck.
Yeah.
And the drama is unfolding, unfortunately, on television.
Well, and it builds on itself. Each day goes by. We don't have any other information, right? Normally, you expect this to be kind of resolved. Hopefully, by now, it's not.
And then
even resolved in a bad way, and I'm hoping that doesn't happen here, but...
You want it resolved.
Right.
You don't want to never know.
It's not even that I don't... Right. But what I'm saying is usually it could be resolved, but in a bad way. And we don't want that to happen. So the fact that that hasn't happened yet is a positive.
Right.
But it doesn't usually last this long. It doesn't drag out this long.
And then you see her go on TV and do what she's never done on TV. Yeah. She's pleading for the return of her mother.
Yeah, she's a daughter.
Our mom is our heart and our home. She's 84 years old. Her health, her heart is fragile. She lives in constant pain. She is without any medicine. She needs it to survive. She needs it not to suffer.
And she humanizes her mom as a mom and a grandmother and someone who needs her medication and is not very mobile.
It's how we would all be feeling now.
Right.
In that circumstance.
It's
crazy. It's the whole thing.
But I think it's kind of a little bit what you alluded to. It's like, some of us have 84-year-old mothers.
Yeah.
I don't. My mom passed 5 years ago, 6 years ago. She never made 80. But there are, you look at Nancy Guthrie and you say, hey, my mom lives by herself over here, or my mom lives by herself over here, and she's 80, and that could be anybody's mom.
I hope we find her and get her back and find out what happened here and why this happened. It's the whole thing's just crazy.
Well, you take an 84-year-old?
Yeah.
You deserve what's coming to you.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope to God they find her. Okay. Coming up next. Is this the worst job market since the Great Recession? We have some stats. You're not going to like them. But we're going to tell you what is going on out there in the economy. It's all coming up next. Barry is in for Bruce, Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. All right. Aquazota Connecticut, the world's most efficient softener. Who's got $24? You got $24 a month to burn? I think you probably do. $24 a month. What can you get for $24 a month? $24 a month. How about you get all the chlorine removed from your water? $24 a month. How about you get all the microplastics and forever chemicals removed from your water? $24 a month. That's it. So for Connecticut, that's what you pay, right? That's what you pay every single month. And you get the K5 drinking water station, the same one that I have in my home. So, tell you a little about the K5, all right? You can get a refreshing glass of water every time from the comfort of your own kitchen. Your coffee will taste better. Your food is going to taste better with the purified drinking water, and all that stuff that you don't want in your water, the K5 takes out. And it's only like $20 a month. Got to mention Gatos when you call. February only, 602-910-6570, 602-910-6570, aquazona.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:18. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. A suspect is in the hospital following a shooting involving Phoenix police this afternoon. This happened on the city's west side near 72nd Drive and Merrill Street. That's close to Thomas Road. No officers were hurt. We're waiting to get more info on what led up to the shooting. We'll pass along those details as we get them in. And we are now learning more about the arrest of a man accused in what authorities call an imposter ransom in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. Derek Kaya from Hawthorne, California, is facing several charges. The criminal complaint filed by the Department of Justice says Kaya admitted to contacting members of the Guthrie family via text shortly after they released a video asking potential kidnappers to reach out to them. And he claims he just wanted to see if they'd respond. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Time for traffic now. Let's check it out with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash blocking the left-hand lanes. I-17 southbound near Pinnacle Peak Road. Phoenix again with a crash, this time blocking the exit ramp. I-17 southbound approaching Union Hills Drive. A look in towards surface streets. Glendale with a crash on 85th Avenue and Camelback Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, and now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Thanks, Enrique. All right, so Barry's in for Bruce. There is a second video of Savannah Guthrie and her
from the family
siblings.
Another video from the families. We'll have that for you here in a few minutes.
Yep, it's going. Our producer Julia, the first lady of Outspoken, is going through it right now. We'll have that for you in about 10 minutes.
Hey, KTR is teaming up for something big, and we want you climbing with us. Sign up to join Broomhead and Gatos on the KTR team and help raise critical funds for the special needs community during the Cardinals Climb event on February 21st. Text the word CLIMB to 620-620 to learn more and sign up today.
Yeah, it's going to be a great Saturday. Broomhead and I are looking at captaining the KTAR team.
Oh, my.
And I'm going to lap them.
2 weeks from this Saturday.
That's right.
There you go. You're going to lap him.
No, I keep telling him that. He looks at me like I'm crazy. He's probably right. All right, question, Barry. True or false? This is the worst job market since the Great Recession.
Unfortunately, that is true. We're seeing some. I mean, we're just talking about statistics now, but the numbers that are coming out are really the worst we've seen since 2009.
So employers announced around 100,000 job cuts in January.
Yes.
Wow. Highest tally for the first month of the year since when?
2009.
09.
Yep.
All right, what's going on out there?
It's I think you have a combination of things with businesses right now where they're not hiring. Part of it is there was a lot of hiring during COVID and after COVID. A lot of demand for employees. The pay went up a lot of demand, and a lot of companies said, "I want to make sure we're locking in our employees because if we don't have people, we can't find them because it was hard to get new people." So I think a lot of companies kind of bloated up a little more than they necessarily wanted, and they're starting to cut some of that bloat and get down to where they want to be. And then the other part is, I think a lot of companies, because there's so much uncertainty right now in the economy and in the world, they're not growing as much as they were. They're not investing as much in themselves as they might have otherwise. There's the AI part of this, Gatos.
I think the AI part is huge. Yeah.
I don't think that's as big a part of it yet. I think it's going to be really big.
How big is Trump here?
I think Trump has contributed to some of what's going on in the economy as far as uncertainty. The businesses don't like uncertainty.
But isn't he ignoring the economy? Well, I think he's ignoring the economy because he thinks that, and he put this out today, well, Americans have never had more money in their pocket.
I have to tell you, I am just,
show me that person.
I am just shocked that Trump, who I think is generally pretty in tune with what people are thinking and the polling, he knows what's going on. He sounds like Biden did. Biden was saying the same kind of stuff.
Biden did a terrible job.
And at the same, and he wasn't wrong. Like in Biden, the economy was getting stronger. The numbers, you would look at some of the numbers during Biden's administration. The job market was as strong as it had been in 50 years.
Right.
There's a lot of great stuff, but people weren't feeling it because inflation had gone up so much. The cost of living had gone up so much that even though people might be making more money than ever, they weren't doing well.
When the leader of the free world says affordability is a Democratic scam,
it's a hoax.
Even Republicans are like, well, I'm looking at my bank account and I'm looking at grocery prices, and no, I think you're wrong here, Mr. President.
Yeah, my rent's higher. It costs over $50,000 to buy a car now.
Is your wallet better off today than it was a couple years ago?
Yeah. That's the question.
That's a huge question.
Now, the stock market's up, although this week has not been a good week for the stock market. It's coming down quite a bit, but it's, there's things that are good. The tariffs that Trump did, it
disaster.
Well, but not as bad as we thought, right, Gato? It's like people were saying it's going to really drive inflation up, and we haven't. It's gone up a little bit, but
it's driven prices up.
Yes, for some things, coffee's more expensive, beef's more expensive. Other things have come down. He's benefited because rent has come down, gasoline came down a little bit. So there's some things that have been better. But I will say this job market thing has been bad, and the difference between this year January and last year January is a complete flip. And the jobs report is going to come out next week, and we'll see what they're saying. Some are projecting we may have lost 13,000 jobs instead of adding jobs, or we may have added a small amount of jobs. But it is a stagnant job market right now, and that means if you're in a job you don't like, you can't leave. There's nowhere to go.
You got to white knuckle it.
You got to just kind of hang on to your job and hope you keep it. And a lot of companies are doing layoffs. This is the most layoffs we've seen since 2009.
Nothing to see here, though, Barry. Everything's supposedly rosy.
Well, that's not the case.
Everything seems to be just fine if you talk to the president.
And it's
not.
And you said this earlier. For the people who are very wealthy, they're doing just fine.
They're doing fine.
And that's the only thing keeping the economy afloat, frankly, is their spending.
There's no doubt.
Yeah.
The economy runs on what we buy. We like to buy a bunch of garbage. And you know what? Hey, that's how it goes. And we've got people who are making a lot of money, buying a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
If they ever stop buying, big trouble.
Yeah. If the stock market really starts going down and people don't feel like they have this extra money coming in, or their retirement's not looking strong anymore, you're right. Look out. It's not going to be pretty. That's what happened last time.
All right. So a second video has been released from the Guthrie family. We're going through it right now. When we come back, we should be able to hear.
This one's Cameron Guthrie. So one of the other siblings, is doing it.
You're gonna take a different stance on what you're saying. Why put a second one out? Does the second video talk directly to people who are saying we want money and we'll return your mother? I don't know, but we're gonna hear it, and you'll hear it with us coming up next.
KTAR News pays tribute to Valley teachers.
Let's give $2,500 to Mr. AC.
Nominate an outstanding teacher for a $2,500 check. Text the word teacher to 620-620 and pay tribute to a teacher. Message and data rates may apply.
Okay, guys, you might just have to go to Red Mountain Weight Loss, get a test for low testosterone, and you know what? You find out if you have low T. You've suspected it for months, maybe years. As you know, the studies say that men today have 20% less testosterone than their dads did. So what do you do? What do you do to make yourself feel like you're 20 again? What do you do when you're looking for the fountain of youth? You go to Red Mountain and you say this to all the doctors there. I want to get tested for testosterone. Can you tell me if I have low testosterone? And they'll tell you. And if you do have low T, I'm going to get you a deal. You can start for free. Mention Gatos, they'll waive your startup fee. It's a bunch of money right at the beginning that I'm saving you. So go in. If you do test and you have low testosterone, you're going to feel better. Your sex drive is going to be better. Your mental focus is going to be better. Your sleep is going to be better. And all you have to do is go to redmountainweightloss.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. I've got to tell you, I'm such a big fan of Bulldog security screens. These screens look like regular window shade screens. They block out insects and harmful UV rays while protecting your home like a fortress. Bulldog security screens are hand-built right here in Arizona. They use military-grade steel, so tough, no one's breaking through your windows or your doors. I tried to break through these screens at their factory. Let's just say the screens won. Easily. No dents, no give, no chance. No ugly bars, no bulky rolling metal shutters, just clean, custom-made security shade screens with tons of color options to match your home so they look great and you stay protected. Imagine leaving your home with your doors and windows wide open, heading out for the day, not giving a single thought to break-ins, because with Bulldog security screens, nobody breaks in, period. Get the details, make an appointment. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog Security Screens, they're tough.
The Renaissance Festival is back. Weekends now through March 29th. Be ready to have a great time. Amazing adventure awaits the entire family. New shows, shopping, jousting nights, non-stop feasting. Leave your cares behind. Happiness reigns at the Renaissance Festival. It's fun and affordable. Visit now through March 29th. Discount tickets available at Bashas' and Food City or online at arizona.renfestinfo.com. Presented by Delta Airlines, Bashas', Food City, Pepsi, Budweiser, and Guinness. Huzzah!
Dave Ramsey here for the Valley's best value in replacement windows, patio doors, and entry doors. My friends at Window World will install 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, and they'll do it for one low price of $59.89, tax included. Listen, you can pay 3 or 4 times that price at other window companies, or one low upfront price with Window World. Plus, take $100 off any new patio or entry door. Window World provides the same guaranteed lowest price up front for everyone. No gimmicks and never any zip code pricing. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Get the details at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Hey, y'all. It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. I spent years on the mound giving everything I had, and now I feel every inning in my knees, back, and shoulders. But I didn't want surgery, and I sure didn't want to be sidelined. That's why I turned to QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics Medical Director Dr. Christie and his team use regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No surgery, no meds, and no downtime.
Whether you're teeing off at the club or chasing the grandkids around, QC Kinetics helps you get back to doing what you love.
Call QC Kinetics now and schedule your free consultation. Natural joint pain relief with real results.
Don't let the pain slow you down. I didn't, and neither should you. My friends at QC Kinetics, they'll take care of you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation. QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. New today, a new video from the family of Nancy Guthrie as Pima County and federal law enforcement keep searching for the missing mother. Her son, Cameron Guthrie, in a new social media video today, asking potential captors of his mother to contact the family.
We need you to reach out, and we need a way to communicate with you so we can move forward. But first, we have to know that you have our mom. We want to talk to you, and we are waiting for contact.
That after reports of at least one ransom note being reviewed by the FBI, a special agent saying earlier today there's been no communication from whoever may have sent that.
The president and I were watching the press conference about the search for Savannah Guthrie's mother.
As local authorities continue to work what leads they have in the search for missing Tucson woman Nancy Guthrie, the White House now taking an interest. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live in the news center with more.
It's been about 4 days since 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie was first reported missing Sunday afternoon. Arizona Pima County law enforcement and the FBI working together on the case. And White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt also saying today,
the president, as you all know, spoke directly with Savannah yesterday and told her that the federal government is here to help. Any requests that are made by state and local officials in the search of Miss Guthrie will absolutely be accommodated.
And as you heard, the FBI is investigating ransom notes, one of which it continues to look into. And again, Special Agent in charge of the FBI Phoenix Field Office, Heath Yonke, saying there has not been any communications back. Another has already led to an arrest of a reported imposter with a fake ransom. Live in the news center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
All I can see is a little bit of lights. I can't see any
smoke or fire. 13, there's definitely a fire. I was able to see it.
That's audio from Broadcastify as the investigation continues into a deadly helicopter crash that took the lives of a Department of Public Safety pilot and a paramedic in Flagstaff. DPS Director Jeffrey Glover spoke to the media in Flagstaff and says the Ranger 56 chopper headed out of Kingman last night to assist Flagstaff police on a report of an active shooter loose in a Flagstaff neighborhood.
At the time of the incident, there were 2 DPS personnel on board, a pilot and a trooper paramedic. Unfortunately, both are tragically deceased.
The pilot was hired by DPS in 2021 after having served 10 years in the Marine Corps. No names have been released. Let's check traffic now. Here is Enrique Garcia, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. In Scottsdale, debris on the Loop 101 Pima Freeway northbound near Indian School Road. Phoenix with a crash blocking the left-hand lane. State Route 51 southbound near Coulter Street. Phoenix again with a crash blocking the left-hand lanes. I-17 southbound near Pinnacle Peak Road. This report is brought to you by Beatitudes Campus. Join the elder care attorney Stephanie Bevins on Tuesday, February 17th at 2 p.m. to learn the essential documents every senior should have. Learn more at beatitudescampus.org. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
We've got some showers ringing the valley, mainly to our south and to our east, and they're kind of moving this way. So over the next about 6 hours, we have about a 15% chance that we're going to see a raindrop or two wherever you are. Overnight low 56, tomorrow 82, 81 Saturday and Sunday. Right now it is 76 in Phoenix. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move with Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hey, Joe Huizinga. So many questions about Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. Investigators are staying tight-lipped. We're all just seeking answers. The latest, tomorrow at 3, on air and on the KTAR News YouTube channel on the next Chris and Joe Show.
All right, outspoken Bruce and Gatos. Bruce out today. We've got Barry Markson in. All day we've been covering the latest about the kidnapping, abduction of Nancy Guthrie. Last night, Barry, we were here and we brought you the comments from Savannah, heartbreaking, sitting in front of a TV camera with her siblings and
her brother and sister.
Just heartbreaking to watch. We've got a new video. It's a second video from the Guthrie family.
All right.
Okay. So it is, from what I believe, her son Cameron.
No. Oh, yeah.
Did I get that right,
son.
Julia?
Savannah's brother.
Yeah. Cameron.
Yes, Cameron.
So Nancy's son Cameron.
Right.
Okay. Before we play Cameron, I want to play Savannah because they're completely different. They're completely different. Savannah Guthrie last night, going in front of the camera, really was trying to humanize her mother.
All right, now I haven't heard this yet, so now I'm curious.
Yeah, was trying to say, this is the type of woman she is.
All right.
She's in pain. She needs her meds. This is what Savannah said last night, and then we're going to play Cameron.
Our mom is our heart and our home. She's 84 years old. Her health, her heart is fragile. She lives in constant pain. She is without any medicine. She needs it to survive. She needs it not to suffer.
Now, part of the reason that they put that video out is because they want to hear from the person who is holding their mother. Because we do have ransom notes. One turned out bogus, and they arrested the guy. He can rot in jail for all I care. But there are possible other ones. But, Barry, you brought up a good point about a half hour ago. 5 o'clock hit today. That was one of the deadlines from the ransom note.
The one ransom note that we're aware of that had a deadline is that one.
So did the people who put the ransom notes out, I mean, they've got to reach out, right?
Yeah.
Now, see, when you listen to Cameron Guthrie, listen to his tone compared to Savannah, okay?
This is Cameron Guthrie. I'm speaking for the Guthrie family. Whoever is out there holding our mother, we want to hear from you. We haven't heard anything directly. We need you to reach out, and we need a way to communicate with you so we can move forward. But first, we have to know that you have our mom. We want to talk to you, and we are waiting for contact.
That's it. It's 20 seconds.
All right.
Yesterday, Savannah went on for several minutes. This was direct, to the point, there could be a difference. They put a man here.
This is the difference between a man and a woman.
Right.
And seriously, it's and I'm not trying to be.
Neither am I.
Okay, I'm not.
And Becky Lynn, I'd like you to pop in on this.
Yeah, I can tell the difference too.
I'm a male chauvinist pig. You call me whatever you want, but I will tell you that like my wife will come home and she's upset about work and she's trying, and all she wants me to do is listen, and I'm here. Let's solve the problem. That's where my brain goes. I think as a guy, and that's what I'm hearing here. Savannah Guthrie, she's humanizing mom.
Sure.
It's emotional. It was wonderful. I mean, it's not wonderful in a bad way, but it's what you would expect.
Right.
And this is the brother saying, will you call us so we can find the solution to this? We want to work with you. Call us. Let's go.
And it could be, I mean, I can't believe that this was not somewhat orchestrated by the FBI and the police and all the people. So they may have told Savannah, do it. Let's craft this as a plea. Let's try to appeal to them as a human. They have a mother too. So let's,
They tried that.
Yep. And nothing happened. So now it's like, okay, get out there and get serious with it.
So
do it or else.
Part of it is they could have put Cameron Guthrie out there today because they didn't get an answer yesterday. And maybe they feel a man can get through to the pigs who took this 84-year-old. Maybe that's what it takes.
Maybe.
You got to try.
I'll tell you what it tells me is they haven't had any other contact since the demand letter, the ransom letter demand, and there's been no proof of life.
Nope.
There's been no other information that they have from anything or anybody, and that's what this is showing. So when we're talking about did they pay the ransom, did they do anything, I'm going to guess no, because I don't think they've had any other communication since this letter.
I think
since the demand.
I think the terrible thing that we may discover here in the next few days, is the person who put that ransom note out, does he really have her? Because if he doesn't, what's happening is the family is holding out hope that they can pay a ransom and that they can bring their mother back. But if these ransom notes continue to go down the road of being bogus, like one of them, I got to tell you, there are no leads then. They got nothing. The police said today, no persons of interest. I shouldn't say no leads. That's not fair. No persons of interest. Not a single person of interest. And if these ransom notes aren't real, I don't know if they will find it. I don't know.
I have to tell you, and I don't know. Nobody knows anything. But the fact that there's been no other contact, that they're not making any real attempt to get money,
it's starting to feel like
either the letter's fake and they think there might have been something there, but it's not, or something unfortunately bad has happened and they've just walked away.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's the other, because that's the other thing. She has health problems. She's 84 years old. So
and there was blood. And was it a copious amount of blood, or was it just droplets?
I don't think so. No, it was a little more than just droplets, but or you can say droplets, but a lot of droplets, but not copious, not puddling. It's just like stains, like a little bit of blood. Not enough where you'd say this person's going to pass out or be lightheaded or something like that. It wasn't
like might have been hit or had a scuffle or something like that.
Or you had a cut and you're dripping blood on the floor, but it didn't look. Now that if they're moving her and that happened very quickly, maybe there was more blood. I don't know. But again, they found blood on some of the tile or the stone outside.
Yeah.
And then not anything past that. You know what I mean? Like it's on a couple of rocks, and then it is like
more.
It's not a trail of blood.
Exactly.
But
it's so strange.
She's 84 and not in physically not in very physically good health, from what Savannah has said. She's not putting a fight up. There's not much you can do if you're not mobile. Like her daughter says, she has trouble moving around.
But an 84-year-old is being pulled and pulled.
Yeah.
You know, that can hurt you just doing that. It can be a mess. But this is what scares me now. And again, I'm saying I have no idea what's happening. The fact that there's been no other contact, that they're begging for contact, does that mean something bad has already happened to Nancy Guthrie? And the kidnappers have just said we're in the wind.
I would still, if they're them, you took her for a reason. And so even if she has passed, which we don't know, and they'll still try and get the money.
But not if the FBI or whoever is dealing with this is saying you have to show us proof of life, which is all the law enforcement interviews I've seen. That's what they say they would ask for and demand.
Or if somebody took her for another reason and these notes are bogus,
right?
It's like these people. She could already have passed, and they might just leave her.
It could also just be random violence.
Yes.
We don't know. We don't know
have
anything.
a clue.
Let's remember that in L.A. they arrested a guy for sending the text messages to Savannah Guthrie and son-in-law members asking about Bitcoin. Now, this guy's name is Derek Colella. Here's what he said. Well, I just wanted to see if the family would respond.
He thought it was funny. Let's just see what happens.
That's just so crazy.
It's sick.
People
It
are
is
wacky.
sick.
Who? And it's just stupid.
It's sick.
Like,
Right.
I mean, the FBI and law enforcement's involved. The whole country
It's
is watching
sick.
this.
And you
What did
think this is a good idea.
What did you think was going to happen to you? I mean, it's so crazy.
If you just joined us, Cameron Guthrie put this out moments ago.
This is Cameron Guthrie. I'm speaking for the Guthrie family. Whoever is out there holding our mother, we want to hear from you. We haven't heard anything directly. We need you to reach out, and we need a way to communicate with you so we can move forward. But first, we have to know that you have our mom. We want to talk to you, and we are waiting for contact.
All right. Some of these ransom notes came out Tuesday. We're at Thursday. And if you're putting ransom notes out and your goal is to make money, millions of dollars, why aren't you reaching out and telling them how to connect with us?
How did the ransom notes appear at the
TMZ
media? I know,
had
but
it.
how did they get them? Email.
I think it was an email at TMZ at least.
And no way to track that back.
Right.
Some kind of fake address.
Yeah. All right. We'll keep our eye on this story that's captivated the nation. Coming up next, will Super Bowl Sunday save underperforming Valley restaurants? We're going to talk about that. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hey, Aria Dental Implant Center. Maybe you're going to a Super Bowl party, right? Always fun. Well, not for everybody. If you have broken teeth, if you have missing teeth, you're going to go to a Super Bowl party and not eat anything. Wings, pizza, who knows, burritos, whatever it is. Too tough for you to chew. You're going to go to the Super Bowl party, you're going to be miserable because you can't eat any of the great foods. So here's the deal. When you go to Aria Dental Implant Center, they're locally owned. They're proud to offer world-class care. They have a state-of-the-art facility, and you're going there to get brand new teeth. And Dr. Joe is the man to do it. He's an expert. He's been doing it for decades. Experience, thousands of smiles restored. Think about next year's Super Bowl when you can chew on the wings all Super Bowl long. Make this the last Super Bowl that, you're miserable and you can't eat any of the great smelling foods. Go see Dr. Joe. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. Tell him Gato sent you.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
It's not the most favorite thing I've ever done is paint a home.
It's a new year, Phoenix, and if you're tired of painting your home year after year, do what Don did. He called Rhino Shield.
It's a single story that was built back in 1998. I've had the home painted about every 4 years.
Rhino Shield's better than paint and formulated for our specific climate here in Phoenix and comes with a 25-year transferable warranty.
Initially, the warranty was probably the most important item I looked at. There's a tremendous value.
So stop painting your home year after year and get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield right now for 15% off the regular price.
I cannot say this about the previous 4 companies that I had paint the home, how beautiful the home looks. It has never looked so good, and shame on me for not going to Rhino Shield sooner.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, RHINO.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:47. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. The son of Nancy Guthrie, Cameron Guthrie, asking her potential captors to contact the family and again asking for proof of life.
This is Cameron Guthrie. I'm speaking for the Guthrie family. Whoever is out there holding our mother, we want to hear from you. We haven't heard anything directly.
That's from a social media video posted today, and it comes as the FBI confirms it is looking into a ransom note received by several media outlets that reportedly contain details about the initial crime scene, although those details have not been verified. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking the road for you now, Enrique Garcia's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Chandler with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Price Freeway, southbound near Chandler Boulevard. Phoenix with debris spotted near the Loop 202, South Mountain Freeway, eastbound near 40th Street. This report is brought to you by Mountainside Fitness, 35 years strong, 25 locations valley-wide. Join Mountainside Fitness with $0 enrollment and 30 days free. MountainsideFitness.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
It's one thing to save for retirement. It's entirely another thing to be ready for retirement. Hey, it's Bruce St. James, and Trajan Wealth helped me build a real plan. A plan that wasn't about guesswork. It was about peace of mind. Their fiduciary advisors sat down with me, explained everything in terms that I could understand, gave me options, asked me questions, and never once did they try to sell me something I didn't need. I'm a client now, and I refer my friends and family to them because I couldn't be any happier. If you want a clear path forward, well, call Trajan Wealth today. The number is 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered, investment advisor, client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. Will the bananas be arrested again? Can the lobsters beat the beauty queens to 16? Find out tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 with our own Colton Krolak bringing you live reports from the WM Phoenix Open. That's with Jim Sharp and me on Arizona's Morning News.
All right, it's Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Barry Marks in for Bruce today, and welcome to it here on KTAR. By the way, can FBI agents seize ballots and documents from the 2020 election here in Arizona? It just happened in Georgia last month. Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes joins the AZ Political Podcast with Jim Sharp for this exclusive conversation. The new episode is out now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. Gatos, this is it's Super Bowl time.
Oh yeah.
You know the amount of food consumed Super Bowl day is incredible, right?
It's fantastic.
Everybody's getting together at someone's house. There's parties. It's pizza and wings and all the greatest.
Got my stretchy pants ready for Sunday.
All the great junk food. There's a lot of people who think Monday should be a national holiday the day after the Super Bowl, right?
Yeah, because they're hungover. Yeah,
exactly. So I was thinking about that, and I just
saw it should be in Arizona because after the Phoenix
Open, we need a day off.
Well, people have 2-day hangovers after going to the Open.
That's for sure. So I saw this, though. The pizza, huge sales. This is like their Valentine's Day on Super Bowl. It's like Super Bowl Sunday, huge sales.
Yeah.
Pizza Hut, though, closing 250 of their locations in the United States. They're underperforming restaurants. Now, Pizza Hut has some actual walk-in and sit-down restaurants still. You think of them as a delivery thing, but they have actual restaurants.
Tom Brady's doing the new commercial.
Is that right?
He goes, Hut. Pizza Hut.
What's your favorite, do you have a fast food pizza? Like when I'm talking about like Domino's or Pizza Hut or
no, I don't like that stuff.
What's the other
real
one?
pie?
Yeah, you like the local, the real stuff. I'm kind of with you. It's what's the other one?
A Little Caesars?
John's.
Papa John's.
Papa John's. Thank you. Yeah, I don't get Papa John's very often. I don't get any of these. I'm with you, but they sell so much pizza at this thing. It's they figured it out years ago, but now I think a lot of people are kind of getting like you, Gatos. Like, where's the good pizza? Where do I go for that?
Yeah, I go to a place. I'll drive. I go to Ray's Pizza.
Oh, it's so good.
But there's one specific one.
Yeah.
Deer Valley Road.
Oh,
It's
okay.
out in Peoria. And it's awesome.
Is it Famous Ray's?
Yeah,
it's
awesome.
You know, in New York, there's like all these different Rays because the family broke up, and there's there's Famous Ray's, there's Almost Famous Ray's, there's the Famous.
Oh, really?
And they're all different names. It's all kind of the same style of pizza and everything, but they're all broken up.
I think if you go to a Super Bowl party, listen, just put out pizza and wings. You don't need
That's
anything
it?
else. Yeah, well,
You don't want any chili? You don't want a little chili or something?
I might
sweet
have a
and
little
sour
chili.
meatballs. I always like that.
See, that's interesting
Yeah.
because everybody's got a list of stuff. Like here's I've been doing some research on this. I did a deep dive.
Oh my!
Here's one of the top things to bring to a Super Bowl party.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Mango avocado salsa.
Come on, stop it.
baloney.
And I'm just
Get away
like,
from
this is garbage.
Bring some beer. How about some beer? Is that all right?
How about
How about some nice one?
jalapeno popper dip? Is that better?
Yeah, I've heard about that.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah.
All right. Beer cheese fondue.
Yes. Now
heard of
we're
that.
talking.
Real beer in there?
I think
No,
so.
it's no. But well,
It doesn't?
Beer cheese is a cheese.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Oh,
Homemade soft pretzels.
Yeah. All right, that's good.
homemade. Oh,
Wow.
Who said chili?
Me.
he did.
Crock pot chili.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Comes in at number 5.
Yeah.
Crispy potato skins.
Yeah, that's classic. That's old school.
And then here's like the wings, lemon pepper Parmesan wings.
No, I don't.
No,
like
I got to go old school
Yeah.
with the wings.
I don't like anything like weirdly flavored. I like original flavor of everything. I want a wing. I want it to taste like a buffalo wing. I want a potato chip. I want an original
like a
flavor.
potato chip.
Yeah,
I don't
kinda like
want.
that.
I don't want
Yeah.
the other powder flavors on there.
Yeah.
But it's a big day. My sister hosts our Super Bowl party. She has. You wouldn't like it, Gatos. There's way too many choices. A ton of choices. It's a ridiculous amount of food. You can't have it all. It's
I'm
incredible.
trying to find Arizona's number 1 popular Super Bowl snack.
Oh,
Quesadillas.
really?
Really?
Okay.
That makes sense.
Okay, yeah.
I get that.
I want some pie. Give me some pizza pie.
It's a pizza.
With some
Lot of-
pepperoni and sausage
Pizza,
pie.
pizza on Super Bowl is like turkey on Thanksgiving.
Where's
It's
the
happening.
pie?
It's happening. Oh,
All right, coming up next.
coming up.
We have a second video from the Guthrie family. It's very different. We're going to play it for you. It's all coming up next. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Our buddy Barry is in. All right, LundMortgage.com. So, if you got a mortgage a few years ago, do you know that the Lund Mortgage team could help you refinance and save a ton of money? Oh, I know you're saying, Gatos, I don't have time to do this. Like I got the kids' practice. I can't just go over to their office. I don't have time to call 623-875-9940. How about this? Do you have 30 seconds, maybe 15, to just send them an email? The Lund Mortgage team will track interest rates daily if you send them an email to RateWatch, one word, at LundMortgage.com. After you send that, they will monitor the market for you and alert you when it's time to refinance. It can't get any easier. They make it simple. Okay? Don't fall for those mailers or the robocalls with rates that sound too good to be true. Lund Mortgage shows you the whole picture, rates, total costs, all that stuff. They'll make sure you have an informed decision. Bottom line is they're going to save you some money. So here we go. RateWatch at LundMortgage.com.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 five-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-666-9943. Again, book online at azwds.com.
If something happened to you tomorrow, would your family be prepared? Without proper estate planning, your family could be forced into Arizona probate court for months. or even years. The court could step in and control what happens to your home and your money. And while your family is grieving, they could be burdened with court hearings, paperwork, and stress. Probate can cost thousands of dollars in legal fees. But all of this can be avoided. RJP Estate Planning can help you set up a living trust to keep your loved ones out of probate. Trusted by over 40,000 Arizona families. RJP brings clarity, protection, and peace of mind. And if you're 60 or over, you can save 60% on a living trust.
Call 480-896-9597 to schedule your complimentary estate planning consultation. That's 480-896-9597. Call by February 9th. 480-896-9597.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Today at Berg Simpson, we're helping another client who's seriously injured. We're taking on the insurance company to help that client with their medical bills. We're helping them get access to great doctors and great therapists. And today, we're joining that client on their road to recovery because their better future begins with our help. Help that starts today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Cruise into retirement. It's another fun event at Beatitudes campus in North Central Phoenix. I'm Jamie West. This will really get your motor running. Check out more than 50 classic and specialty cars from the AZMG Club. There'll be a DJ spinning your favorite records, and you get to mingle with fellow car enthusiasts. It's happening Saturday, February 7th from 10 to noon. Get more details by texting RSVP to 620-620. Text RSVP to 620-620 or go to beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly. Age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Message and data rates may apply. Hey, it's Javier Soto. Everyone's got a story to tell, and at ABC 15, we're here to listen, to share your voice, and get you the answers you deserve. Join me and Faye Fredericks weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR News now.
Good evening. It is 6 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. A new video from the family of Nancy Guthrie as Pima County and federal law enforcement keep searching for the missing mom. Her son, Cameron Guthrie, in a new social media video today, asking potential captors of his mother to contact the family and provide proof that they have her.
We need you to reach out, and we need a way to communicate with you so we can move forward. But first, we have to know that you have our mom. We want to talk to you, and we are waiting for contact.
This comes after reports of at least one ransom note being reviewed by the FBI. A special agent saying earlier today there's been no communication from whoever may have sent that.
Right now, we believe Nancy is still out there. We want her home.
The reward's been increased to $50,000 to bring Nancy Guthrie home or for information leading to the arrest of whoever took her.
Pima County Sheriff Chris Nano says he's called in the Pima Regional Critical Incident Team made up of all local law enforcement agencies in the area. Nano says they're still waiting on the results of DNA testing, but confirmed the results of the blood splatter found outside the front door.
The results were minimal. I think you all know of the blood on the porch. That was one we did. It came back to Nancy.
He says the FBI did go into Guthrie's house last night and remove some more evidence for testing, but wouldn't say what it was. It's an all-hands-on-deck situation to bring her home. Reporting in Tucson, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Police in Avondale are asking anyone who may have been in the Globe area January 12th to check any video surveillance footage they might have as the search for the missing Isabella Comas continues. Detectives say Comas's boyfriend, Tommy Rodriguez, Rodriguez was seen driving her car there at that time. And they also say blood evidence found in her car suggests she suffered a significant injury at about that time. A suspect is hospitalized following a shooting involving Phoenix police this afternoon. It happened on the city's west side in the area of 72nd Drive and Merrill Street, which is near Thomas Road. No officers were hurt, and we're waiting for more info on what led up to the shooting. We'll pass along the details as we learn them.
Eyes on Education.
Hundreds of members of the Phoenix Union High School District community have signed a petition asking for the resignation of school board member Jeremiah Cota due to his association with far-right political groups.
Cota posted a photo at a December holiday party hosted by Republicans for National Renewal, a self-described hardcore conservative group for nationalists. This comes after Cota also tried to recite the Lord's Prayer instead of the district's land acknowledgement at an August board meeting. Esteban Flemons, president of the Phoenix Union Classroom Teachers Association, says for a district with more than 90% of students being minorities, Cota's actions are not representing the community.
Why would you be willing to serve on a governing board when you do not represent the values of the district, do not seem to appreciate the students who are here?
The petition for Cota's resignation has been signed by more than 600 people. Cota did not respond for comment. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
You can read more education solution stories at KTAR.com/education.
I think it all comes back to the availability. It's so easy to find.
Arizona is one of the few states where opioid overdose deaths are on the rise in the country. Operations Director Greg Halverson with Crossroads Substance Abuse Treatment says Arizona specifically struggles because of how easy it is to access drugs that are coming across the border. On Wall Street, the Dow today fell 592 points. S&P dropped 84, and the NASDAQ was down 364. If you need more money news, we've got it at the Business Center at KTAR.com. Let's check the road home with Enrique Garcia from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle blocking the on-ramp. I-10 Maricopa Freeway westbound near Broadway Road. Peoria with sign damage spotted on the Loop 101 Agua Fria northbound near Olive Avenue. And Chandler with a crash in the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101 Price Freeway southbound near Chandler Boulevard. This report is brought to you by Misting Masters, Arizona's leader in outdoor cooling. Get your system ready for the season or install a new one. Visit mistingmasters.com today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Clouded up today, and there's some storms that are ringing the valley headed in, and so about a 15% chance of a shower over the next several hours here in the valley. Low tonight, 56, 82 tomorrow, 81 on Saturday. Right now in Mesa, it's 75. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move with Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Isn't it great that I'm always right?
Speaking up for Arizona.
I do not share that opinion.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning. Defending. Undisputed. #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Final hour of the show.
Hour number 3. Many people, Gatos, say it's the best hour of the show.
All right. Barry is in for Bruce. And so a lot of talk today about the Savannah Guthrie case. And it's just so awful to watch this and try and figure out what kind of a human being would take an 84-year-old grandmother out of a house and even possibly send a ransom note. We don't know that that's necessarily the case if all these ransom notes are on the up and up. But yesterday at this time, we had the new audio from Savannah Guthrie herself in front of the television with her siblings, pleading with whoever took her mother to bring her back. It was heartbreaking. We listened to it yesterday. We have another video, and this is the second one.
Yeah.
And this is Cameron Guthrie. And so this is Savannah's brother, and he put out a video that was 20 seconds. And I think the 20 seconds is really interesting. It is short. It is to the point.
Yes.
And it is it's a lot more, what's the word I'm looking for, Barry?
Matter of fact.
Let's take a listen. Thank you.
This is Cameron Guthrie. I'm speaking for the Guthrie family. Whoever is out there holding our mother, we want to hear from you. We haven't heard anything directly. We need you to reach out, and we need a way to communicate with you so we can move forward. But first, we have to know that you have our mom. We want to talk to you, and we are waiting for contact.
Okay, that's a lot different than this last night.
Our mom is our heart and our home. She's 84 years old.
It's completely different.
It's do you think
this is on purpose?
I'm listening to Cameron, and I'm not trying to make light of this, but if he's like I was, he probably wanted to get on there and start cursing.
Absolutely,
like you and just start,
absolutely
like you little,
Oh, there's no doubt the anger.
Yeah.
You can see and he's trying to remain calm,
right?
And he has to remain calm.
Yeah.
But this was done on purpose. First of all, there was a 5 o'clock deadline that passed today. One of the ransom notes,
the one that supposedly was credible.
5 o'clock.
Yep, today.
Okay. So 5 o'clock came and went. Nobody's contacting the Guthrie family.
No.
And how are we supposed to get you money and our mother back if you don't contact us?
And that's what I'm saying now, Gatos. I'm becoming more concerned now because what this is indicating to us yesterday and then today with these videos is they're trying to establish a rapport with the kidnapper. There's no other contact other than that ransom demand, if that's real, and there's been nothing since then. So what that says to me is there's nobody there who's actively trying to get this money. There's nobody trying to communicate with them. Maybe they're way smarter than we think, and they know that the more contact they have with the FBI or law enforcement puts them at more risk. Maybe they said this was the one time we're going to give you this opportunity to pay the ransom. You didn't do it. I don't know. But this to me indicates one of two things. I guess one is either something bad has already happened to her and they're in the wind. They're gone because they don't want to they don't want to do anything else that puts them at risk. The kidnappers, or two, this was never really a kidnapping, that the ransom demands were fake. Like one of them, as we've already established, it is fake. They've arrested somebody. And it was some sort of random violence that occurs sometimes, and we just haven't found her yet.
Let me go a different route.
All right. You can try if you want, but I just told you the two options.
I got another one.
All right.
And it went through my head, and I don't like this one. I don't know what type of person, a sick, despicable person in the middle of the night takes an 84-year-old woman out of a home. My guess is they knew who she was and who her daughter is, and that maybe they'd get a pay date. But let's go back to the sick person who would do this. What if they're not calling because they like this? They're enjoying this.
You think so?
Listen, you got to be a sicko to take an 84-year-old out of a home and hold her hostage and not take her medicine, and she's bleeding on the way out.
But what's the benefit that nobody knows who it is? There's no...
Well, what I'm saying is, to do this in the first place is so awful and disgusting. What if that individual's like, you know what, I'll just put a ransom note out there, give a 5 o'clock deadline, I'm just going to let it pass. I enjoy watching this.
I guess anything's possible.
Anything's possible.
Like people who set a fire and then go back just to watch it burn and watch all the hubbub around it.
Well, you're right.
I'm enjoying the coverage of this.
Right.
I'm seeing what I have done on TV and radio across the nation, and I'm going to do this for a little longer.
Maybe we should stop covering it.
Well, there you go.
Well, no, it's...
Take away the oxygen.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kidding. We can't stop covering
it.
But it's a...
No, let's go there for a minute.
Yeah.
Let's go there for a minute. Because I've said... Why do we cover school shootings? I've said it for years. Why do we do it? Because all we're doing is giving that person 15 minutes of fame.
Oh.
And a lot of times they do. That's all they want.
Yeah, but I think we do because it's just so tragic.
I get it.
We can't help not report about it.
I get it.
It's awful.
But here's the thing. They need the media on this one, I think. Because if you go back to today's press conference, okay, let's go through some of that. Because the press conference, they don't have anybody in mind. They don't have anybody.
No, they have no.
There's no prime suspect.
There's no person of interest.
No,
they don't have anything, Gatos. I mean, this is an investigation that has not uncovered much in the way of any clues that helps them determine who did this. I'm telling you, it's kind of odd, like, because in this day and age with video surveillance and all these things we have, it's amazing to me that we don't have more here. But I know this was out in kind of a rural type of luxury area outside of Tucson. Maybe that's a different part of it, but it's amazing to me that people don't have We don't have doorbell cameras from neighbors. We don't have him going. We don't see a car going by down the street at that time of night. You know what I mean? Like there's almost always something. And seriously, right? Like everybody has these doorbell cameras. Something. And they go out into the street. If somebody did something at my neighbor's house, you would see their car go by in front of my house.
Right.
That we don't have that. Like I don't. That's the part I don't understand.
We have it. They have it, and they're being tight-lipped for one reason or another.
That could be.
Or are they in over their head out there?
Well, and there's some people talking about that the Pima County Sheriff is missed the blood originally. I mean, there's some things here. The FBI.
Let me give you an example.
I'm not going to be critical of law enforcement.
I don't want to be critical either.
I don't know what they did or what they didn't.
Right.
I have no idea.
I know one thing that I didn't like because they're trying their best. I'm just wondering, are they in over their head? The home was, they went through the home.
Yeah.
They went through the home, and they cleared the home, which means, okay, we've got everything we need. Okay, we're good. We had that yellow tape up. Okay, we're good. Let's take the yellow tape down. And so they took the yellow tape down, which I disagreed with, because you're probably going to have to go back in, which is what they later did. But in the meantime, there's no yellow tape. There's blood that is right next to the door. And they got an Amazon delivery guy that's walking up, maybe even stepped on the blood at Nancy Guthrie's house and delivers a package.
Right.
And then a day later, what happens? They put the yellow tape back up.
Yeah. No, I don't.
That's insane.
I agree with you. I don't understand why they would take the yellow tape down. Even if they thought they cleared the house and they went through and did everything, she hasn't been found. Why wouldn't you just keep it as a crime scene?
I have no idea.
There's nobody there. You're not helping anybody by opening it up.
I'd have no idea.
Yeah. That makes
the other thing that I understand that when they put the timeline out, it seems the doorbell camera was disconnected at 1:47 a.m. February 1st. Okay. Isn't there a chance that the doorbell camera, is in the cloud? Because that sounds kind of amateurish to me. If you're going to take somebody, what are you walking right up to the doorbell camera? You get your face, you're staring right into it, and then you take it down.
Right.
Well, taking it down, shouldn't it be in the cloud? I think it probably should be in the cloud.
So you're asking because she wasn't paying for the service to save the doorbell camera video.
Okay.
Like you can pay extra,
right?
And you can keep it for it depends on the service, I guess.
And it records like 24 hours a day.
Yeah, it's always on. So it would be there. But if you don't pay for that, it's not.
You
there.
can't see it.
So
doesn't mean they don't have it.
That's what. So Gatos is saying it doesn't mean it's not there. You're just not be allowed to see it because you're not paying for it.
And I don't know the answer to that either.
Does it all the time? Yeah.
I was told by a couple experts that it's in the cloud.
That it's there. You're paying for it means you get to see it.
Even if you're not paying for it, it's in the cloud.
Yeah. But you just can't see it unless you pay for it.
Well, somebody's got to see it.
Well, now.
Yeah, now. What is it?
They should release it.
Right. Or don't even release it. Just say, we have the footage in the cloud. But they haven't said that. And a reporter should have asked that.
Yeah.
And they didn't. Nobody did.
See, this is bad, Becky Lynn, and I'll tell you why. If Gatos is the brains behind the investigation, we're in trouble.
Just ask a question.
If no one else is thinking about these things, then we're in trouble.
I want to see this woman returned.
Yeah.
I want her to be returned safely. I want them to grab whoever did this throttle them.
You're right, Gatos, and it pains me to say that, but the video likely does exist in the cloud.
I would say it would too.
I think it's on all the time, and you don't pay for it, so you don't get access to it.
Right.
So if that's actually the case, you have to think law enforcement knows that. This can't be the first time that's come up.
Of course.
So they must have already gone, and maybe they looked at it.
Maybe
the person could have had a mask on.
But again, even if they had it, though, Becky Lynn, right? Like they're starting to release things. Wouldn't we have seen that video right now? If there's somebody with a mask on, they'd show it to the public.
You would think so.
Not necessarily.
Help us find this guy.
Not necessarily.
Well, they would do that.
No, they wouldn't.
Oh, stop. They did it with the guy, what's the good-looking guy? Luigi. They did it with him. We had the video.
Luigi Mangione.
That's how they found him.
I understand.
The guy in McDonald's said, hey, that's the guy.
You're probably right, but there could be a reason they're holding it back.
Yeah, probably.
Do you think there could be a reason they're holding it back?
No. What would the reason be?
I don't know.
Yeah.
And you know what? Maybe you hold it back the first day or two because you think it might get somewhere. Now they're saying we have nothing.
Right,
we have not even a person of interest.
True or false statement?
Put it out there.
They either have absolutely nothing. There's nothing in the middle here. They either the police have absolutely nothing, or they're holding back and they know who it is.
No, they have absolutely nothing.
I hope that's not the case.
I think that's what I think too. I just
other than that, it's too many days, Gatos. If it was
5 days,
day 2. I'm with you.
Yeah.
Day 2, okay, they're keeping things. They want it. They're in the middle of the investigation. Day 5,
and you got nothing.
Yeah,
nothing.
And everybody's got a doorbell camera. And you got nothing.
Because now, if you
no car, no footprints.
Now, if you know who it is, or you suspect who it is, you put their name out there. You put their picture out there. Help us find this guy.
Right.
And then you get it where he goes into a Circle K or into a McDonald's. You have the whole country looking for him.
I get it.
That's how you. And then it's impossible. You can't. Now he's going to get found.
I guess
Luigi Mangione.
I guess why I was pushing back on you was because I would hope they know who it is, and this for some reason they're holding it back. That I don't understand, and maybe that's just probably not the case.
I think that's possible in the first day or two. I don't think day 5.
Okay.
It makes no sense at that point.
No, it doesn't. I know.
Because now it's like even if you know who it is and you can't find him, then you can't find him. Let's put it out to the world and let us help you.
This person was standing at that door when the camera was taken down.
Right.
Yes, they're wearing
Someone
a mask.
took the camera down.
Do you know who this person is?
Hold on a second. What if the person who kidnapped Nancy didn't take the camera down? What if someone else took the camera down?
Well, we know that it came down.
Oh, we do. That's right.
Yeah, we know what time it was. Right before 2 o'clock.
1:47 a.m.
Right, and
You're
then
right.
shortly
You're right.
after was when her pacemaker disconnected
Thank
from
you.
the
All right.
app. So
Thank
we
you.
know that all happened at the
All
same
right.
time.
Thank you. That is a good point. The doorbell camera was disconnected at 1:47 a.m.
Yeah.
Someone had to remove it.
Yes.
Yeah. No, there's foul play here. You know, it's
no
not.
doubt.
I don't think there's. Some people are saying she may have just wandered off. No. That's
All right.
not the case.
Coming up next, how much would you pay to go to the Super Bowl?
$60.
$60, 10 grand, 40 grand. We'll talk about it coming up next.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
KTAR News Flash.
6:19. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs says state law enforcement is doing what it can to assist with the investigation into the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. In a post on X, the governor says the Arizona Department of Public Safety is coordinating with authorities in Tucson, offering rapid DNA analysis, and prepared to deploy additional support as needed. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check those roads now with Enrique Garcia, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle blocking the on-ramp I-10 Maricopa Freeway, westbound near Broadway Road. Peoria, we still got that sign damage spotted on the Loop 101, Agua Fria northbound near Olive Avenue, and Chandler crashed in the right-hand shoulder, Loop 101, Price Freeway southbound near Chandler Boulevard. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, and now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right, thanks, Enrique. It's getting you home as fast as possible. All right. Barry, how much would you pay to go to the Super Bowl? Is it on your bucket list, like something for you that you would want to do and go to the Super Bowl?
No, it's funny. It's really not for me. And I've had the opportunity where I could buy tickets, and I even had potentially years ago, the opportunity to buy tickets at face value,
right,
and out of state. And I never really did it. And it's been here, Gatos. And
yes, it has.
I probably should have explored it then. And I literally just sounded like an old man. It's like, do I want to spend 4 hours trying to get over there and the lines and the security and spend all this money on a game that I don't? I mean, I want to watch the game,
right?
But I have to. This is going to sound bad, but I love football. I'm an NFL fan. I love that. I like watching it on TV better than going to the games now. And I know that makes me sound old. I've been saying that for years. Back when I had my sports show, I said that. Because it's such...
Didn't you once
it's
have
like an
the
all-day
longest running sports radio show in the history of Arizona?
We did. We were.
I just want to point that out.
Did you used to produce my show way back in the day?
I don't think so.
Oh, I thought that was your first job.
No.
But I'm going to tell you...
I would have gotten off that job so fast.
Everybody
I would have
did.
started working at McDonald's to get off that job.
They started with us, and then off they went, and they were famous. Everybody became famous. No, but it's such a production. Even just to go to a Cardinals game, it's almost like a 4-hour game. You got to spend 45 minutes getting there, 45 minutes getting home. There's traffic in and out of the stadium. It's a whole thing. And then there's giant gaps because of the commercials and everything. At home, I could watch the Super Bowl. I see the Super Bowl. I see the commercials.
I get it.
You're socializing. So I know a lot of people disagree with that, but that's my thing.
I had some friends buy tickets to the Super Bowl the last time it was in Arizona, and I said, man, it's going to be tough for you to get there and park. And they said, no, we're going to helicopter over.
Oh, well,
I'm
there
like, you know what?
Yeah, there you go. Well, that's what you do. You get a
Good for
car.
you.
You pay it in advance. You get a car service that picks you up.
It's going to cost you a lot of money.
You got to do that. Yeah.
All right. So the very first Super Bowl.
All right.
Okay.
1967.
Okay.
Right?
A Super Bowl ticket was $100.
$100. Yeah, you have to remember back then, the NFL was not that big of a deal.
Right.
I mean, it was a sport. People were like, but it wasn't like it is today.
No.
Not even close.
So $100, like that's what it was.
They were wearing the helmets were made out of leather.
But that's the inflation price, though. That's what we're doing is we're saying, like, what would it, would be $100? Okay.
$100 in today's dollars? No.
No.
Okay.
No.
$100.
$100.
All right.
Okay. We're talking probably this year, you're going to spend at least $8,000.
Is that face value, or is that if you go buy like you're scalping a ticket on StubHub or something?
I don't know. I think a lot of times it's when you get a Super Bowl ticket, like, put it this way, if you have Cardinals season tickets, right, and the Cardinals end up going to the Super Bowl, I know how ridiculous that sounds right now, but it has happened before. You're put into, from what I understand, a hopper, and you have a chance to purchase the Super Bowl tickets. Now, I don't know if they go for $8,000 like that, but if you're a Cardinal season ticket holder,
you have the chance to buy.
You have the chance. You have a chance to buy the Super Bowl tickets, and I had friends who did that.
Here's the face value. So this year, we don't know for sure, but they think it's going to be $7,500 per seat.
Okay.
For a premium seat near the 50-yard line.
All right, that's okay.
So a great seat, and if you're going to go the upper deck into the end zone, the bad seats, $2,000, starting at around $2,000, and then they keep going up and.
But how much do you think people were paying for Taylor Swift concert tickets?
Not that with that much.
Oh, absolutely.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that either.
Right? Julia, you know this.
Did Julia go to a lot of these Taylor Swift concerts?
First Lady of Outspoken.
I wasn't going to say Taylor Swift. I have my friend Evan who went to the 2018 when the Eagles were in the Super Bowl.
Oh.
And their family used the money that they were supposed to use when they were going to go to Italy. They can't, they used their Italy fund to go. And they saw the Eagles win the Super Bowl, so I guess it mattered.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you meant the band.
That was like, that was a vacation fund for a Super Bowl win.
Yeah, see, that's what you have to decide. But look, if it's on your bucket list, like if people have a list they want to get to a Super Bowl, then it's a special occasion, maybe a once in a lifetime kind of thing.
Here's the thing: if it's not your team and you're not, you just don't have money flowing out of your ears, then why would you do it? Like if it's the Cardinals and you're the biggest Cardinals fan and you've had season tickets forever and they go to the Super Bowl, well, then there's a reason that maybe you say, you know what? Yeah, we're going to really splurge and we're not going to eat for the next year.
There's a different way to do things. A friend of mine was just in Australia, and he went to the Australian Open tennis, and he saw Bill Gates there, and from Microsoft, Bill Gates.
Yeah.
And he was there with some other couples, like he was there with friends, and at the end of it, when he was ready to leave, he watched him, and it was just interesting because Bill Gates has a lot of people around him, security and just handlers and people who make things happen. And he watched him, and it was kind of thing where Bill Gates just, once he started getting up and walking, never even broke stride. Like the elevator door opened for him. Everything just kept moving for him.
Yeah,
it's all taken care of. I don't think he broke stride until he got on his own plane and took off. It was just, everything's ready to go. Yeah. That's what if you want me to go to the Super Bowl, Gatos, that's what I need.
Good. I'll go with you if that's what's going to happen. All right, coming up next. Why the mother of Savannah Guthrie has captured the attention of the nation. There is a reason for this, and we'll discuss it coming up next.
Governors and gubernatorial candidates, members of Congress from back when Congress worked together, and members of Congress from today when they can't. This is Jim Sharp. Join me as I bring you political analysis and insight from the state's top names and those serving in our state's top offices on the AZ Political Podcast. Catch it on the KTAR YouTube channel or wherever you get your podcasts. The AZ Political Podcast from KTAR News.
Hey, this week, if you call the Arizona Painting Company, I can get you a 15% discount. I made the call myself. I said, listen, let me tell everybody, if you text the word paint to 620-620, can I give all the listeners a discount? And the great folks at the Arizona Painting Company said, yes, 15% discount. So that's this week. It's Thursday. You got today and tomorrow. Here's the deal. Don't you love this time of year? I do, because the weather is getting to be fantastic, and the weather is finally cooperating. And now that means it is the perfect time to get your home painted, okay? You get your home painted. If your house is starting to look faded, if you see chipped, paint, or, maybe your wife came in or your husband came in and said, this house just looks tired. We need a refresh. Arizona Painting Company is who you call. I've used them for 20 years. They handle everything from start to finish. And this week you get 15% off. Right now, if your house can use a refresh, don't wait until the heat cranks back up. Text paint to 620-620 and get your free estimate with the Arizona Painting Company today.
Finding excuses to not do your taxes? Well, you can start today and file for free with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. Just file on your own in the Credit Karma app by February 28th and you'll pay $0. Start filing for free today. Offer only for those who didn't file with TurboTax last year.
Homes 2X buys your home for cash with a full market value guarantee, which means that when they resell it, you get the profit. Stay in your home rent-free until it sells and use all your equity in your current home to buy your next place as a cash buyer. No waiting, no stress. You control the offers, you get the profit. Want cash up front with a full market value guarantee? Sell your home at homes2x.com. That's homes, the number 2x.com.
Hi, KTAR listeners. Roller here with my friend Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, what's up, Roller?
So it's tax time. You filed, and that refund's just burning a hole in your pocket. Before you spend it all, let's talk about the one thing you rely on every single day, your car.
That's right, Roller. Before you book a trip or buy something shiny, please remember your car. Tax time is the best time to take care of all the car repairs you've been putting off.
Sure, because nothing kills a tax refund faster than a surprise car breakdown.
I'll say brakes, warning lights, transmission issues. If something's acting up, now's the time to handle it and drive stress-free.
Should we wait for our refund before getting repairs?
No way. AMCO payment plans let you get repairs now and pay when you get your check.
So instead of crossing your fingers every time you start your car or truck,
come to AMCO. We'll take a look, walk you through what's needed, and help you make smart choices with your repairs.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Investors, stop letting income verification hold you back. With Waterstone Mortgage's DSCR program, your property pays for itself. No tax returns, no W-2s, just cash flow. Buy more, refinance smarter, scale faster. Purchases and refinances, including cash out. This is Amy Batten, host of Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B. Text CLOSE to 620-620 or visit keepingitrealestatewithamyb.com.
Message and data rates may apply. Waterstone Mortgage Corporation, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 1864348, NMLS 1897666.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second. That's not a crowd. That's a small city. And it's the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. 40,000 people have said stop before a knee or hip replacement. There has to be another way. And they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using cellular-level treatments to revitalize joint tissue naturally. Today, patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics, right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science. Treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime. The sooner you start, the faster inflammation will ease and slow down osteoarthritis progression that's causing your pain. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR News now.
It's 6:31. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn. The son of Nancy Guthrie, Cameron Guthrie, asking her potential captors to contact the family and again asking for proof of life.
This is Cameron Guthrie. I'm speaking for the Guthrie family. Whoever is out there holding our mother, we want to hear from you. We haven't heard anything directly.
That is from a social media video posted today, and it comes as the FBI confirms it's looking into a ransom note received by several media outlets that reportedly contain details about the initial crime scene, although those details have not yet been verified. Governor Katie Hobbs says the Arizona Department of Public Safety is providing assistance to the investigation into the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. In a post on X, the governor says it has offered rapid DNA analysis and is prepared to deploy additional support as needed. President Trump today at the White House announcing the launch of TrumpRx.gov, a government website for consumers to buy prescription drugs at government-negotiated prices. At the announcement, President Trump said prices in the U.S. are set by the lowest prices paid by other nations to pharmaceutical companies for the very same drugs.
Americans have long been paying the highest drug prices anywhere in the world, while other countries often paid pennies on the dollar for the exact same drugs. We were essentially subsidizing the entire world.
Critics say the site is primarily of use to uninsured buyers who are paying out of pocket for prescription drugs. In sports tonight, the Phoenix Suns back on the court taking on the Golden State Warriors. Tip-off set at 8 o'clock, and you can catch all the action on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Time for traffic now. Let's get a check with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash blocking the right-hand lane. I-10 Papago Freeway, westbound near 7th Street. Phoenix again, disabled vehicle blocking the on-ramp. I-10 Maricopa Freeway, westbound near Broadway Road. In Chandler, we still have that crash in the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Price Freeway, southbound near Chandler Boulevard. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
There's a slight chance we see some showers around the valley over the next few hours. Overnight, though, low temperature around 56. Tomorrow's high 82, mostly sunny. And on Saturday, mostly clear and 81. Could be back in the 70s next week, maybe even upper 60s. Right now, it is 74 degrees in Glendale. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Board of Supervisors subpoena someone from the county recorder's office. The chairwoman talks about it on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
Hey, join us this April 11th for Pat's Run. This 4.2-mile run walk honors Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
All right, that's Barry Markson in for Bruce today. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. All right, so, the pertinent information that we got today from the disappearance and abduction of Nancy Guthrie is that the police don't have a suspect.
We have nothing.
Or a person of interest. We understand that the blood on the front porch, Nancy Guthrie.
Yep.
Okay. Well, help me out, Bear. What else we got?
We had a first video from the family last night.
Okay.
As we were on the air,
There's
we had
so much happening.
Second video from the family, just the brother.
Yes.
The 20-second video released today while we're on the air, and we played that. We'll have that for you now. And in both, the indication is Gatos, and this is what scares me, is they have no contact and no communication with the would-be kidnappers. If there are kidnappers, other than that ransom demand, there's been no other communication. They are literally begging them, basically, contact us. We want to speak with you. We want to work with you. And that means 5 days in, they have no communication.
5 days for an 84-year-old who was kidnapped.
And bleeding.
With
health problems.
Doesn't have her medication.
Yeah.
Put it this way. We don't find her in the next 48 hours.
Well,
you gotta figure. You gotta find her in the next 40. She can't live.
I'm telling you, what concerns me now, 5 days in, and no contact from these people. If you want money, you have to contact. You have to some way find a way to communicate with the family or with the FBI.
Why are they waiting then?
Well, and here's, again, I hate this theory, but if they're not doing that, and everything you just said about Nancy, her age, her health, does that mean, I hope it's not true, but does that mean that she's already passed?
So Tuesday, the ransom came out and they wanted money.
Yeah.
You're thinking that maybe something has happened since then, which is a possibility.
That she's gone, and now they're just, we're going to get out of here because we don't want to get caught. We're not going to get money. We can't show proof of life.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to give us money without proof of life, and we're just going to go in the wind. We're going to go back to our regular life and hope nobody finds us.
But couldn't it be that if that is the case, they could still get money?
It could, but again, everything I've been hearing is that that law enforcement will tell the family, you don't give money until you have proof of life.
The family can decide, we're going to do what we want with our money, and we're just going to give them what they want.
Right.
And if it goes to a person and it's a hoax, so be it.
Right.
They could do that.
Well, you're right. And look, I don't know who we're dealing with here. Is it somebody ruthless? I mean, what I've been hearing is this didn't look all that professional. So, but again, what do I know? I don't know anything.
Either. I don't know either.
But it's the fact that it's been 5 days, there's been no other communication, they have no clues, but really that what bothers me most is that the kidnappers aren't reaching out. They're not making any effort to get money or to communicate. Scares me because if you want the money, you find a way to communicate.
Right.
In the old days, you'd cut letters out of magazines and tape them onto a piece of paper, glue them down, and mail it in.
You would think that they took this woman in order to get money from a celebrity who has money.
There has to be ways online. People know how to do this stuff, right? To send things anonymously or from the dark web or something. I don't know how you do this stuff, but there must be a way to do that. That doesn't mean they have the wherewithal to do it, but I don't know. Kidnapping to me is the dumbest of crimes. You're set up to be caught and set up to fail. And to make it worse than kidnapping because the odds of somebody dying are bad. I mean, it's just huge risk and such a small likelihood of reward. I don't get it. You want to make a lot of money, go rob a bank. I think you have a much better chance of getting paid that way. This seems ridiculous to me just from a logical criminal standpoint. I don't get it. It makes zero sense. Kidnapping's hard, Gatos. It's hard.
Why is this captivating the nation? Let me give you a couple reasons. I'm not somebody who watches television news. So I really don't watch the Today Show. But, millions of people do.
Yeah.
And so think about some folks, and this could be you. Your day starts with coffee and Savannah Guthrie. That's your morning. That's how you start your morning.
Right. People are attached to the people they listen to and watch every day.
She's the main focus on the show. It's kind of casual. It's kind of intimate, and it could be honestly. It could be they're cooking in one segment, and the other they're interviewing the president. I mean, that's kind of what the show is.
Morning TV.
But if you're waking up with someone like Savannah Guthrie, and you're having your coffee, and this is your quiet time in the morning. Maybe you're eating a little breakfast and you want to see what's going on in the world. You're watching this story.
Yeah.
You're watching this story because you know her.
You feel a connection to her.
Right.
You know her. You don't know her, but you do. And that's,
you feel like you know
that's
her.
the connection. Yes.
The other thing is
she shares small things about her life on the air, little things, and you connect with her.
The other thing is, do any of you have an elderly parent? And how would you feel if they were taken out of a home? They were kidnapped. I'm not saying that it's relatable because this really doesn't happen very often, but you can put your mom in Nancy's shoes. You can say you can do that. As a human being, you can think, my God, what if they took my mother?
Right.
What if they took my father? And then you see Savannah Guthrie go on television. It breaks your heart.
Yeah, of course. The pain.
It breaks your heart.
Yeah.
And so I think people are also looking at it in that perspective that, probably not going to be my parent, but my goodness, if it was what Savannah Guthrie is going through, you can a little bit kind of relate to it. I know it sounds a little bit odd, but your mind could go there.
Yeah, no, you always do that. You hear something happen to someone's child, and you start to think, my goodness, what if that happened to my child? And you see that here with the parents, too. And certainly yesterday, seeing Savannah Guthrie and her brother and sister talking to the kidnapper directly, talking to their mom, it's just gut-wrenching. It absolutely is. So I don't know, Gatos. It's been 5 days. To me, it's obviously not a good thing. And the fact that we're getting today another little video from the family, a 20-second video from the son, Nancy's son, Cameron, basically telling the kidnappers, contact us. We want to hear from you. We want to work with you.
Let's play that.
All right.
Let's play that. This is Cameron Guthrie.
This is Cameron Guthrie. I'm speaking for the Guthrie family. Whoever is out there holding our mother, we want to hear from you. We haven't heard anything directly. We need you to reach out, and we need a way to communicate with you so we can move forward. But first, we have to know that you have our mom. We want to talk to you, and we are waiting for contact.
I think everybody wants to know how this is going to end.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, it's 5 days in, and you're thinking, how is it going to end? Is this going to be something where we see right on television? Because it seems like we're watching history on television, whether it's ICE at Minneapolis or whatever. You see Savannah Guthrie go and hug her mother for the first time in days. Is that how it's going to end? Or are we never going to have an ending to this?
Yeah.
Are we never going to know?
Well, most of the time, the kidnappers in these high-profile kidnappings are caught. So at some point, they're caught. And
there's a special place in hell for this guy.
And law enforcement, in this time when you're getting the FBI involved and the type of resources that they can bring in a high-profile case, it can be really hard to maintain that. But again, I'm 5 days, and they're saying they don't even have a person of interest. They have no idea, and they haven't shown us a video, a doorbell camera. They haven't shown us someone from the neighbor 2 doors down with a car going by saying, "Do you recognize this car?" I mean, you'd have something by now. So that's what I don't understand at Gatos. But
speculation is going to start.
Very
on
scary.
Are the police in over their head? I don't want to be the one to start it, but there are questions.
Well, I'd certainly
tough job.
I don't know how much experience the Pima County Sheriff's Office has in kidnappings. I don't know.
Well, the FBI is involved.
The
now.
FBI does, and I would assume they have people who do this for a living and are good at it. And
they come in too late.
Yeah. Well, the longer this goes on, the worse it is. That's for sure.
All right. Coming up next, is this the worst job market since the Great Recession? Next.
Start smart with Arizona's Morning News.
A California appeals court has overturned the conviction of a former campus gynecologist at UCLA on sex abuse charges. A panel from the 2nd District Court of Appeals ruled that Dr. James Heaps was denied a fair trial because one juror may have lacked sufficient English to carry out their duties.
Arizona's Morning News, weekday mornings 5 to 8 on Arizona's news station, KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
This President's Day, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Benjamin Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G service. What's up with that? Ben Franklin wasn't even a president. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be in business with an American wireless company that supports our vets in a big way and keeps all their customer service in this country. That's important. And You'll be on the same towers the big carriers use, so you'll get the same 5G service without the inflated price. So hang on to your Benjamins and switch to Pure Talk for a Jackson and a Lincoln. No contract, no hidden fees. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll get 50% off your first month when you switch. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, for an American wireless company that is truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
KTAR News Flash.
647, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. A new video from the family of Nancy Guthrie as Pima County and federal law enforcement keep searching for the missing mom. Her son, Cameron Guthrie, in a new social media video today, asking potential captors of his mother to contact the family and provide proof they have her.
We need you to reach out, and we need a way to communicate with you so we can move forward. But first, we have to know that you have our mom. We want to talk to you, and we are waiting for contact.
That after reports of at least one ransom note being reviewed by the FBI. A special agent saying earlier today there's been no communication from whoever may have sent that. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check traffic now with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Vehicle fire at the Loop 101 Pima Freeway, eastbound near Tatum Boulevard, Phoenix with a crash in the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway, westbound near 7th Street, and a look into our Surface Street, Scottsdale, with a crash involving a pedestrian on Cactus Road and 96th Street. This report is brought to you by Primavera Online. Primavera Online is enrolling 25 years strong, flexible, tuition-free K-12 learning. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Cruise into retirement. It's another fun event at Beatitudes campus in North Central Phoenix. I'm Jamie West. This will really get your motor running. Check out more than 50 classic and specialty cars from the AZMG Club. There'll be a DJ spinning your favorite records, and you get to mingle with fellow car enthusiasts. It's happening Saturday, February 7th from 10 to noon. Get more details by texting RSVP to 620-620. Text RSVP to 620-620 or go to beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly. Age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. I've got to tell you, I'm such a big fan of Bulldog security screens. These screens look like regular window shade screens. They block out insects and harmful UV rays while protecting your home like a fortress. Bulldog security screens are hand-built right here in Arizona. They use military-grade steel, so tough, no one's breaking through your windows or your doors. I tried to break through these screens at their factory. Let's just say the screens won. Easily. No dents, no give, no chance. No ugly bars, no bulky rolling metal shutters, just clean, custom-made security shade screens with tons of color options to match your home so they look great and you stay protected. Imagine leaving your home with your doors and windows wide open, heading out for the day, not giving a single thought to break-ins, because with Bulldog security screens, nobody breaks in, period. Get the details, make an appointment. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, KTAR.com. We got Barry in for Bruce.
Yes.
Okay, so you do Bruce's job. You guess what the percentage is in the queue, okay?
All right. What's the big question today?
All right, the Phoenix Open unveiled a new family center. Now, I'm embellishing a little bit here. I would. It's not
Yes,
like
you
me.
are.
It's not like me to do that. So this family center, would you drop your kid off there? and then go watch golf.
Drop your kid at
drop
the
the
family
5-year-old,
center,
right?
and then go
It's
drink it.
Listen, it's a family center, so that's what I assume it is. It
And then
doesn't have to be.
And then you just go pound some beers and
That's right.
come back and pick the kid
Would
up.
you drop your kid off at the Phoenix Open Family Center and then go watch golf? A, heck yes. B, heck no.
I'm going to say 90% heck no. 90%.
77%. Look at you.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a heck no.
I was talking to Broomhead. I had him laughing today because we do the Q at 8:50. And so I told him I was embellishing. So he went online and he looked. And it's basic. This is interesting. It's basically if you want to breastfeed.
Yes.
Why are you bringing your baby to an open?
Well, sometimes you have to.
Why are you bringing your baby to a bar? It's a massive bar. That's what this is.
You don't want to miss it. It's wonderful. Start the kids early.
Oh, for crying out loud!
I haven't missed an open since it's been out there, Gatos.
Well, you also haven't taken a 5-year-old with you.
No, I've never taken a 5-year-old.
Now let's go down the road.
Well, that's not true. I took my kids when they were young.
Okay.
But we would just walk. We weren't drinking. We just walk around a little
Your
bit.
kids weren't drinking.
Well, true.
Okay.
Yes. Not at 5. That's 6, maybe.
Let's go down the road of
All right.
the way that I see this family center, which is different from the way the Phoenix Open does, and I admit that.
You have a different
I like
vision.
to have a little fun with this.
You have a different vision.
Why? My idea's better.
Just drop the kids off.
You get a ticket,
Why don't you just do that outside? Have like a nursery outside.
This is what I'm talking
like
about.
3 miles away.
Fine.
And then a shuttle into the
Here
open.
we go.
There you go. You can go in through the new secret entrance that Ian Schwartz just divulged.
Right? There's no liability there if you lose a kid,
No,
right?
it's fine. It's
like,
fine.
Like you take your kid, you hand the kid to somebody in the family center, and they give you a number. And then you leave, and then you go drink a ton, and you watch golf, you get sunburned, and you stumble back and get your 5-year-old.
Right.
I think it's fantastic.
It's so crazy. Oh, it's fun. It's the Open is so great. If you've never been out there, look, I just said I don't want to go to the Super Bowl because it's too busy and there's lines, and so it's hard for me to say go to the Open. But it's just such a quintessential Arizona experience. There's no other golf tournament in the world that's like the Phoenix Open. It's fun. It's crowded. The weather's great this year. I mean, do I say go there when it's muddy and pouring? No.
I did 2 years ago.
And it's going to be.
That was brutal.
Last year
cold.
Last year was still crowded, but I will tell you what they've changed. Ian Schwartz went through some of the changes. One of the biggest things they did, Gatos, they don't pass out as many general admission tickets as they used to.
That is a change.
It used to be everybody that had a suite, every single suite holder, all these companies, they were just given gobs of general admission tickets. They didn't care because the numbers would go up every year and it was always fine.
And they thought it was too crowded.
They stopped. So now if you get a box on 16 or a suite, you don't get any general admission tickets. They're done with that.
So
they control them.
So are they looking at getting the rich people there and the folks who can't get an easy ticket?
You can buy a general admission
I was
ticket.
going to say, you can buy a ticket.
Oh, yeah.
You don't have to be in
They're
a
just not going to
suite.
give them away to droves of people.
It limits them. I mean, they were basically giving them just piles of general admission
If
tickets.
you had a suite here, hand them out to everybody you know.
And that's what they did. So
Yeah.
this way they know. And if they get, and I'm sure they have numbers, they cap it. And if they say, okay, we've sold that many, we're done for the day. And they'll stop selling tickets. And now it's capped. So they know. They have more control now than they used to.
I got a pretty good tan out there.
You look
the other day.
fantastic.
I look
Gatos.
pretty good.
You look good.
Yeah. I didn't need the bronzer so for our YouTube channel.
You look like you got a farmer tan without the work.
All right.
So it's a great look for you.
Barry, thanks for joining us, man.
Great to
Thanks
be
for
here.
hanging out.
Thanks, Gatos.
All right, my super best friend, Chad Benson, is up next. We'll see you tomorrow.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SOUND to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SOUND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SOUND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Rosie Rosie on the house.
Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
Join KTAR in Tempe April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Hey, when America Roofing says we've got you covered, they're talking winter rain, summer heat, monsoon storms, repair or replace. Do what we did at Casa Galvisi and go with Arizona's 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Yep, Jake, Josh, Tracy, and 500 employees statewide earning Arizona's Roofing Contractor of the Year award. And they're A-plus rated with a Better Business Bureau. So, home or business, go with Arizona's biggest and best, America Roofing, and save 12% at americaroofingco.com.
Pay tribute to a teacher, presented by Your Valley Toyota dealers. We want to lift up amazing Arizona teachers. So tell us about an outstanding teacher worthy of a $2,500 check by texting teacher to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Guys, if you have low testosterone, Red Mountain says low T start for free. For a limited time, they are waiving their startup fee. You can gain the muscle, lose the fat, lose that dad bod, and get the edge back. It's a great way to get started. If you're feeling sluggish and you lose focus at times, maybe some trouble in the bedroom, chances are it's low T. But in addition to that, they do have ED medication. And how about this? A prescription-only formula that will actually put hair back on your head. It's called Hair Grow RX. It's helping guys reverse hair loss for good. Guys, they have got you covered at Red Mountain. You have to make the appointment, but I promise you it's going to change your life. Go to redmountainweightloss.com, make a video consultation appointment, redmountainweightloss.com, or pound 250 on your smartphone, key phrase Red Mountain. Once again, that's pound 250 on your smartphone, key phrase Red Mountain.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR.